close your eyes and imagine yourself walking through the narrow streets of Kyoto, but not the Kyoto you might visit today with its crazy crowds and modern conveniences. No, tonight, you're stepping back about 400 years to a time when the city was the beating heart of Japan, when emperors still held court there, and when life moved to the rhythm of temple bells and wooden sandals on stone paths. So before we go on this magical journey together, if you don't mind, please take a moment to like the video and let me know down below where you're tuning in from and how you're doing this late evening. I love to keep in touch with my top supporters. Now turn off the lights, pull your blanket, adjust your pillow, and let's ease in nice and slow today, shall we? The first thing you notice about waking up in old Kyoto is the quality of light. You're lying on tatami mats in a room where the morning sun filters through shoji screens, those ingenious paper windows that transform harsh daylight into something soft and golden, like honey being poured through cheesecloth. The light doesn't burst into your room demanding attention. Instead, it seeps in gradually, encouraging you to wake up slowly and naturally, the way humans did for thousands of years before alarm clocks came along to jolt us into consciousness. Your bed isn't really a bed at all, but a collection of thick cotton mattresses called futon that you spread out each night and fold away each morning. It's surprisingly comfortable once you get used to it, though you might find yourself missing your box spring for the first few nights. The Japanese have this wonderful philosophy that your living space should be flexible, transforming from bedroom to sitting room to dining room as needed throughout the day. It's like living in a very zen Swiss army knife, where every surface serves multiple purposes and nothing is wasted. The tatami mats beneath your futon feel cool and slightly springy under your feet, woven from rush grass that still carries the faintest scent of the countryside where it grew. These mats are works of art in their own right, each one precisely measured and fitted to create perfect geometric patterns on the floor. They're also natural air purifiers, absorbing humidity in summer and releasing it in winter, helping to regulate the temperature and air quality in your room without any mechanical systems at all. As you fold your bedding and store it in the built-in closets, another marvel of efficient design, you can hear your neighbours beginning their day. The sound of wooden shutters sliding open echoes down the street like a gentle percussion section warming up, followed by the soft splash of water as people wash their faces in wooden basins. There's no turning on a faucet here. Water has to be drawn from wells or carried from nearby streams in wooden buckets that have been worn smooth by countless hands over the years. The morning air carries the scent of charcoal fires being lit in clay braziers throughout the neighbourhood. You'll need to light your own soon, because there's no central heating in old Kyoto, just small hibachi heaters that provide concentrated warmth exactly where you need it. In winter, people become connoisseurs of charcoal, learning to distinguish between different types, and how to arrange them for maximum heat with minimum smoke. It's cosy in the way that camping can be cosy, except this is your everyday life, and you've gotten quite good at the delicate art of fire management. The ritual of lighting your hibachi becomes a meditation in itself. First, you arrange the charcoal pieces like a small architectural project, creating channels for airflow and heat distribution. Then comes the careful application of flame, watching as the charcoal catches and begins to glow with that distinctive red-orange colour that means warmth and comfort. The whole process requires patience and attention, qualities that modern life doesn't often demand but which were essential skills in old Kyoto. Your clothing for the day is laid out in neat piles, layers upon layers that would make an onion jealous. In old Kyoto, fashion was all about layering, partly for warmth and partly to show off your taste and wealth through the subtle interplay of colours peeking out at the sleeves and hem. If you're a woman, you might wear up to 12 layers of silk robes, each one carefully chosen to complement the others in combinations that have poetic names like Evening Cherry Blossoms, Autumn Mountain, or First Snow on Pine. The art of layering these robes is incredibly sophisticated, requiring not just an understanding of colour theory, but also knowledge of seasonal appropriateness and social context. You wouldn't wear spring combinations in autumn any more than you'd wear summer colours in winter. And the way the layers are arranged, which colours show at the wrists, how much of each layer is visible at the hem, communicates subtle messages about your education, your family background, and your understanding of aesthetic principles that were as complex as any modern dress code. If you're a man, your outfit is somewhat simpler, but no less thoughtful. You'll wear a kasode, a simple robe that's the ancestor of the modern kimono, under a hakama, wide-leg trousers that look remarkably like a very sophisticated skirt, and perhaps a hairy jacket over the top. The whole ensemble is held together with various cords and sashes, and getting dressed feels a bit like wrapping yourself in a very elegant origami project that somehow manages to be both formal and comfortable at the same time. But here's the thing about all these layers. They're not just for show or tradition's sake. Old Kyoto can be brutally cold in winter, with temperatures that drop below freezing and swelteringly humid in summer, when the heat seems to press down on the city like a wet blanket. These loose layered garments are actually brilliant at helping you regulate your body temperature throughout the day. You can add or remove layers as needed, open or close various gaps to let air flow through, and the natural fibres breathe in a way that makes even the summer heat bearable. Well, mostly bearable. The fabrics themselves are marvels of traditional technology. The silk is so fine it feels like liquid between your fingers, dyed with colours that seem to glow from within. The cotton is woven so tightly it's almost windproof, yet it still allows moisture to pass through. And the hemp used for everyday clothing is surprisingly soft and durable, getting better with each washing until it develops a texture that's almost sensual against your skin. Once you're dressed, it's time for breakfast, which in old Kyoto was a much simpler affair than you might expect, but no less satisfying. Rice, of course, forms the foundation of every meal, but not the fluffy white rice you might be thinking of. This is a hearty, slightly sticky variety that fills you up and gives you energy for the physical demands of the day ahead. The rice is cooked in wooden steamers over charcoal fires, and the process fills your house with a warm, nutty aroma that's better than any breakfast advertisement you've ever smelled. Alongside the rice, you might have some pickled vegetables, cucumbers or radishes that have been sitting in salt and rice bran for days or even weeks, until they've developed that perfect sour crunch that wakes up your taste buds better than any cup of coffee. These pickles aren't just condiments, they're essential sources of probiotics and vitamins, especially during the winter months when fresh vegetables are scarce. Each family has their own pickle recipes, passed down through generations and guarded as carefully as any trade secret. There might be some miso soup made from fermented soybean paste that tastes nothing like what you'd expect from its rather unpromising description. It's deeply savoury and warming, with bits of seaweed or tofu floating in the broth like tiny islands of flavour. The miso itself is aged in wooden barrels for months or even years, developing complex flavours that range from sweet and mild to rich and almost cheese-like. A good miso soup is like a warm hug in a bowl, providing both comfort and nourishment as you prepare for the day ahead. And if you're lucky, there might be some grilled fish, probably caught from Lake Biwa about an hour's walk to the east, or from the rivers that wind through the surrounding mountains. The fish is grilled over charcoal until the skin is crispy, and the flesh flakes apart with your chopsticks, releasing delicate flavours that speak of clean water and careful preparation. The interesting thing about meals in old Kyoto is that they're eaten sitting on the floor around a low table called a shabudai, with everyone using chopsticks that feel surprisingly natural in your hands after a few days of practice. There's something meditative about eating this way, something that makes you slow down and actually taste your food instead of mindlessly consuming it while distracted by other activities. The low table creates an intimate atmosphere where conversations flow naturally and everyone feels equally included in the meal. The chopsticks themselves are works of art, carved from bamboo or fine wood, perfectly balanced in your hand, and surprisingly versatile once you learn how to use them properly. They can pick up a single grain of rice, or grasp a slippery piece of fish with equal ease, and using them becomes almost automatic after a while, like any well-designed tool that eventually feels like an extension of your own body. After breakfast, you step outside into the maze of Kyoto's streets, and this is where the real adventure begins. The city is laid out in a grid pattern, borrowed from the Chinese capital of Chang'an. But unlike modern cities with their wide boulevards and traffic lights, these streets are narrow and intimate. The main thoroughfares are wide enough for ox-drawn carts and the occasional procession of nobles, but many of the residential streets are barely wide enough for two people to pass comfortably, creating a sense of coziness that's both welcoming and slightly mysterious. The houses line up along these streets like books on a shelf, each one sharing walls with its neighbours but maintaining its own distinct character through subtle differences in roofline, entrance design, or the arrangement of small gardens. Privacy isn't achieved through distance, as it might be in more spread out places, but through clever architecture and an intricate social code that allows people to live cheek by jowl without driving each other crazy. You'll notice that most houses present a fairly modest face to the street. Wooden facades with small windows and simple doorways that give little hint of what lies within. This isn't because the residents are unfriendly, but because in Japanese aesthetics, true beauty is often hidden, revealed only to those who are invited in. It's like the city is full of people who understand the difference between being mysterious and being standoffish, between privacy and secrecy. The wooden walls of these houses have weathered to a soft grey that seems to glow in certain lights, and the natural ageing process has given them a patina that no amount of artificial treatment could replicate. The wood itself comes from ancient forests in the surrounding mountains, cedar, cypress and pine that grew slowly in the mountain air, developing the tight grain and natural oils that make them resistant to weather and insects. The sounds of the city begin to build as the day progresses, creating a symphony that's completely different from any modern urban environment. You'll hear the rhythmic thock-thock-thock of someone splitting bamboo for baskets or screens, the scrape of wooden sandals on stone paths worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic, and the melodic calls of merchants advertising their wares as they make their rounds through the neighbourhoods. "Fresh fish from Lake Biwa," calls one merchant, his voice rising and falling in a musical pattern that carries clearly through the morning air. "Tofu still warm from the press," calls another, pushing a wooden cart loaded with blocks of fresh soybean curd wrapped in clean white cloth. These merchants don't have storefronts as you might expect. Instead, they carry their goods through the streets on their backs or in carts, bringing the market directly to people's doorsteps in a system that's both efficient and personal. The merchant calls are almost like folk songs, each one with its own rhythm and melody that identifies not just what's being sold but who's selling it. Regular customers learn to recognise their favourite vendors by sound alone, the way you might recognise a friend's laugh in a crowded room. There's something wonderfully personal about this mobile marketplace, where commerce is conducted face-to-face and reputation matters more than advertising. Some merchants specialise in just one or two items, becoming true experts in their narrow fields. The vegetable seller knows which daikon radishes are best for pickling and which are better for grating fresh over rice. The fish merchant can tell you not just where each fish was caught, but what the weather was like that day and how it might affect the flavour. This kind of specialised knowledge creates relationships between buyers and sellers that go far beyond simple transactions. As you make your way through the streets, you might decide to visit one of Kyoto's many temples or shrines. This isn't necessarily because you're feeling particularly religious, but because these sacred spaces serve as community centres, meeting places, and peaceful retreats from the bustle of daily life. The temples are scattered throughout the city like jewels on velvet, each one occupying a small oasis of carefully tended gardens and ancient trees that provide cool shade in summer and shelter from wind in winter. Approaching a temple, you'll notice how the very act of entering requires you to slow down and become more mindful of your surroundings. There's often a stone path that winds slightly, forcing you to meander rather than rush straight to your destination. The path might lead you past a small waterfall or a grove of bamboo, creating a sense of journey and discovery even in the heart of the city. You'll pass under a torii gate or through a temple entrance that frames your view of what lies ahead like a living painting. The architecture designed to create specific visual experiences as you move through the space. The transition from the bustling street to the quiet temple grounds happens gradually, like sinking slowly into a warm bath, allowing your mind to adjust to the different pace and atmosphere of the sacred space. The temple buildings themselves are marvels of wooden architecture, held together without a single nail through an intricate system of interlocking joints that allows the structures to flex during earthquakes rather than breaking apart. This building technique, developed over centuries of trial and error in a seismically active region, creates structures that can last for hundreds of years while remaining beautiful and functional. The wood has weathered to a soft grey that seems to glow in certain lights, and the curved roof lines create graceful silhouettes against the sky that change dramatically depending on the time of day and season. Everything is designed to work with nature rather than against it, from the way rainwater is channeled through decorative chains instead of being hidden in gutters, to the way buildings are positioned to catch cooling breezes in summer and shelter from cold winds in winter. The roofs themselves are architectural poetry, covered with clay tiles that were fired in kilns heated with pine wood, giving them subtle colour variations that create beautiful patterns when seen from above. The tiles are arranged in overlapping rows that shed rain efficiently while creating interesting plays of light and shadow that change throughout the day. In winter, when snow accumulates on these roofs, they look like something from a fairy tale, with white caps that emphasize every curve and angle. Inside the temple grounds, you might encounter monks going about their daily routines with a particular kind of purposeful calm, as if they have all the time in the world and yet never waste a moment. Their robes rustle softly as they walk, and their wooden sandals make gentle clicking sounds on the stone paths that seem to echo in harmony with the natural sounds of the garden. The trickle of water over stones, the whisper of wind through leaves, the distant chime of temple bells. Some monks might be tending gardens with the kind of focused attention that makes even weeding seem like a form of meditation. Others might be copying sutras with brushes and ink, their movements flowing and rhythmic as they create characters that are both spiritual practice and visual art. And still others might be sitting in meditation with a stillness that makes them seem like part of the temple architecture itself, as permanent and peaceful as the wooden pillars and stone lanterns around them. The gardens within these temple complexes are works of art in their own right, but they're not the kind of art you hang on a wall and forget about. These are living compositions that change with the seasons, with the weather, even with the time of day. A garden might feature a perfectly placed stone that catches the morning light in winter and provides a shady resting spot for a bird in summer, or a grove of bamboo positioned so that the sound of wind through the leaves masks the noise from the street, creating a pocket of tranquility in the heart of the city. These gardens follow principles that seem almost magical in their simplicity and effectiveness. Empty spaces are as important as filled ones, creating areas for the eye and mind to rest. Asymmetrical arrangements feel more natural and interesting than perfectly balanced designs, and everything is scaled to human proportions, so that even the smallest garden feels spacious and complete, rather than cramped or incomplete. You might spend some time sitting on a wooden bench or stone seat in these gardens, watching koi fish lazy their way around a pond or following the path of a single leaf as it falls from a maple tree. Time moves differently in these spaces, expanding and contracting in ways that seem to have nothing to do with clocks or schedules. Minutes can feel like hours, but somehow you never feel bored or restless. It's as if the garden teaches you how to simply be present, something that's increasingly difficult in our modern world of constant notifications and endless to-do lists. The water features in these gardens are particularly mesmerizing. A small stream might wind through the space, sometimes disappearing underground only to emerge again in a different location, creating the illusion of a much larger water system than actually exists. The sound of water moving over carefully placed stones creates a natural soundtrack that masks urban noise while providing the kind of white noise that helps the mind relax and focus. When you eventually leave the temple and return to the streets, the contrast helps you notice details you might have missed before. The way sunlight filters through the wooden slats of a shop front, creating patterns that shift and dance as the day progresses. The careful arrangement of stones around a tree planted in the street, each one placed not just to protect the roots, but to create a small moment of beauty for anyone who happens to notice. The shop fronts themselves are studies in understated elegance. Instead of bright signs and flashy displays, most shops are identified by simple wooden signs with elegant calligraphy, or by the goods displayed in their front windows. A sake brewery might be marked by a ball of cedar branches hanging from the eaves, while a textile shop might display bolts of silk in subtle gradations of colour that catch the light like captured rainbows. By now, it's probably time to think about lunch, and this is where you'll discover one of the great pleasures of life in old Kyoto, the neighbourhood soba shop. These small restaurants are tucked into buildings that might once have been someone's home, with low ceilings blackened by decades of cooking smoke, wooden floors worn smooth by countless feet, and the kind of atmosphere that makes you want to settle in and stay a while. The soba noodles are made fresh daily by the shop owner, who starts work before dawn to have everything ready for the lunch rush. The process begins with grinding buckwheat flour in a stone mill, creating a coarse meal that is then mixed with just enough water to hold together. The dough is rolled out thin and cut by hand with a knife that's been sharpened to razor precision, creating noodles that have the perfect thickness and texture to hold onto the broth without becoming mushy. The broth itself is a masterpiece of subtlety, made from kombu seaweed that's been dried until it's almost black, and bonito flakes that have been shaved so thin they look like wood shavings from a master carpenter's plane. When hot water hits these flakes, they dance and curl in the pot like tiny sea creatures before settling into the depths to release their smoky, oceanic flavour. The art is in knowing exactly how long to steep these ingredients. Too little, and the broth lacks depth. Too much, and it becomes bitter. The shop might also serve tempura, made from vegetables or prawns that are dipped in the lightest possible batter and fried in oil that's been heated to exactly the right temperature. The result is crispy and light, almost ethereal, with the natural flavours of the ingredients enhanced rather than masked by the cooking process. The oil used for frying is often sesame oil, which adds its own subtle, nutty flavour to the finished dish. You sit at a low table, probably sharing the space with a few other customers, maybe a merchant taking a break from his rounds, his wooden cart parked outside loaded with bolts of fabric, or a craftsman grabbing a quick meal between projects, his hands still bearing traces of the materials he works with. The conversations are quiet and comfortable, the kind you might overhear in any neighbourhood restaurant anywhere in the world, full of local gossip, gentle complaints about the weather, and discussions of family news. The soba arrives in a simple ceramic bowl, handmade by a local potter whose family has been making dishes for generations. The noodles are nestled in clear, fragrant broth, with perhaps a few slices of green onion floating on top like tiny lily pads, or a piece of kamaboko processed fish cake, cut into decorative shapes that add both flavour and visual interest to the dish. You lift the noodles with chopsticks and slurp them enthusiastically, and yes, slurping is not just acceptable here, it's encouraged and practically required. The sound helps cool the noodles as they enter your mouth and actually enhances the flavour by drawing air across your taste buds as you eat. It's like having a built-in cooling system and flavour amplifier all in one, and once you get over any initial self-consciousnness, it becomes a natural part of enjoying the meal. The broth that remains after you finish the noodles is often mixed with the hot water that was used to cook the soba, called sobayu, creating a lighter, more delicate soup that helps you digest the meal and provides additional nutrients from the buckwheat. It's the kind of practical wisdom that makes perfect sense once you understand it, turning what might seem like waste into an additional course that's both healthy and satisfying. After lunch, you might take a stroll through one of Kyoto's markets, and this is where you really begin to understand how different commerce was in old Japan. These aren't the sprawling supermarkets you might be used to, with their fluorescent lights and endless aisles of packaged goods. Instead, they're intimate collections of small stalls and shops, each one specialising in just a few items but doing them exceptionally well. The fishmonger knows every fish in his display case like old friends, able to tell you not only where each one was caught and when, but how best to prepare it for your family's dinner. He might recommend grilling the small river fish whole over charcoal, or suggest that the larger sea bass would be perfect for making a clear soup with just a few drops of soy sauce and some fresh herbs. The vegetable seller can tell you which daikon radishes are best for pickling and which are better for grating fresh over rice, which persimmons are sweet enough to eat out of hand, and which need to be dried first to concentrate their flavours. Her knowledge comes from years of handling these products, but also from close relationships with the farmers who grow them, often in small plots just outside the city. The market is a feast for all your senses, but in a gentle way that doesn't overwhelm. The colours are incredible, deep purple eggplants that seem to glow from within, bright orange persimmons hanging like lanterns from wooden stands, and greens in more shades than you knew existed, from the pale silver green of young bamboo shoots to the deep forest green of mature vegetables that have absorbed summer sunshine. The sounds blend together into a gentle symphony of commerce. Vendors calling their wares in musical voices, customers asking questions about preparation methods or seasonal availability, wooden crates being moved and stacked with hollow thuds that echo off the covered walkways, and underneath it all, the constant soft shuffling of feet in wooden sandals or cloth-soled shoes, creating a rhythm that seems to match the heartbeat of the city itself. The smells are something else entirely, a complex layering of aromas that would be impossible to replicate artificially. Fresh fish mingles with fermented soybeans, flowering herbs blend with wood smoke from cooking fires, and underneath it all is the clean scent of well-swept wooden floors and bamboo baskets that have been scrubbed until they're almost white. You might stop to watch a craftsman at work, perhaps someone making traditional brushes, binding together animal hairs with silk thread in combinations that have been perfected over centuries of experimentation. His hands move with the kind of automatic precision that only comes from years of repetition, but his eyes stay focused and alert, checking each brush for balance and spring. There's something deeply satisfying about watching someone who has mastered their craft, who can create something both beautiful and functional with nothing but simple tools and practice skill. Or you might encounter a potter working at a wheel, his hands covered in clay as he shapes a bowl or vase with movements that seem almost like dancing. The clay responds to his touch, growing taller or wider as he guides it, and you can see how the final form emerges not from a predetermined plan, but from a conversation between the craftsman and his material. Each piece he creates is unique, bearing the subtle marks of his hands and the particular qualities of the clay he's working with. The textile workers are equally fascinating to watch, whether they're spinning thread on wooden wheels, weaving fabric on looms that click and clatter in rhythmic patterns, or dyeing cloth in vats of indigo that turn the water almost black. The colours they achieve are subtle and complex, created using natural materials like plants, minerals and even insects, and the results have a depth and richness that synthetic dyes can't match. As the afternoon wears on, the light begins to change, taking on that golden quality that photographers love and painters try their whole lives to capture. This is when Kyoto reveals some of its most magical moments, as the low-angled sun transforms ordinary scenes into something that looks like a woodblock print come to life. Shadows grow longer and more dramatic, turning narrow alleys into mysterious corridors, and making even the simplest buildings look like subjects for poetry. The paper windows of houses begin to glow from within, as people light their oil lamps and candles, creating warm rectangles of light that seem to float in the gathering dusk. These windows don't provide the harsh illumination of electric lights, but rather a soft, honey-coloured glow that makes every building look welcoming and mysterious at the same time. This is also when many of the city's craftsmen and artisans emerge from their workshops, either heading home for the day or making deliveries of finished goods to their customers. You might encounter a potter carrying a wooden box of freshly fired tea bowls, each one wrapped in silk and nestled in rice husks for protection. Or a textile worker heading home with arms full of silk that catches the afternoon light like captured rainbows, the fabric so fine it seems to float rather than hang from her arms. These aren't people producing goods for some distant market or anonymous consumers. They're creating things that will be used by their neighbours, their friends, people they see every day at the market or the temple or in the narrow streets of their neighbourhood. There's something profoundly satisfying about living in a place where so many of the things you use daily are made by people you know, or at least people you could know if you wanted to. Your rice bowls were shaped by someone who lives 3 streets over, a potter whose family has been working with clay for 6 generations. Your wooden sandals were carved by a craftsman who buys his vegetables from the same vendor you do, and who knows your preferences well enough to adjust the fit without being asked. The silk obi that holds your robes in place was woven by a woman who sits in the sun, outside her shop in the afternoons, working on pieces that will take months to complete. There's also something deeply reassuring about the continuity of these traditions, the way knowledge and skills are passed down from parent to child, from master to apprentice, in an unbroken chain that stretches back centuries. The wooden comb you use each morning was carved using the same techniques that were perfected hundreds of years ago, by craftsmen whose names are forgotten, but whose innovations live on in every tool that's made today. As evening approaches, you begin to think about dinner, which in old Kyoto is often a more elaborate affair than breakfast or lunch. This is when families gather to share the day's news and enjoy more complex dishes that require longer preparation and more careful attention to detail. The rice is still the foundation of the meal, but now it might be accompanied by simmered vegetables in delicate broths, grilled fish seasoned with just enough salt to enhance their natural flavours, delicate egg custards that are more like savoury puddings, and an array of small dishes that turn the meal into a kind of edible landscape. The preparation of dinner is often a community activity, with family members working together in the kitchen, each taking responsibility for different dishes according to their skills and preferences. There's something meditative about the rhythmic chopping of vegetables, the gentle bubbling of simmering broths, and the careful arrangement of food in serving dishes that are chosen as much for their beauty as their functionality. No one is rushing to get dinner on the table by a certain time. Instead, the meal develops organically, with dishes appearing when they're ready and people gathering as they finish their day's work. Children might help by washing vegetables or setting out the dishes, learning the rhythms of meal preparation that they'll carry with them into their own adult lives. The kitchen itself is a model of efficiency, with everything designed to make the most of limited space and simple equipment. Knives are kept razor sharp and are treated with the respect due to precision tools. Cutting boards are made from single pieces of wood and are scrubbed clean after each use. Pots and pans are made from clay or iron, materials that heat evenly and retain warmth long after they're removed from the fire. The clay pots used for cooking rice are particularly ingenious. They create steam pressure that cooks the grains perfectly, while the clay itself adds subtle mineral flavours that enhance the taste of the finished dish. These pots often develop a patina over years of use that makes them more effective and gives each family's rice a slightly different character. When you finally sit down to eat, the low table is covered with small dishes, each one containing just a few bites of different foods. There might be tiny whole fish grilled until their skin is crispy and their flesh sweet and flaky. Vegetables simmered in dashi until they're tender but still retain their shape and bright colour. Pickles that provide sharp, acidic notes to balance the gentler flavours of the other dishes. And always, somewhere on the table, a small dish of grated daikon radish mixed with a dot of fiery wasabi that will clear your sinuses and wake up every taste bud in your mouth. The meal proceeds slowly, with conversation flowing between bites and pauses for appreciation of particularly well-prepared dishes. People take turns serving each other, and there's a complex etiquette around who pours whose tea and when to offer the choicest morsels to others at the table. It's not stuffy etiquette, though. It's the kind of gracious behaviour that makes everyone feel cared for and included. The social lubrication that allows groups of people to share food harmoniously. Tea is served throughout the meal, not the strong black tea you might be expecting, but delicate green tea that cleanses the palate and aids digestion. The tea ceremony, while not always formal, follows certain principles of mindfulness and respect that turn even casual tea drinking into a meditative practice. The teapot is warmed before the leaves are added, the water is heated to exactly the right temperature for the type of tea being served, and the first pour is discarded to awaken the leaves before the actual tea is prepared. After dinner, as the last light fades from the sky, the city begins to transform once again. Paper lanterns are lit and hung outside shops and houses, creating pools of warm light along the dark streets. The lanterns don't provide much illumination by modern standards. You certainly couldn't read by their light. But they're not really meant to. They're more like beacons, marking human presence and activity in the darkness, creating a sense of community and safety without banishing the night entirely. The lanterns themselves are works of art, made from bamboo frames covered with handmade paper that's often decorated with painted designs or calligraphy. The light from the candles or oil lamps inside creates beautiful patterns on the paper, and the gentle flicker of the flames makes the whole neighbourhood seem alive and breathing in the darkness. This is when you might take an evening stroll, something that's both practical and pleasant in old Kyoto. The narrow streets that seemed intimate during the day become mysterious and almost magical in the lantern light. Shadows deepen and shift as you walk past them, and you can hear the sounds of family life filtering out through the paper windows, the clink of dishes being washed, children's voices raised in play or protest, and the soft murmur of adult conversation punctuated by occasional laughter. The night air carries different scents than the day. The lingering aromas of dinner preparation, the clean smell of water being used for washing, and the faint incense smoke that drifts from household shrines where families make their evening offerings. There's also the earthy smell of the city settling down for the night, a mixture of wood, stone, and the indefinable scent of human habitation that's somehow comforting rather than unpleasant. You might pass a tea house where the sound of a shamisen drifts out into the night, its three strings creating melodies that seem to capture something essential about Japanese aesthetics. Spare, elegant, and somehow both melancholy and hopeful at the same time. The music doesn't dominate the night sounds, but weaves through them, adding another layer to the evening's gentle symphony of human activity and natural sounds. The shamisen music is often accompanied by singing, voices that rise and fall in patterns that mirror the inflections of spoken Japanese, creating a form of musical storytelling that doesn't require understanding the words to appreciate the emotions being conveyed. The songs might tell of separated lovers, changing seasons, or the simple pleasures of daily life, themes that are universal even when the musical traditions that carry them are specifically Japanese. Or you might encounter a group of people returning from a festival at one of the local shrines, still dressed in their festival clothes and carrying small souvenirs or treats. Perhaps paper fans decorated with the shrine's emblem, or small clay figurines that are supposed to bring good luck in the coming year. Their voices carry the particular happiness that comes from shared celebration, and they move through the streets with the loose, relaxed gait of people who have spent the day among friends and neighbours. Festival days in old Kyoto are community events that break the normal rhythms of daily life, bringing people together for shared rituals that connect them to their history, their neighbours, and the changing seasons. Even if you don't participate directly in the religious aspects of these festivals, they provide a sense of belonging to something larger than your individual life, a reminder that you're part of a community that has been celebrating these same events for hundreds of years. The festival foods are special too. Treats that are only made on certain occasions, using recipes that require skills and ingredients that aren't part of everyday cooking. There might be mochi, rice cakes, pounded by hand in wooden mortars, their texture completely different from anything made by machine. Or special sweets made from beans and sugar, moulded into shapes that represent seasonal themes like cherry blossoms in spring or maple leaves in autumn. As you make your way home through the quiet streets, you begin to notice how different night feels in a place without electric lights. The darkness is deeper and more complete than anything you experience in the modern world, but it's not frightening or uncomfortable. Instead, it feels natural and restful, like a soft blanket settling over the city after a day of activity and productivity. The stars, when they're visible between the roof lines, seem brighter and closer than they do in our modern world of light pollution. You can actually see the Milky Way stretching across the sky like a river of light, and the moon, when it's visible, provides enough light to navigate by, casting everything in silver and black that makes even familiar streets seem mysterious and beautiful. Back in your house, you light a small oil lamp that provides just enough light to see by without destroying the peaceful atmosphere of evening. The flame flickers slightly in whatever breeze manages to find its way through the building's gaps and joints, creating dancing shadows on the wooden walls that seem almost alive in their constant motion. The lamp itself is a simple clay vessel filled with vegetable oil and fitted with a cotton wick, but in its simplicity lies a kind of perfection. It does exactly what it needs to do without waste or complication. You begin the process of preparing for sleep, which involves spreading out your futon again and arranging your clothes for the next day. But this isn't the rushed routine of modern bedtimes, where you're already thinking about tomorrow's obligations while going through the motions of getting ready for bed. Instead, it's a deliberate winding down, a conscious transition from the active energy of day to the restorative quiet of night. The ritual of laying out your futon becomes a meditation in itself. You smooth the tatami mats, checking for any irregularities that might make sleeping uncomfortable. You arrange the cotton mattresses in exactly the right configuration for your body and the season, more layers in winter for warmth, fewer in summer for cooling. You position your wooden pillow filled with buckwheat hulls that conform to the shape of your head, while providing firm support for your neck. Your clothes for tomorrow are folded and arranged according to a system that makes perfect sense once you understand it. The innermost layers go on the bottom, the outer layers on top, so you can dress efficiently in the morning without having to sort through everything. The colours are chosen not just for their aesthetic appeal, but for their appropriateness to the season, the weather you expect and the activities you have planned. But before you settle in for the night, you might spend a few minutes sitting quietly in your room, perhaps looking out through your paper windows at the gentle glow of your neighbours' lamps, creating warm rectangles of light in the darkness. There's something profoundly peaceful about this time of day in old Kyoto, when the busyness of daily life gives way to quieter rhythms, and the mind naturally begins to slow down and reflect on the day's experiences. You can hear the settling sounds of wooden houses cooling after the day's warmth, creaks and sighs that speak of natural materials responding to changes in temperature and humidity. There's the distant splash of someone washing dishes in a wooden basin, the sound carrying clearly through the still night air, and occasionally the soft rustle of fabric as people move about their evening routines, preparing for sleep in dozens of households throughout your neighbourhood. This is when you really begin to understand what life was like in old Kyoto, not just the external details of clothing and food and architecture, but the internal rhythm that governed people's days and gave structure to their lives. Without electric lights extending the day artificially, people's activities had natural boundaries that modern life has largely erased. Work began with sunrise and wound down with sunset. Energy levels followed these natural cycles, rising and falling with the light in ways that probably made people feel more connected to the natural world and more attuned to their own biological rhythms. The absence of artificial lighting also meant that sleep came more naturally and was probably deeper and more restorative than what many people experience today. Without the stimulation of bright lights and electronic screens, the body's production of melatonin followed its natural patterns, preparing the mind and body for rest as darkness fell. Without television or radio or internet, entertainment was more participatory and social than the passive consumption that characterises much of modern leisure time. People told stories, played games, made music, and talked to each other in ways that required active engagement and creativity. Children learned traditional songs and stories from their parents and grandparents, creating links between generations that helped preserve cultural knowledge and values. The games people played were often simple but surprisingly sophisticated, requiring skill, strategy, and social awareness. Go, the ancient board game that's still popular today, was a favourite among adults, its complex strategies providing hours of mental challenge. Children played with tops, stilts, and various ball games that developed coordination and social skills while providing physical exercise and fun. Music was an integral part of daily life, not something that happened only at special events or in dedicated venues. People sang while they worked, played instruments in their homes, and gathered informally to share songs and stories. The shamisen, koto, and various flutes and drums were common household instruments, and learning to play them was considered an important part of a well-rounded education. Without automobiles or other mechanized transportation, the physical scale of life was more human and intimate than what we experience today. People walked everywhere, which meant they knew their neighborhoods intimately, every shop, every house, every tree along their regular routes. They ran into the same people regularly, creating a web of casual relationships and daily interactions that gave texture and meaning to ordinary activities. This walking-based lifestyle also meant that people were generally in better physical condition than many modern urbanites. Daily activities like fetching water, chopping wood, and walking to markets provided natural exercise that kept bodies strong and healthy. The physical demands of daily life were integrated into normal routines rather than requiring separate time and facilities for exercise. The pace of information and communication was also fundamentally different from our modern experience. News travelled slowly, allowing time for reflection and consideration before forming opinions or making decisions. Rumours and gossip spread through personal networks rather than mass media, which meant that information often came with context and interpretation from people you knew and trusted. This slower pace of information flow had both advantages and disadvantages. People were less likely to be overwhelmed by distant crises they could do nothing about, but they were also less aware of events and opportunities beyond their immediate community. The trade-off was between depth and breadth, between knowing your local world intimately and being connected to a global network of information and relationships. Perhaps most importantly, without the constant pressure to optimize and improve and achieve that characterizes much of modern life, people could find satisfaction and dignity in simple competence and consistent contribution to their communities. The soba maker who could produce consistently excellent noodles, the carpenter who could join wood without nails, the gardener who could coax beauty from a tiny plot of land. These people had a kind of purpose and fulfillment that came from mastering their chosen crafts and serving their neighbours' daily needs. The social structure of old Kyoto, while not without its problems and limitations, provided a kind of security and belonging that many modern people struggle to find. Everyone had a place in the community hierarchy. Everyone had roles and responsibilities that were recognised and valued, and everyone was connected to networks of mutual obligation and support that helped them through difficult times. As you finally settle into your futon for the night, pulling the cotton covers up to your chin, you might reflect on how different this life feels from our modern existence. It's slower, certainly, and in many ways more physically demanding and less convenient. But it's also more connected, to neighbours, to seasons, to the simple rhythms of sleeping and waking, working and resting, eating and sharing food with others. The bedding itself tells a story about this different way of life. The cotton has been grown, processed and woven by hand, probably by people who lived within a day's walk of where you're sleeping. The dyes used to colour the fabric came from plants that grew in local gardens or were gathered from wild places in the surrounding mountains. Even the threads used to sew the bedding together were spun from fibres that were produced locally, using traditional methods that had been refined over centuries. Your wooden pillow, while it might seem uncomfortable to someone used to modern foam and springs, is actually perfectly designed for the climate and sleeping style of old Japan. The buckwheat hulls inside provide firm support that keeps your neck aligned while allowing air to circulate, preventing the build-up of heat and moisture that could make sleep uncomfortable in the humid summers. The hulls also conform to the shape of your head and neck, creating a custom fit that's more supportive than it initially appears. The sounds of the night in old Kyoto are gentle and reassuring, creating a soundscape that promotes rather than disturbs sleep. No traffic noise, no air conditioners humming, no electronics buzzing in the background. just the soft sounds of a community settling in for the night. The rustle of bedclothes, the creak of wooden floors, and occasionally the distant sound of someone's wooden sandals on stone as they make their way home from some late errand. You might hear a temple bell in the distance marking one of the traditional divisions of the night with its bronze voice rolling across the city's tiled roofs before settling into silence. These bells serve not just as timepieces but as reminders of the spiritual dimension of daily life, marking the passage of hours with sounds that have been heard in this place for centuries. Or you might hear the call of a night bird, perhaps an owl hunting in one of the temple groves, or a nighthawk diving through the air above the rooftops. These sounds connect you to the natural world that still exists within and around the city, reminding you that human habitation is just one part of a larger ecological community that includes plants and animals, streams and mountains, changing weather and cycling seasons. The air in your room is fresh and clean, flowing freely through the gaps in the wooden construction that modern builders would consider flaws, but which actually help regulate temperature and humidity naturally. In summer, these gaps allow cooling breezes to flow through the house, while in winter they prevent the build-up of stale, humid air that could lead to mould or other problems. Your cotton futon is surprisingly comfortable once you get used to it, moulding to your body in a way that feels supportive without being too soft. The tatami mats beneath provide just the right amount of cushioning, and their faint grassy scent is oddly soothing, like sleeping in a meadow that's been perfectly prepared for human comfort. The natural materials breathe and adjust to your body temperature, keeping you comfortable throughout the night without the need for mechanical climate control. As you drift towards sleep, your mind might wander over the day's small pleasures and encounters, each one taking on a particular sweetness in the peaceful darkness of your room. The perfect temperature of your morning tea, served in a ceramic cup that was warm to the touch and perfectly shaped for your hands. The way sunlight fell across a temple garden, creating patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift and dance with each passing cloud. The smile of the tofu seller when you complimented his product, a moment of human connection that brightened both your days and created the kind of small social bond that makes communities feel friendly and welcoming. The satisfaction of a simple but perfectly prepared meal shared with others, where every ingredient was fresh and carefully chosen. Every dish was prepared with attention to both flavour and appearance. These aren't the dramatic highs and lows of modern entertainment, the artificial excitement of movies and television and video games. Instead, they have a different kind of richness, the deep satisfaction that comes from a life lived at a human pace, in harmony with natural rhythms and in connection with a community of people who know and care about each other. In old Kyoto, you were never anonymous, never just another face in the crowd or another customer in a long line. You were someone's neighbour, someone's customer, someone's fellow worshipper at the local shrine. Your daily choices, what to buy, how to dress, how to treat others, mattered not just to you, but to the web of relationships that made up your community. It was a kind of accountability that modern life has largely lost, but also a kind of support and meaning that many of us are still searching for. The craftsmen who made your household goods knew their work would be used by real people, not sold to anonymous consumers in distant markets. The farmers who grew your food lived close enough that you might know their names, their families, their challenges and successes. The merchants who brought goods to your neighbourhood had reputations to maintain and relationships to preserve, which meant that quality and honesty were essential to their long-term success. This interconnectedness created a kind of economic system that was both more personal and more sustainable than what we know today. Goods were built to last, because the people who made them had to stand behind their quality. Waste was minimised because resources were precious and had to be used efficiently. And economic relationships were embedded in social relationships, which meant that commerce was conducted with attention to fairness and community welfare, not just individual profit. The last thing you might notice before sleep takes you completely is how quiet your mind has become in this peaceful environment. Without the constant input of news and entertainment and advertising, without the pressure of endless choices and opportunities, your thoughts have space to settle and clarify like sediment settling to the bottom of a still pond. Problems that seemed overwhelming in our modern context of information overload and constant stimulation become manageable when viewed from the perspective of a life lived one day at a time, one task at a time, one season at a time. The human mind, it turns out, is much better at dealing with immediate concrete challenges than with abstract worries about distant possibilities or complex global issues that are beyond individual control. And so you fall asleep in old Kyoto, surrounded by the gentle sounds of a community at rest, breathing air scented with wood smoke and temple incense, your body relaxed on simple bedding that has served countless generations before you. The darkness is complete and restful, broken only by the occasional flicker of a neighbour's lamp or the distant glow of a temple lantern marking a sacred space in the sleeping city. Tomorrow will bring its own rhythms and pleasures, the morning tea ceremony that starts each day with mindfulness and gratitude, the friendly merchants making their rounds through neighbourhoods where everyone knows everyone else, the beautiful temples with their peaceful gardens providing refuge from the world's demands, the satisfying work that connects you directly to your community's needs, and the shared meals that turn eating from mere consumption into social ritual and cultural expression. It will bring the evening walk home through lantern-lit streets where every house glows with warm light and human activity, where the sounds of family life create a gentle symphony of community, where the darkness is welcoming rather than threatening because it's populated with neighbours and friends rather than strangers and threats. It's a life that might seem simple by our standards, limited by lack of technology and modern conveniences, constrained by social expectations and traditional roles. But in that simplicity lies a richness that our complicated modern world sometimes struggles to provide. The richness of knowing your place in a community, of mastering skills that serve real human needs, of living in harmony with natural cycles, and of finding joy and meaning in the small daily encounters that make up a truly human existence. And perhaps, as you settle into sleep in this imagined past, you carry some of that wisdom with you back to whatever time and place you call home. The understanding that happiness often comes not from having more choices or more stimulation, but from paying closer attention to the choices you have, from finding beauty in simple things, and from creating meaningful connections with the people and places that surround you every day. Margaret Holloway had always prided herself on being the sort of person who read instruction manuals. Particularly for toasters, her insurance company continued to mention the incident from 19 years ago in hushed, traumatised tones. So when she inherited her great-aunt Millicent's peculiar collection of antiques, including what appeared to be a medieval astrolabe made of suspiciously modern materials, she naturally assumed there would be documentation. There wasn't. What there was, tucked behind the device like a guilty afterthought, was a post-it note reading, "Don't touch the blue bits when Mercury is in retrograde. M." Margaret, who possessed both a master's degree in library science and a healthy scepticism toward astrological nonsense, promptly touched the blue bits. It was Tuesday morning. She had already dealt with 3 passive-aggressive emails from her supervisor, and Mercury could frankly retrograde itself into the sun for all she cared. The astrolabe hummed. This was Margaret's first indication that perhaps Great-Aunt Millicent had been more eccentric than previously documented. The second indication was the way her kitchen began folding itself inside out like origami designed by a mathematician having an existential crisis. "Oh, bollocks," and Margaret had said, which were destined to be the last words spoken in her ranch-style home in suburban Ohio for approximately 700 years. The world transformed into a pretzel, infused with cosmic salt, and offered itself to the universe, accompanied by temporal displacement. Margaret found herself lying face down in what smelled suspiciously like a combination of horses, unwashed humans, and regret. When she lifted her head, she discovered she was wearing a brown woolen dress that itched in places she didn't know could itch, and her sensible flats had been replaced by leather things that appeared to have been crafted by someone who had only heard footwear described second-hand. Around her, a medieval village conducted its morning business with the sort of casual chaos that suggested this was perfectly normal Tuesday behaviour. A man chased a pig while shouting what Margaret assumed were medieval profanities. A woman emptied a chamber pot from a second-story window with the practised aim of someone who had clearly done this before. Children played in the dirt with sticks, apparently finding the activity the height of entertainment. Margaret sat up slowly, her librarian instincts immediately cataloguing the historical inconsistencies. The architecture was wrong for any specific period she could identify. The clothing was a mixture of styles spanning roughly 3 centuries. Was the man over there wearing what appeared to be a digital watch? "Is this your first time?" asked a voice behind her. Margaret turned to find a woman in her 50s, wearing robes that managed to look both authentically medieval and suspiciously well-tailored. Her smile was knowing, and her teeth were far too straight for someone living in the pre-dental era. "May I ask for your pardon?" Margaret asked. Margaret asked, then immediately regretted it. In her experience, begging anyone's pardon in an unfamiliar situation typically led to complications. "Time travel," the woman clarified, as if the solution were obvious. "You've got that look. You've recently realised that physics is more of a suggestion than a law. I'm Sister Agatha, formerly Agnes Whitmore, of the Cambridge Medieval History Department. And you're clearly not from around here, temporally speaking." Margaret stared. "This is impossible." "Oh, honey," Sister Agatha laughed, a sound that carried distinct notes of hysteria carefully controlled through years of practice. "Impossible was last Tuesday. This is just inconvenient. Come on, let's get you oriented before the anachronism police show up." "The what now?" But Sister Agatha was already walking away, her robe swishing with the authority of someone who had learned to navigate both medieval politics and university bureaucracy. Margaret scrambled to follow, her new shoes making sounds like frustrated cats on the cobblestones. As they walked through the village, Margaret noticed more inconsistencies. A blacksmith hammered what looked suspiciously like a smartphone case. A merchant sold authentic medieval remedies from bottles that clearly bore modern safety seals. And everywhere people moved with a particular sort of resigned efficiency that Margaret recognised from her office environment. "Right," Sister Agatha said, stopping outside what appeared to be a tavern with a sign reading, "The Temporal Refugee." "Here's the situation. Welcome to Kronos Commons, the accidental dumping ground for temporal tourists, displaced individuals, and the generally temporally confused. We've got Romans, Victorians, a perplexed gentleman from 1623 who keeps asking about the location of the nearest Starbucks, and last week we acquired a flapper from the 20s who has already revolutionised our cocktail menu." Margaret felt a familiar sensation that she usually associated with faculty meetings, the gradual realisation that she was trapped in something that made no sense but would somehow become her responsibility. "How do I get home?" she asked. Sister Agatha's smile took on the sort of kindness typically reserved for delivering catastrophic news. "Well, that's the question, isn't it? Some people figure it out, others don't. But the good news is, we've developed quite a nice little community here. We've got running water, thanks to a Roman engineer, decent food courtesy of a Victorian chef, and surprisingly progressive social policies implemented by a group of suffragettes who arrived last spring." Margaret looked around at the village with new eyes. It wasn't medieval at all, she realised. It was something entirely new, a place where time had hiccuped, collected its mistakes, and decided to make the best of things. "How long have you been here?" she asked. 5 years is a subjective time. It could be 5 minutes or 5 decades in the real world. Time's a bit wobbly here. Sister Agatha shrugged. "But I've got to say, the research opportunities are unparalleled. Where else can you get primary source material from actual primary sources?" Margaret felt herself beginning to panic, which was unfortunate because panic had never been particularly useful in her experience. "But I have a job, I have a mortgage, I have a cat." "Had," Sister Agatha corrected gently. Past tense is crucial when you're dealing with temporal displacement, but look on the bright side. No more mortgage payments. The temporal refugee turned out to be precisely what it sounded like. A tavern for people who had accidentally fallen through the cracks in time and were making the best of it with varying degrees of success. The proprietor was a cheerful woman named Gladys, who claimed to be from 1943 and had arrived during the Blitz expecting to find an air raid shelter. Instead, she'd found herself the accidental mayor of history's most confused municipality. "New arrival," Gladys announced as Sister Agatha led Margaret through the door. "Welcome to the club that no one desired to join, yet everyone inextricably finds themselves a part of. The first drink is free, the second is on credit, and the third is your responsibility because you should know our economy by then." The tavern's interior was a fascinating collision of architectural periods. Tudor beams supported what appeared to be Art Deco light fixtures, while Roman mosaics decorated floors laid with Victorian tiles. The overall effect was like walking into time and having an identity crisis. At a corner table, a man in what looked like 18th century clothing was engaged in animated conversation with a woman wearing a 1960s mod dress, and a Roman centurion who had apparently decided to keep his armour but update his attitude. Their discussion appeared to centre around the best methods for organising a democratic government when your citizenry spanned roughly 2,000 years of political evolution. "That's our steering committee," Sister Agatha explained. "We found that representative democracy works surprisingly well when everyone's equally confused about the present situation. Thomas, who hails from the year 1776, arrived shortly after signing a document he describes as terribly important, which is why he has strong opinions about governance. Veronica, who is from 1967, holds strong opinions on a wide range of topics. Marcus has strong opinions about military organisation, primarily suggesting that all disputes should be settled through combat." Margaret accepted a drink from Gladys that tasted like it had been invented by someone who remembered alcohol fondly, but had to work with medieval ingredients. Although it wasn't entirely unpleasant, the drink felt like a metaphor for her entire situation. "So how does this work?" Margaret asked. "The day-to-day, I mean. You can't all just sit around drinking and forming committees." "Oh, heavens no," Gladys laughed. "We've got quite the economy going. It turns out when you put together people from different times, you get a lot of useful knowledge exchange. Marcus taught us Roman construction techniques, which the Victorian engineer improved with modern material science, which Thomas enhanced with democratic labour practices, which Veronica revolutionised with modern efficiency methods." She gestured toward the window where Margaret could see people working on what appeared to be a construction project involving both medieval stonework and suspiciously modern-looking plumbing. "We're building a proper town hall," Sister Agatha explained, "complete with meeting rooms, a library, and what Veronica insists on calling a social services department. Apparently temporal displacement comes with its own unique set of bureaucratic needs." "But surely someone's trying to get home?" Margaret asked. The tavern went quiet in a way that suggested she'd touched on a sensitive subject. Gladys polished a glass with unnecessary intensity, while Sister Agatha developed a sudden interest in the pattern of the tablecloth. "Well," Thomas said from the corner table, his colonial American accent carrying clearly across the room, "that's rather the central question, isn't it? Some folks spend all their time trying to figure out the way back. Others come to the conclusion that staying in the present isn't necessarily a bad thing. And some—" He trailed off. "Some?" Margaret prompted. "Some discover that home isn't quite what they remembered," Veronica finished, her London accent crisp despite the anachronistic setting. "Turns out when you've been gone for subjective years, certain assumptions about what you want to return to start looking rather questionable." Marcus, the Roman centurion, nodded gravely. "I was fleeing Gaul when I arrived here. The situation, which involved a superior officer's wife and a misunderstanding about Roman marriage customs, was rather embarrassing. Point is, going back would involve considerably more crucifixion than I'm comfortable with." Margaret felt the weight of her life settling around her like an ill-fitting coat. Her job at the library, while stable, had become increasingly automated and decreasingly fulfilling. Her marriage had ended 2 years ago when her husband discovered that his midlife crisis required a motorcycle and a 25-year-old named Crystal. Her mortgage was for a house that had always felt too large for one person and too small for the life she'd imagined she'd have. "How do you know if you want to go back?" she asked quietly. "That," said Sister Agatha, "is the question everyone asks, and nobody can answer for anyone else. But I will say this. In 5 years here, I've published more original research than I did in 20 years at Cambridge. It turns out that primary source material is much easier to obtain when your sources are sitting at the next table." Gladys set down her glass and leaned against the bar. "I've been thinking about that night in London when I ended up here. The sirens were going off, bombs were falling, and I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life. But I was also more alive than I'd felt in years. 3 years had passed since my husband's death. My children had grown and left, and I was merely existing. You need me here. I'm building something." "But don't you miss it?" Margaret asked. "Your real life?" "This is my real life," Gladys said simply. "The other one was just what happened before I started living." The tavern door abruptly opened, suggesting either extreme urgency or poor door maintenance. A young man stumbled in wearing clothes that looked like a confused merger between medieval peasant wear and what Margaret was beginning to recognise as the standard-issue temporal refugee uniform. "Emergency committee meeting," he announced breathlessly. "We've got anachronism police incoming, and they're asking about unauthorised timeline modifications." The tavern erupted into organised chaos. Thomas immediately began drafting what he called emergency protocols for democratic crisis management. Veronica started organising people into what she termed efficiency groups. Marcus began discussing defensive strategies that involved words like phalanx and tactical retreat. Anachronism police, Margaret asked Sister Agatha about the commotion. Time travel's governing body, Sister Agatha explained grimly. Consider them to be the universe's hall monitors, but with the authority to erase entire timelines if they think things have gotten too messy. They don't like places like this. Too many variables, too much potential for paradox. What do? Best case scenario, they relocate us to approved temporal zones. Worst case scenario, they decide we're too much of a risk and... Sister Agatha made a gesture that could be interpreted as either poof or obliteration. Margaret felt that familiar librarian instinct kicking in, the one that appeared whenever someone threatened to reorganise her carefully maintained systems without consulting her first. It was the same feeling she got when patrons tried to return books to the wrong shelves, or when her supervisor suggested improving efficiency through methods that would clearly make everything worse. Right, she said, surprising herself with her decisiveness. What actions are necessary? The emergency committee meeting took place in what Gladys optimistically called the community centre, which was actually the tavern with the tables pushed together and everyone trying to look official, although half of them were drinking ale at 10 in the morning. Margaret found herself appointed as Secretary of Records primarily because she was the only one present who knew what carbon paper was and could also operate the hand-cranked printing press that a Victorian gentleman named Nigel had constructed from memory and spare parts. Right then, Thomas said, calling the meeting to order, with the sort of gravitas that suggested he'd had practice at this sort of thing. Jeremiah, report. Jeremiah, the young man who'd brought the news, stood up and consulted what appeared to be notes written on bark. 3 anachronism police officers arrived this morning via what looked like a temporal vortex disguised as a travelling merchant's wagon. They are staying at the inn and asking questions about unauthorised timeline modifications and dangerous temporal accumulations. Dangerous temporal accumulations, Sister Agatha repeated thoughtfully. That's what they call places like us. We have an excessive number of individuals from various eras residing in one place. We're apparently creating what they term chronological instability. Bollocks, said Veronica firmly. We're creating a chronological community. There's a difference. Marcus nodded approvingly. In Rome we had a saying, when the bureaucrats arrive, hide the wine and sharpen the swords. We're not hiding wine or sharpening swords, Thompson said quickly. We're civilised people having a civilised discussion about how to handle a bureaucratic situation through proper democratic channels. Have you met bureaucrats? Gladys asked dryly. In my experience, proper democratic channels work about as well for people in London during the Blitz as they do now. That is, not at all, and you mostly have to muddle through and hope for the best. Margaret found herself taking detailed notes, partly out of professional habit and partly because writing things down helped her think. As she wrote, patterns began to emerge. The anachronism police seemed concerned about their community's effect on the timeline, but from what she could gather, they hadn't actually done anything to affect it. They were just living their lives in a place that technically shouldn't exist. What exactly is the timeline we're supposedly affecting? She asked. The room went quiet. Margaret was beginning to recognise this particular type of silence. It was the same one that occurred in library staff meetings when someone asked obvious questions that revealed fundamental problems with the entire system. Well, Sister Agatha said slowly, that's rather complicated. See, technically none of us should be here. We should all be in our original times, living our original lives, making our original contributions to history. But we're not affecting our original times, Margaret pointed out. We're not there. If anything, our absence should have more impact than our presence here. Ah, said Nigel, the Victorian engineer, speaking up for the first time. That's where it gets intriguing. My research, which I've dedicated a significant amount of time to, indicates that our disappearances have received compensation. Compensated how? Thomas asked. Replacements, Nigel said simply. The timeline has generated substitute versions of us to fill the gaps we left behind. My wife believes I died in a factory accident. Sister Agatha's university believes she took early retirement. Margaret's library believes she moved to Florida to care for an elderly relative. Margaret felt a chill that had nothing to do with the medieval heating system. So there's another version of me living my life? A timeline-generated approximation, Sister Agatha confirmed. Close enough to maintain continuity, but not actually you. Think of it as temporal autocorrect. That's deeply unsettling, Margaret said. Welcome to time travel, Gladys said cheerfully. Nothing about it makes sense, And the more you think about it, the more you realise that sense was always overrated anyway. The meeting continued for another hour, with various committee members proposing solutions that ranged from diplomatic negotiation, Thomas, to strategic misdirection, Veronica, to trial by combat, Marcus predictably. Margaret found herself thinking about the other version of herself living in her house, doing her job, and presumably feeding her cat. Was that version of her fulfilled? Was she living the life Margaret had been too afraid to lead? "I propose," she said, interrupting a discussion about the proper protocol for addressing temporal law enforcement, "that we find out what the anachronism police actually want before we decide how to respond to them." "Revolutionary thinking," Veronica said approvingly. "Gather intelligence before forming strategy. I like her." "It's called reconnaissance," Marcus added. "Basic military procedure." "It's called common sense," Gladys said. "But I suppose that's revolutionary enough in most situations." Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "Margaret raises an excellent point. We've been assuming they want to shut us down or relocate us, but perhaps their concerns are more specific. Jeremiah, what exactly were they asking about?" Jeremiah consulted his bark notes again. They wanted to know about unauthorized historical documentation, anachronistic technological development, and unsanctioned temporal education programs. Margaret felt her librarian instincts tingling. Those are very specific concerns. Not general timeline protection, specific activities. "Sister Agatha's been writing papers about medieval life based on direct observation," Nigel said slowly. "I've been developing hybrid technologies using knowledge from multiple times, and we've all been sharing knowledge across historical boundaries." "We've been learning from each other," Margaret said, "and apparently that's what they're worried about." The room fell silent again, but this time it was the thoughtful silence of people realising they were in more trouble than they'd initially understood, but also possibly more right than they'd dared to hope. "So," Thomas said finally, "we're not just temporal refugees, we're temporal revolutionaries." "Accidental temporal revolutionaries," or Sister Agatha corrected. "The best kind," Veronica said with satisfaction. "Nobody expects the accidental revolutionaries." Margaret looked around the room at her fellow temporal misfits and felt something she hadn't experienced in years. The sense that she was precisely where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she was supposed to do. She appeared to be tasked with challenging the fundamental principles of temporal law enforcement by radically establishing a functional community. "Right then," she said, surprising herself again with her decisiveness. "Let's go talk to these anachronism police and find out exactly what kind of revolution we're accidentally leading." Based on her experience with various forms of bureaucratic authority, Margaret expected the anachronism police to be polite, efficient, and firmly convinced that their approach was the only logical one. They had taken up residence in the village's only inn, which was run by a cheerful woman from the 14th century who had adapted to her unusual clientele by developing what she called a flexible approach to customer service. The three officers were sitting in the inn's common room when Margaret's diplomatic delegation arrived. Thomas had insisted on formal protocols, Veronica had insisted on strategic positioning, and Marcus had insisted on bringing weapons, ceremonial purposes only, he'd assured them, while checking the edge on his gladius. Margaret had insisted on bringing tea service because, in her experience, any difficult conversation went better with proper refreshments. The lead officer was a woman who introduced herself as Inspector Kronos, which Margaret suspected was either an assumed name or evidence that the anachronism police had a department devoted entirely to ironic nomenclature. She was wearing what appeared to be a uniform designed by someone who had been told to create timeless professional attire and had interpreted the term as a boring grey suit that could plausibly exist in any century. "Thank you for meeting with us," Inspector Kronos said as Margaret arranged the tea service on the inn's largest table. "We appreciate your cooperation in this matter." "Our pleasure," Thomas replied smoothly, "though I confess we're uncertain about the nature of the matter that requires our cooperation." Inspector Kronos consulted a tablet that definitely hadn't existed in any time period Margaret could identify. "You're aware that this settlement exists in violation of several temporal accords?" "We weren't aware there were temporal accords," Sister Agatha said mildly. "Perhaps you could enlighten us?" Margaret poured tea while listening to Inspector Kronos explain the complex legal framework that apparently governed time travel. According to the temporal accords, unauthorized time travel was prohibited, temporal settlements were forbidden, and cross-temporal knowledge sharing was considered a Class 3 chronological offence punishable by timeline rehabilitation. Timeline rehabilitation sounds ominous, Veronica observed. It's a humane process, Inspector Kronos assured her. We simply relocate individuals to appropriate temporal zones where they can live productive lives without disrupting historical continuity. Separate us, you mean, Margaret said, offering the sugar cubes. Send us back to our original times, whether we want to go or not. The personal preferences of temporally displaced persons are secondary to the stability of the timeline, Inspector Kronos replied, accepting her tea with the sort of politeness that suggested she'd been trained in diplomatic protocols but found them tedious. Margaret felt that familiar librarian anger rising, the specific fury that came from dealing with people who prioritised systems over people and called it necessary efficiency. And who decided that timeline stability was more important than personal autonomy? Inspector Kronos looked genuinely puzzled by the question. The temporal authority, of course. Timeline stability maintains the proper order of historical events. Whose proper order? Thomas asked, his colonial revolutionary instincts clearly activated. Who gave this temporal authority the right to determine how people should live their lives? The authority derives from temporal law, which exists to prevent paradoxes and maintain historical accuracy, Inspector Kronos explained patiently, as if speaking to children who couldn't understand basic concepts. Historical accuracy according to whom? Sister Agatha asked. I've spent 5 years here conducting primary research that's revealed significant errors in accepted historical narratives. Are you more interested in preserving factual accuracy or in upholding your own interpretation of accuracy? Margaret watched Inspector Kronos' face carefully. Years of dealing with library patrons had taught her to recognise the exact moment when someone realised their position might not be as unassailable as they'd assumed. Inspector Kronos was having that moment right now. Your research is part of the problem, one of the other officers said, speaking for the first time. You're creating unauthorised historical documentation that could alter scholarly understanding of past events. You mean it could improve scholarly understanding, Margaret said sweetly, refilling his teacup. Isn't that what research is supposed to do? Not when it disrupts established historical consensus, the officer replied. Established historical consensus has been wrong before, Veronica pointed out. I should know. I lived through the 60s, and the established historical consensus about that decade is almost entirely bollocks. Margaret could see that this conversation was heading toward the sort of philosophical impasse that typically resulted in either violence or very long meetings. In her experience, violence was messier, but often more efficient than meetings. However, both typically ended with someone feeling aggrieved and nothing actually resolved. Inspector Kronos, she said, interrupting what appeared to be the beginning of a lecture about the importance of historical stability. May I ask you a personal question? Inspector Kronos looked wary. I suppose. When did you last have a vacation? The question clearly wasn't what Inspector Kronos had expected. That's not relevant to this investigation. Humour me, Margaret said, employing the same tone she used with particularly stubborn library patrons. When did you last take time off from work? Temporal authority agents don't take vacations, Inspector Kronos said stiffly. We have important work to do. Everyone needs time off, Margaret said gently. Otherwise work becomes the only thing that gives life meaning, and that's not healthy for anyone. Trust me, I speak from experience. She gestured around the inn's common room, where the afternoon light was streaming through windows that had been designed by someone from the 18th century, built by someone from ancient Rome, and decorated by someone from the 1960s. The result was chaotic, but somehow harmonious, like a visual representation of their entire community. This place works, she said. We have people from a dozen different times living together, sharing knowledge, building something new. We're not disrupting the timeline. We're creating something the timeline never had before. Something beautiful. Unauthorized beauty is still unauthorized, Inspector Kronos said, but her voice lacked conviction. According to the temporal accords, yes, Margaret agreed. But have you considered that the temporal accords might be wrong? The silence that followed was different from the previous uncomfortable silences. This silence was the result of someone who had blindly followed the rules for years, suddenly forced to question their logic. The accords exist for good reason, Inspector Kronos said finally. I'm sure they do, Thomas said diplomatically, But good reasons can become bad reasons if circumstances change. In my experience, the best laws are the ones that can adapt to new situations. What if, Sister Agatha suggested carefully, instead of shutting us down, you studied us? We could be a pilot program for controlled cross-temporal community development. Think of the research opportunities. Margaret could see Inspector Kronos wavering. Years of bureaucratic training were warring with what appeared to be genuine curiosity, and possibly the first intriguing conversation she'd had in decades. That would require authorization from the temporal authority, Inspector Kronos said slowly. Then let's get authorization, Margaret said briskly. I assume there's some sort of application process? Inspector Kronos stared at her. You want to apply for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community? Why not? Margaret shrugged. We're already here, we're already functioning, and apparently we're already breaking the rules. Might as well break them officially. Applying for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community turned out to involve approximately 17 different forms, each of which had to be filled out in triplicate using writing implements appropriate to the time period of the person filling them out. Margaret found herself wielding a quill pen for the first time in her life, while cursing whoever had decided that bureaucracy should be deliberately difficult. This is ridiculous, Veronica muttered, struggling with what appeared to be a form designed to assess cross-temporal cultural integration protocols. They want to know our policy for resolving conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices. We don't have conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices, Thomas pointed out, working his way through a form about democratic governance in multi-period communities with the sort of methodical precision that suggested he'd had experience with colonial paperwork. Exactly, Sister Agatha said. Marcus handles military justice, Nigel handles infrastructure disputes, you handle governance issues, and Gladys handles everything else because she's the only one who's actually good at managing people. Margaret looked up from Form 47B, Justification for Temporal Cohabitation, and realised something important. They hadn't just accidentally created a community, they'd accidentally created a functioning government. And not just any government, but one that actually worked because everyone involved was too confused and too practical to waste time on politics. We need to document this, she said suddenly. Document what? Inspector Kronos asked. She had remained at the inn to oversee the application process, but Margaret suspected that her primary reason for staying was her interest in their community, which she found far more engaging than her usual assignments. This is how we govern ourselves, Margaret explained, reaching for a fresh sheet of paper. If we're applying to be an experimental community, we need to show that our experiment actually produces results. Over the next several hours, Margaret found herself doing what she did best, organising information. With input from the others, she documented their decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation systems, and their integration protocols. What emerged was a picture of a community that had organically developed solutions to problems that political scientists spent decades debating. This is extraordinary, Inspector Kronos said, reading over Margaret's documentation. You've created a functional multi-temporal democracy with built-in cultural sensitivity protocols and adaptive governance structures. We've muddled through, Gladys corrected, bringing them all another round of tea. We've made the best of it, just like anyone else who finds themselves in an unexpected situation. But that's precisely the point, Inspector Kronos said, excitement creeping into her voice for the first time since Margaret had met her. Most temporal displacement results in psychological trauma, cultural isolation, and eventual breakdown. You've created something that not only works, but actually enhances the lives of everyone involved. Margaret looked around the inn's common room, where their impromptu government session had attracted an audience of curious community members. Marcus was explaining Roman military organisation to a group that included a Viking warrior, 2 medieval merchants, and what appeared to be a flapper who had arrived just that morning. Nigel was sketching engineering diagrams on a napkin, while a Renaissance artist offered suggestions about aesthetic improvements. Thomas and Veronica were deep in discussion about the practical applications of democratic theory, with a gentleman who claimed to be from the court of Louis XIV. It works because we need it to work, Margaret had said. We can't go home, so we have to make this place home, and that means figuring out how to live together even when we come from entirely different worlds. The temporal authority should see this, Inspector Kronos said. They've been trying to solve the problem of the temporal displacement for centuries, and you've accidentally discovered the solution. "What's the problem with temporal displacement?" Sister Agatha asked. "Displaced persons typically suffer from severe temporal culture shock," Inspector Kronos explained. "They can't adapt to their new time, but they can't return to their original time either. Most end up in specialised care facilities or isolated temporal reservations." Margaret felt a chill. Temporal reservations? Quarantine zones where displaced persons can live out their lives without affecting the timeline, Inspector Kronos said, apparently not noticing the horror on everyone's faces. "It's considered the most humane solution." "Humane?" Thomas repeated flatly. "You isolate people from society and call it humane." "It's better than the alternative," Inspector Kronos said defensively. "Uncontrolled temporal displacement can cause paradoxes, timeline disruptions, and even reality cascades." "Has that actually happened?" Margaret asked. "Or is it theoretical?" Inspector Kronos paused. "Well, theoretical. But the risk is theoretical," Margaret finished. "Meanwhile, the reality is that you're condemning people to isolation based on theoretical risks." She stood up, feeling the same sense of righteous indignation that had sustained her through years of fighting budget cuts and bureaucratic interference at the library. "Inspector Kronos, I think it's time the Temporal Authority met with some people who have actually made temporal displacement work." "You want to petition the Temporal Authority directly?" Inspector Kronos asked, looking alarmed. "I want to invite them to visit," Margaret corrected. "Let them see what we've built here. Let them meet our community. Let them understand that temporal displacement doesn't have to be a problem to be managed. It can be an opportunity to be embraced." The room went quiet again, but this time it was the excited silence of people who had just realised they were about to do something either very brave or very stupid, and weren't entirely sure which. "That," said Veronica slowly, "is either brilliant or completely insane." "In my experience," Gladys said cheerfully, "the best ideas are usually both." Inspector Kronos looked around the room at the faces of people who had accidentally revolutionised temporal community planning, and were now proposing to take their revolution directly to the highest levels of temporal authority. Margaret could see her trying to calculate the potential consequences, weigh the risks against the benefits, and figure out whether supporting this plan would advance or destroy her career. "I'll need to send a preliminary report first," she said finally. "Prepare them for the possibility of an unconventional solution to the displacement problem." "Unconventional solutions are the best kind," Marcus said approvingly. "In Rome we had a saying, when conventional tactics fail, try something so unexpected that your enemies defeat themselves through confusion." "Did Romans actually say that?" Thomas asked. "No," Marcus admitted cheerfully, "but they should have. It's excellent advice." Margaret looked at Inspector Kronos, who was staring at their community with the expression of someone who had come to enforce the rules, and instead discovered that they might need changing. "Inspector," she said gently, "when did you last do something that made you excited about your work?" Inspector Kronos was quiet for a long moment. "I can't remember," she said finally. "Then maybe it's time to try something new," Margaret suggested. "Maybe it's time to help us show the Temporal Authority that some problems are actually opportunities in disguise." The Temporal Authority's response to Inspector Kronos' preliminary report arrived 3 days later in the form of what appeared to be a medieval messenger who rode a horse that moved slightly too smoothly and cast no shadow. The message itself was written on parchment that looked authentic but felt like high-quality printer paper, and the ink had the peculiar property of remaining wet until someone read it, at which point it dried instantly. Margaret had become fascinated by these temporal inconsistencies. Everything about the Temporal Authority seemed designed to look period-appropriate while functioning with modern efficiency, as if they couldn't decide whether they wanted to blend in with history or transcend it entirely. "They're sending a delegation," Inspector Kronos announced, reading the message aloud to the assembled community. "Senior Inspector Paradox, Inspector Causality, and Director Temporal will arrive tomorrow to assess the viability of Kronos Commons as an experimental temporal community." "Director Temporal?" Sister Agatha asked. "That's either a critical person or someone with a deeply unfortunate name." "Both, probably," Veronica said. "In my experience, the most important bureaucrats always have the most ridiculous titles." Margaret felt the familiar flutter of anxiety that preceded any important inspection, whether it was library auditors, health department officials, or, apparently, temporal law enforcement. But underneath the anxiety was something else. Excitement. For the first time in years, she was part of something that mattered, something worth fighting for. "Right then," she said, standing up with the sort of decisiveness that surprised everyone, including herself. "We have one day to prepare for the most important visitors this community has ever received. I suggest we show them exactly what we've accomplished here." The next 24 hours passed in a blur of organised chaos that would have made any event planner weep with either admiration or despair. Gladys organised a feast that showcased culinary techniques from 12 different times. Nigel provided the entire village with a comprehensive overview of infrastructure improvements, highlighting the innovations that emerged from the fusion of Roman engineering, Victorian precision, and modern material science. Thomas prepared a presentation on their governance structure that managed to be both academically rigorous and practically applicable. Margaret found herself coordinating the entire effort, which felt remarkably similar to organising the library's annual fundraising gala, except with more times involved and significantly higher stakes. She discovered that her years of managing library events had prepared her surprisingly well for managing temporal diplomacy. The delegation arrived precisely at noon, stepping out of what appeared to be a travelling merchant's wagon that definitely hadn't been there moments before. Director Temporal turned out to be a woman who looked like she could have been anywhere between 30 and 300 years old, wearing robes that managed to suggest both medieval authority and modern professionalism. Senior Inspector Paradox was a tall man with the sort of precisely groomed appearance that suggested he took temporal regulations very seriously indeed. Inspector Causality was younger, with the eager expression of someone who had recently been promoted and was determined to prove worthy of the position. "Welcome to Kronos Commons," Margaret said, stepping forward with the sort of confidence usually reserved for dealing with particularly difficult library board members. "We're honoured by your visit." Director Temporal looked around the village square, where the community had assembled to greet their visitors. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Margaret caught her pausing to study the architectural innovations, the way people from different times were naturally interacting, and the general atmosphere of purposeful activity. Inspector Kronos has submitted a preliminary report suggesting that this community represents a viable alternative to traditional temporal displacement protocols, Director Temporal said. "We're here to assess the accuracy of that assessment." "We'd be delighted to show you around," Thomas said, stepping forward with colonial diplomatic charm. "Perhaps we could begin with our governance centre." What followed was the most unusual tour Margaret had ever participated in. They showed the delegation their democratic decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation system, and their integration protocols. At each stop, community members demonstrated not just how their systems worked, but why they worked. "The key insight," Sister Agatha explained as they stood in what had become their informal research centre, is that temporal displacement doesn't have to mean cultural isolation. When you put people from different times together, they don't just adapt to each other, they enhance each other. She gestured to a wall covered with research notes, engineering diagrams, artistic collaborations, and what appeared to be a detailed analysis of democratic theory, written in 4 different languages by authors from 4 different centuries. "We're not just preserving historical knowledge," she continued. "We're creating new knowledge by combining historical perspectives in ways that have never been possible before." Inspector Causality was taking in emailed notes, while Senior Inspector Paradox maintained an expression of professional skepticism. Director Temporal, however, was studying the research wall with the sort of intense focus that suggested she was seeing something she hadn't expected. "This is unprecedented," she said finally. "Cross-temporal knowledge synthesis on this scale. The implications are extraordinary." "The implications are what we live with every day," Gladys said cheerfully, appearing with a tray of refreshments that somehow managed to appeal to taste preferences from across the centuries. Turns out when you stop worrying about the implications and start focusing on the practicalities, most problems solve themselves. The tour continued through the afternoon, with the delegation observing everything from Marcus's conflict resolution sessions, which involved more shouting than Margaret was comfortable with but seemed to work, to Nigel's engineering workshops, which had produced innovations that probably shouldn't have been possible with available materials. However, Margaret was aware that the evening feast would determine the success or failure of their argument. As the community gathered around tables that had been built by combining Roman construction techniques with Victorian craftsmanship and modern ergonomic principles, she watched the delegation observe something that couldn't be documented or measured, the simple fact that their community was genuinely happy. "I have a question," Director Temporal said as the meal wound down. "What happens when someone wants to leave?" The question lingered in the air, akin to an uncomfortable truth that everyone had been evading. Margaret felt her stomach clench because this was the one aspect of their community they hadn't fully addressed. "Well," Thomas said slowly, "that's rather complicated. We haven't actually figured out how to leave, even if someone wanted to." "But would you?" Inspector Corselletti asked. "Want to leave, I mean? If you could." Margaret looked around the table at faces that had become more familiar to her than her family. These people had become her colleagues, her friends, her chosen community in a way that her old life had never provided. "I think," she said carefully, "that's the wrong question. The right question is, would we want to go back to the lives we were living before we came here?" "And the answer to that question?" Director Temporal asked. Margaret smiled. "Ask me tomorrow." The temporal authority's decision came in the form of an official proclamation that somehow managed to be both bureaucratically precise and genuinely revolutionary. Kronos Commons was granted experimental status as the first authorised cross-temporal community development project, with funding, legal recognition, and most importantly, official permission to continue existing. "Congratulations," Director Temporal said, presenting Margaret with a document that looked like a medieval charter, but contained clauses about innovative temporal integration methodologies and sustainable anachronistic community planning. "You've accidentally solved a problem we've been working on for centuries." "We've accidentally solved several problems," Veronica corrected. "Temporal displacement, cross-cultural integration, sustainable community development, and Margaret's midlife crisis." Margaret laughed because it was true. Somewhere between organising emergency committee meetings and negotiating with temporal bureaucrats, she had discovered that her midlife crisis hadn't been about her age or her circumstances. It had been about the fact that she hadn't been living a life that felt like her own. "So what happens now?" she asked. "Now," Director Temporal said, "you become a model for other temporal displacement situations. We'll be sending observers, researchers, and probably a few more accidental time travellers your way. You're going to be busy." "We're already busy," Gladys pointed out. "But we're good at busy. Busy is what happens when you're doing something that matters." As the temporal authority delegation prepared to leave, Inspector Kronos approached Margaret privately. "I've submitted a request for reassignment," she said. "I'd like to stay here as a permanent liaison between the community and the authority." "Why do you want to be reassigned?" Margaret asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. "Because for the first time in decades I'm engaged in work that feels significant," Inspector Kronos stated plainly. "And because someone needs to document what you're accomplishing here. Future temporal communities are going to need guidance, and you've already figured out most of the answers." Margaret nodded. "We'll need help with the paperwork anyway. Temporal bureaucracy is even more complicated than regular bureaucracy." That evening, as the community gathered for what had become their traditional end-of-day meeting, Margaret reflected on the strange journey that had brought her here. 6 months ago she had been living a life that felt too small, too predictable, and too much like settling for less than she deserved. Now she was helping to pioneer a new form of human community that existed outside normal time and space. "Any regrets?" Sister Agatha asked, settling into the chair beside her. Margaret considered the question seriously. Did she miss her old life? Did she miss her house, her job, her routine? Or did she miss the person she had been when those things had felt like enough? "I miss my cat," she said finally. "But cats are adaptable. If he could see me now, he'd probably approve. He always thought I was capable of more than I believed." "Cats are excellent judges of character," Thomas agreed. "They see potential that humans often miss." "Speaking of potential," Veronica said, "what do we want to be when we grow up? Now that we're officially experimental, we get to decide what we're experimenting with." The questions sparked the sort of enthusiastic discussion that Margaret had learned to associate with her new community. Ideas flew around the room like butterflies, establishing a university for cross-temporal studies, developing sustainable technologies that combine knowledge from multiple time periods, creating artistic collaborations that had never been possible before, and writing the definitive guides to temporal community planning. "We could change how people think about time itself," Nigel suggested. "Demonstrate that past, present and future aren't separate things. They're different perspectives on the same human experience." "We could revolutionise historical research," Sister Agatha added. Imagine what we could learn if historians could actually talk to the people they study. We could perfect democracy, or, Thomas said with the enthusiasm of someone who had spent centuries thinking about political theory. Test different approaches with people who have lived under different systems. We could just keep being ourselves and see what happens, Gladys said pragmatically. In my experience, the best revolutions are the ones that happen naturally, because people are living the lives they want to live. Margaret listened to the conversation swirl around her and felt something she had never experienced before. Complete certainty that she was precisely where she belonged, doing exactly what she was meant to do, with exactly the people she was meant to do it with. "I have a proposal," she said, and the room quieted to listen. "What if we stop defining ourselves and just become who we want to be? We're not just a temporal community or an experimental project or an accidental revolution. We're people who found each other across time and space and decided to build something beautiful together." "That," said Marcus approvingly, "is the sort of proposal that wins wars." "Are we at war?" Inspector Causality asked, looking alarmed. "We're at war with the idea that people have to accept the lives they're given instead of creating the lives they want," Margaret said. "We're at war with the notion that different is dangerous instead of wonderful. The belief that the future must mirror the past, simply because it's the norm, is what we're fighting against." "Revolutionary wars are the best kind," Veronica said with satisfaction, "especially when you win them by accident." As the meeting wound down and people began drifting back to their homes that had been built by combining architectural knowledge from across the centuries, decorated with art created through cross-temporal collaboration, and filled with the sort of contentment that came from living in a community where everyone belonged, Margaret stepped outside to look up at stars that had witnessed all of human history. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new visitors, and new opportunities to prove that their accidental experiment in temporal community building could work on a larger scale. There would be more paperwork, more bureaucracy, and more negotiations with authorities who still weren't entirely convinced that rules were meant to be broken. But tonight, Margaret was simply a woman who had accidentally time-travelled into the best life she had never imagined living, surrounded by friends she had never expected to make, working on projects that mattered in ways she was still discovering. She thought about the other version of herself, living in her old house, working at her old job, probably wondering why life felt so unsatisfying. Margaret had been awaiting approval to pursue her desired life. This Margaret had learned that sometimes the best thing you can do is stop waiting for permission and start creating the life you deserve. The stars looked exactly the same as they had in her time, which somehow made everything else feel possible. Time was more flexible than anyone had imagined, community was more important than anyone had realised, and revolution could happen accidentally when people simply decided to treat each other with kindness and respect across the barriers that were supposed to divide them. Margaret smiled and went inside to help Gladys plan tomorrow's menu, because even accidental revolutionaries had to eat, and someone needed to coordinate the logistics of changing the world one shared meal at a time. After all, she was still a librarian at heart, and librarians understood that the most important revolutions were the ones that happened quietly, one person at a time, through the simple act of helping people find exactly what they were looking for, even when they hadn't known they were looking for it. Have you ever experienced the sensation of your jeans being slightly too tight after the holidays? Imagine if the designer of every piece of clothing you owned held the belief that the human body was merely a suggestion. Welcome to Victorian fashion, where comfort became obsolete and common sense took a long hiatus. Picture this, it's 1850 and you're a well-to-do lady preparing for your day. But first, you need to put on approximately 17 different garments, each one more bewildering than the last. Your morning routine doesn't start with coffee, it starts with an engineering degree and the patience of a saint. The Victorians had this peculiar relationship with the human form. They believed that nature had created significant design flaws, and they were determined to rectify these flaws using materials such as whalebone, steel, and unwavering determination. It was like they looked at the human body and said, "You know what this individual needs? More geometric shapes and less ability to breathe. But here's the thing that makes Victorian fashion so fascinatingly absurd. None of these changes happened overnight. It wasn't like someone woke up one morning in 1837 and declared, 'From now on, women's waist shall be the circumference of a coffee mug.' No, The outcome was a gradual slide into sartorial madness that took decades to perfect. The truly surprising aspect is that people at the time believed they were acting completely rationally. They had elaborate justifications for every ridiculous element. Tight corsets? Needless to say, they were beneficial for posture, and the skirts so wide that they can't fit through doorways. Undoubtedly, they are essential for maintaining modesty. Do sleeves need their own unique zip code? Simply fashionable, darling. You have to admire the dedication, really. These weren't people who half committed to anything. When Victorians decided to complicate fashion, they went all in like they were trying to win an Olympic medal in most impractical clothing design. They approached fashion the way modern people approach extreme sports, with enthusiasm that bordered on the reckless. Men were not exempt from this madness, although their version was more subtly ridiculous. While women were being transformed into human geometric shapes, men were busy perfecting the art of looking like very serious penguins. They wore top hats that accentuated their height, coats with useless tails, and enough starch in their collars to construct a miniature boat. The fascinating thing is how this all started with genuine intentions. The early Victorians weren't trying to create a fashion nightmare. They were responding to real social and economic changes. The Industrial Revolution had created new wealth, new social classes, and new anxieties about respectability. Fashion became a language, a way to communicate your place in this rapidly changing world. But somewhere along the way, that language became increasingly complex, like a secret code that only the initiated could understand. What started as dress nicely to show you're respectable evolved into transform yourself into a walking architectural marvel or risk social extinction. The irony is delicious when you contemplate it. Here was an era obsessed with moral virtue and proper behaviour, yet they created clothing that made simple human activities like sitting, walking, or breathing into minor athletic achievements. It was as if they believed that suffering for beauty was not just acceptable, but actually virtuous. As we drift into this story together, imagine the rustling of silk, the creaking of whalebone, and the gentle chaos of an era when getting dressed was an adventure, and staying dressed was an endurance test. The Victorians may have been many things, but boring wasn't one of them. Let's talk about the corset, shall we? If Victorian fashion were a movie, the corset would be the villain everyone loves to hate. Simultaneously fascinating and horrifying, like a beautifully crafted instrument of torture that someone decided to wear to afternoon tea. You've probably heard the stories about women fainting left and right, their organs rearranged like furniture in a studio apartment. However, the truth about corset wearing was not as dramatic as the legends portray. It's like that friend who tells fish stories. The basic facts are there, but they've grown considerably in the telling. Let's first tackle the issue of the 18-inch waist in the parlour. Do you notice the remarkably small waists in fashion plates and photos? Many of them were about as real as a unicorn wearing a tutu. Victorian photographers and illustrators were just as fond of creative editing as modern Instagram users. They'd pinch in waists, enhance curves, and generally present an idealised version that was as achievable as becoming a professional mermaid. But that doesn't mean corsets were just gentle, supportive garments either. These were indeed serious business. A well-made Victorian corset was like wearing an architectural support system, designed by someone who'd never actually met a human spine. They were marvels of engineering, really. Dozens of pieces of whalebone or steel, carefully shaped and sewn into what was essentially a wearable cage. The thing is, most women didn't tight-lace to the extreme degrees you might imagine. Your average Victorian lady laced her corset snugly indeed, but not to the extent that she required smelling salts each time she ascended a staircase. The fainting epidemic was more about the combination of tight lacing, heavy clothing, overheated rooms, and the Victorian lady's delicate constitution, which was often more performed than genuine. Think of it this way. If women were really fainting en masse from their undergarments, the Victorian era would have been remarkably unproductive. Yet somehow, these same corseted women managed to run households, raise children, engage in social causes, and even work in factories. They weren't delicate flowers. They were surprisingly hardy individuals who happened to dress like they were preparing for battle with their bodies. The corset also served purposes beyond the aesthetic. In an era before bras were invented, it provided necessary support for women's busts. It also helped distribute the weight of those massive skirts we'll talk about shortly. Imagine carrying a small tent around your waist all day. You'd want some structural support too. But here's where the corset story gets really interesting. It became a symbol of women's oppression and liberation simultaneously. Critics argued that tight lacing represented society's control over women's bodies, forcing them into unnatural shapes to please male ideals of beauty. Supporters countered that the corset gave women an hourglass figure that emphasised their femininity and power. The medical establishment, never one to miss an opportunity to have opinions about women's bodies, weighed in with dire warnings about the dangers of tight lacing. Doctors wrote lengthy treatises about corset liver and corset lung, conditions that sound like they were invented by someone who'd never actually examined a corseted woman but had profound feelings about fashion. Meanwhile, the women actually wearing these garments had more nuanced views. Many found their corsets comfortable and supportive when properly fitted. Others endured silent suffering for the sake of fashion. Some rebelled entirely and joined the dress reform movement, which sounds much more exciting than it actually was. Imagine a group of very earnest women campaigning for the right to wear clothing that didn't require an engineering degree to put on. The corset industry itself was fascinating. A complex network of manufacturers, from high-end corsetiers who created custom pieces that fit like a second skin, to mass-market producers who churned out ready-made versions for the growing middle class. Getting a corset properly fitted was like visiting a very specialised architect who worked exclusively in human modification. As you settle deeper into your comfortable, uncorseted evening, remember that for Victorian women, this daily ritual of lacing and unlacing was simply part of life. They adapted to their constraints with remarkable ingenuity, developing techniques for movement, breathing, and even dancing while wearing what was essentially a fabric-covered cage. The human capacity for adaptation is truly remarkable, even when adapting to something utterly ridiculous. Let's pause here while you adjust your position on the couch, something Victorian women couldn't do quite so easily. If corsets were the foundation of Victorian fashion madness, then skirts were the magnificent, impractical superstructure built on top. We're talking about garments that required their own transportation planning and had a carbon footprint larger than some small countries. Picture yourself getting ready for a simple trip to the market in 1860. First, you'd need to consider your skirt's diameter, typically anywhere from 6 to 12 feet across. That's not a typo. We're talking about wearing a fabric tent that could house a small family. You couldn't just walk out the door. You had to strategize your exit like you were launching a space mission. The evolution of the Victorian skirt can be compared to a person gradually losing their sense of reality, albeit in a methodical manner. It started reasonably enough in the 1840s. Full skirts, yes, but nothing that required architectural consultation. Then something happened. Maybe it was competition, maybe it was boredom, or maybe someone made a bet about how wide they could make women's silhouettes before physics intervened. By the 1850s, the crinoline had become ubiquitous and irreversible. The crinoline was essentially a cage you wore under your skirt, hoops of steel or whalebone that created a bell-shaped foundation. It was like wearing a personal tent frame, except the tent was made of silk and you were expected to waltz in it. The logistics of crinoline life was staggering. Doorways became navigation challenges. Sitting required careful calculation and preferably a chair without arms. Getting into a carriage was like solving a three-dimensional puzzle while wearing a small building. Victorian women developed skills that would have made NASA engineers weep with admiration. And yet they made it look effortless. Photos from the era show women gliding around in these massive skirts as if they were perfectly natural. However, a complex science underlay the management of crinolines. Women learned to compress their skirts by pressing down on the hoops, to navigate stairs by lifting the front of their skirts just so, and to sit by effortlessly collapsing their crinolines. The really magnificent part was how the fashion industry supported this madness. Crinoline manufacturers competed on engineering principles. Some crinolines had collapsible sections for sitting, others featured graduated hoops that created the perfect bell shape. The advertisements read like technical manuals for personal transportation devices. But crinolines had their dangers, and not just the obvious ones like getting stuck in doorways or accidentally sweeping objects off tables. Fire was a genuine hazard. All that fabric, often treated with flammable starches and dyes, combined with open flames for lighting and heating. Victorian newspapers are full of tragic stories of women whose skirts caught fire, and the width of their crinolines made it difficult to extinguish the flames quickly. Then there were the weather-related challenges. Wind turned a crinoline into a sail, which sounds poetic until you realise it meant women could be literally blown off course during their daily walks. Rain was particularly problematic. Imagine trying to dry a tent that you'd been wearing all day. The social implications were equally complex. A wide crinoline was a status symbol, proof that you could afford not just the garment itself but the lifestyle that accommodated it. If you could wear a 6-foot wide skirt, you didn't need to work, cook, clean or engage in any practical activity. It was conspicuous consumption in its most literal form. You were conspicuously consuming space. But here's what makes the crinoline era so endearing in retrospect. Victorian women took these absurd constraints and somehow made them work. They developed elaborate etiquettes for crinoline navigation, techniques for managing their skirts in various social situations, and even sports modified for women wearing personal tents. Croquet became popular partly because it was one of the few activities where a crinoline wasn't a complete impediment. Dancing required choreography that accounted for each partner's circumference. Even something as simple as walking with a friend became an exercise in spatial coordination. The crinoline reached its peak absurdity in the 1860s, when skirts achieved their maximum circumference. It was as if Victorian fashion had been steadily expanding like a balloon, and everyone was waiting to see who would be brave enough to suggest that maybe, just maybe, this was getting a bit ridiculous. Little did they know, the next chapter would involve bustles, because apparently making skirts impossibly wide wasn't quite enough. The Victorians were just getting warmed up. Just when you think the Victorians couldn't possibly make clothing more complicated, along came the bustle era to prove that human ingenuity in the service of impracticality knows no bounds. If the crinoline was like wearing a bell, the bustle was like strapping a small shelf to your posterior and pretending your posture was perfectly normal. The transition from crinoline to bustle in the 1870s wasn't gradual. It was like watching a balloon deflate and then reinflate in a completely different shape. One day women were navigating doorways sideways because of their width, and the next they were backing into rooms because their skirts projected 3 feet behind them. It was as if Victorian fashion designers had gotten bored with horizontal challenges and decided to explore vertical possibilities. The bustle itself was a marvel of engineering that would have made bridge builders jealous. Early bustles were essentially wire cages designed to create a shelf-like projection at the back of the skirt. Later versions became increasingly elaborate. Some had springs, others featured adjustable frameworks, and the most advanced models included collapsible sections for sitting. Imagine attempting to sit down while wearing a bustle. It wasn't just a matter of bending at the waist, it required a carefully choreographed sequence of movements. You'd approach the chair from the side, collapse your bustle by pressing down on it, lower yourself carefully while managing several layers of skirt, and then somehow arrange all that fabric so you didn't look like you were being swallowed by your clothing. The logistics of bustle life were even more complex than crinoline management. At least with a crinoline, you knew you needed extra space in all directions. You never know what's going on behind you when there's a bustle. Victorian women developed a kind of spatial awareness that modern people can't imagine. They could sense exactly how much room their rear projection required and navigate accordingly. Doorways remained challenging, but in new ways. Instead of squeezing through sideways, bustled women had to judge angles carefully. If your approach was too steep, your skirt might snag on the doorframe. If the approach was too shallow, you wouldn't be able to pass. It was like parking a car, except the car was attached to your body and made of silk. The bustle also created intriguing social dynamics. Conversations became exercises in geometry. How close could you stand to someone when you were both wearing rear projections? Dancing required new techniques, and something as simple as walking arm in arm with a friend became a coordination challenge worthy of synchronized swimmers. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the bustle era was how it demonstrated Victorian society's ability to adapt to absolutely anything. Furniture makers began designing chairs that accommodated bustles. Architecture started accounting for the extra space women required. Social customs evolved to handle the new spatial requirements of female fashion. The fashion plates of the era show women looking perfectly composed in their bustled gowns, but the reality behind the scenes was a constant comedy of spatial miscalculations. Victorian literature is full of subtle references to the challenges of bustled life. Women getting stuck in carriages, skirts caught indoors, and the general chaos of trying to live normally while wearing architectural elements. Yet somehow, Victorian women made it work. They developed techniques for bustle maintenance, strategies for navigation, and even created new forms of social interaction that accommodated their enhanced silhouettes. The human ability to normalise the absurd is truly impressive. The bustle went through several iterations during its reign. The first bustle era featured relatively modest projections. Consider it to be training wheels for posterior architecture. The early 1880s brought a brief respite when skirts became more streamlined, likely bringing a sense of relief to everyone. But Victorian fashion wasn't done yet. The second bustle era, beginning in the mid-1880s, brought projections that defied not just comfort but basic physics. These weren't just bustles. They were engineering marvels that created silhouettes so extreme they looked like costume designs for a play about furniture. The final bustle designs were so elaborate they came with their instruction manuals. Some featured multiple tiers, others had adjustable angles, and the most advanced models included patented mechanisms for collapse and expansion. It was as if Victorian women were wearing transformer robots, except instead of turning into cars, they turned into chairs. As we move through this fashion timeline, remember that each of these trends lasted for years. This wasn't a brief moment of collective madness. Entire generations of women lived their daily lives in these contraptions, adapting with remarkable grace to constraints that seem impossible from our modern perspective. If you thought Victorian fashion was done surprising us after corsets, crinolines and bustles, you clearly underestimated their commitment to making every part of the human body an engineering challenge. Enter the 1890s sleeve, also known as the leg of mutton sleeve, though that name doesn't quite capture the full absurdity of wearing what amounted to small hot air balloons attached to your shoulders. Early Victorian sleeves were snug, practical affairs that allowed for actual arm movement. However, as the century progressed, sleeves began to expand as if they were competing with skirts for the title of most impractical garment component. By the 1890s, sleeves had achieved such monumental proportions that women needed to turn sideways to fit through doorways, not because of their skirts this time, but because their shoulders had effectively doubled in width. These garments were not merely sleeves, they resembled fabric architecture with arms hidden inside them. The construction of a proper leg of mutton sleeve was an engineering marvel that required more planning than most modern home renovations. The sleeve had to be supported from within using various frameworks, wire, whalebone, or even cotton padding arranged in precise configurations to maintain the proper shape. Getting dressed involved not just putting on clothing, but assembling a complex structural system. Imagine trying to eat dinner while wearing sleeves that extended well beyond your actual arm span. Victorian women developed eating techniques that would have impressed contortionists. They learned to approach their plates at specific angles, to cut food using carefully calculated arm movements, and to drink tea without completely obscuring their faces behind walls of fabric. The practical challenges were endless. Embracing someone required strategic planning. Getting into a carriage meant compressing your sleeves like accordions. Even something as simple as reaching for an object on a shelf became an exercise in spatial mathematics. Victorian women lived in a world where their clothing had a larger footprint than their actual bodies. But the sleeves weren't just large, they were elaborately decorated. Puffed, pleated, gathered, and trimmed with every conceivable ornament, they were like wearing two small ballrooms complete with their interior design schemes. Some sleeves featured multiple tiers of fabric, creating layered architectural effects that would have made wedding cake decorators weep with envy. The maintenance requirements were staggering. These sleeves needed to be pressed into shape regularly, their internal structures adjusted and repaired, and their elaborate decorations kept pristine. Victorian women employed armies of servants, or spent hours themselves maintaining their sleeve architecture. It was like owning a very high-maintenance pet that you wore to social events. Then there were the seasonal challenges. Summer sleeves in heavy fabrics created portable saunas around women's arms. Winter meant adding even more layers to already monumental constructions. Rain posed a significant challenge. Imagine attempting to dry two fabric pavilions fastened to your shoulders. The social implications of extreme sleeves were fascinating. They were clear indicators of leisure class status. If you could wear sleeves that made practical work impossible, you obviously didn't need to engage in any. They were an extreme form of conspicuous consumption, demonstrating that one could afford to be completely impractical. But Victorian fashion wasn't finished with extremities yet. Hats during this era became increasingly elaborate, often featuring entire gardens of artificial flowers. preserved birds, and decorative elements that would have been impressive on a parade float. These weren't hats. They were portable ecosystems that happened to sit on people's heads. The millinery arts reached new heights of complexity during the Victorian era. Hat construction involved multiple specialists. One person might create the basic structure, another would handle the flowers, and a third would add the birds and ornamental elements. Some Victorian hats required their own structural engineering consultations. Gloves, too, became exercises in extremity enhancement. Victorian gloves were often so long they disappeared entirely under those enormous sleeves, creating the impression that women's arms simply ended in fabric somewhere around the elbow. The longest gloves extended past the elbow, requiring complex systems of buttons and hooks for removal. Even shoes joined the extremity enhancement project. Victorian boots often featured dozens of tiny buttons or an elaborate lacing system that required special tools to fasten. Getting dressed from head to toe could take hours and often required assistance from servants or family members. The cumulative effect of all these extremity enhancements was that Victorian women became walking demonstrations of their society's relationship with practicality, which was to say they'd broken up entirely and weren't on speaking terms. Now settle in for this part of our story because we're about to explore how Victorian fashion became more complex than quantum physics, but with more rules about appropriate necklines. Behind all this sartorial madness was a scientific approach to respectability that would have impressed laboratory researchers. The Victorians didn't just randomly decide to make clothing complicated, they developed elaborate systems of social communication through fabric, creating a language so complex that anthropologists are still trying to decode it. The Victorian dress code wasn't just about looking nice, it was about broadcasting your moral character, social status, economic situation, marital availability, and probably your opinion on the weather, all through carefully calculated costume choices. It was like wearing a social media profile, except instead of posting updates, you changed your outfit. Morning dress, afternoon dress, evening dress, calling dress, walking dress, travelling dress. Victorian women needed different costumes for different hours of the day and different social activities. It was as if they were actors in an incredibly elaborate play where the costumes changed every few hours, and forgetting your lines meant social death. The specificity of the rules was astounding. There were appropriate colours for widows at different stages of mourning, precise neckline depths for various social occasions, and exact sleeve lengths that communicated whether you were available for courtship or properly chaperoned. Getting it wrong wasn't just a fashion faux pas, it was a social catastrophe that could affect your family's reputation for generations. Take mourning dress, for example. Victorian society had developed mourning into a complex ritual that lasted for years and involved costume changes more elaborate than a Broadway production. Full mourning required completely black clothing with no ornamentation for the first year. Then came half mourning, which allowed for touches of white, grey or purple. The gradations were so specific that there were etiquette books devoted entirely to appropriate mourning attire. The fabric choices alone were a science. Certain materials were appropriate for certain seasons, social classes and life stages. Silk was appropriate for formal occasions, cotton for everyday wear, wool for winter, and linen for summer. But not just any type of silk, cotton, wool, or linen. There were dozens of varieties of each, and choosing the wrong type could broadcast ignorance of social codes more effectively than wearing a sign. Colour symbolism reached levels of complexity that would have challenged medieval scholars. White symbolises purity and youth, but this symbolism is limited to unmarried women, specific fabrics, and specific seasons. Black signifies respectability and authority, yet its significance varies based on factors such as age, marital status, and the particular shade of black. Purple was mourning, but also royalty, but also dangerous if worn by the wrong person at the wrong time. The trimming and decoration systems were equally elaborate. Ribbons, lace, embroidery, buttons, and bows weren't just decorative elements. They were parts of a complex communication system. The amount of ornamentation appropriate for your age, social status, and the occasion required calculations more complex than filing tax returns. Even undergarments were part of this social communication system. The right corset, chemise, drawers, and petticoats weren't just about creating the proper silhouette. They were about demonstrating that you understood and could afford to participate in the full complexity of Victorian fashion culture. The economic implications were staggering. A proper Victorian lady's wardrobe required a fortune not just to acquire but to maintain. The cleaning, pressing, mending and updating needed to keep pace with fashion changes meant that clothing consumed a significant portion of middle and upper-class household budgets. Dressmakers became crucial figures in Victorian society, not just as craftspeople, but as cultural interpreters. A competent dressmaker didn't just sew, she guided her clients through the complex social codes embedded in fashion choices. She was part counsellor, part artist, part social strategist, and part structural engineer. The seasonal transitions were particularly complex. Spring cleaning wasn't just about houses, it was about wardrobes. Summer and winter wardrobes were stored separately, with elaborate systems for preservation, moth prevention, and maintaining the shapes of complex garments during storage. Fashion magazines became essential reading, not for inspiration but for survival. They provided the constantly updated information necessary to navigate the changing rules of appropriate dress. Reading Godey's Lady's Book or Peterson's magazine wasn't leisure. It was continuing education in the science of social acceptability. The really remarkable thing is how Victorian women managed to internalise all these rules while making their complex fashion choices appear effortless and natural. Behind every graceful Victorian lady gliding through a social gathering was someone who had mastered a system of cultural communication more complex than most modern professional training programs. By the 1890s, something crazy was happening in the world of Victorian fashion. People were beginning to realise that clothing should allow for basic human functions like breathing, sitting, and moving one's arms. Although it took several decades for this revolutionary concept to gain traction, women's freedom to move was a significant catalyst for change. The dress reform movement had been percolating throughout the Victorian era, led by brave souls who dared to suggest that perhaps women's clothing shouldn't require engineering degrees to operate. These fashion rebels proposed radical ideas like skirts that didn't require their own zip codes and sleeves that acknowledged the existence of human arms. Dr. Gustav Jaeger introduced the world to woolen undergarments that prioritised health over silhouette manipulation. The rational dress movement promoted clothing that allowed for actual physical activity. As casual clothing that valued comfort over structural soundness, tea gowns gained popularity. It was like watching civilization slowly remember that humans had bodies underneath all that architectural clothing. The bicycle craze of the 1890s delivered a particularly effective blow to impractical fashion. You simply cannot ride a bicycle while wearing a bustle, and Victorian women were not about to give up this exciting new form of transportation just to maintain their rear projections. Cycling costumes featured a revolutionary concept, divided skirts that allowed women to actually move their legs independently. Sports in general began to influence fashion in ways that prioritised function over form. Tennis required clothing that allowed arm movement. Golf needed skirts that didn't interfere with swing mechanics. Even croquet, that most Victorian of games, worked better when players could actually see their feet and move without strategic planning. The influence of artistic movements cannot be understated. The aesthetic movement promoted artistic dress that prioritised beauty and comfort over rigid social signalling. Pre-Raphaelite artists painted women in flowing gowns that actually followed the lines of the human body, rather than imposing geometric shapes upon it. It was as if artists were reminding society what people actually looked like under all that structural engineering. World War I would ultimately bring an end to the excesses of Victorian fashion, but by 1900 the seeds of change had already begun to emerge. Women were entering the workforce in increasing numbers, pursuing higher education, and engaging in social causes that required practical clothing. You can't effectively advocate for social change while wearing a garment that requires two people and a manual to put on. The corset began its long, slow retreat from maximum tightness. The S-curve silhouette of the early 1900s, while still involving serious foundation garments, allowed for a somewhat more natural waist placement. Skirts began to narrow, sleeves returned to more reasonable proportions, and hats stopped requiring their own postal codes. Fashion magazines began featuring articles about healthful dress and rational clothing choices. Doctors, who had warned for decades about the dangers of tight lacing, were finally receiving attention. Social pressure for impossible silhouettes was beginning to give way to the medical establishment's concerns about corset liver and compressed organs. Perhaps most importantly, Women themselves were beginning to question why their clothing should be more complex than their educations. The new woman of the 1890s and early 1900s wanted clothing that matched her expanded role in society. Practical enough for work, comfortable enough for an active lifestyle, and sensible enough to allow for the full range of human activities. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Many Victorian fashion elements persisted well into the 20th century, and some never entirely disappeared. But by 1910, the era of truly extreme fashion construction was winding down. Women were beginning to dress like human beings rather than walking demonstrations of their family's economic status and their tolerance for physical discomfort. Looking back at Victorian fashion from our comfortable modern perspective, it's easy to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but there's something admirable about the sheer human adaptability it represented. Victorian women took clothing that seems impossible to live in and somehow built entire lives around it. They developed skills, techniques, and social systems that allowed them to function despite wearing architectural elements. The Victorian fashion era teaches us something important about human nature. We can adapt to almost anything, but that doesn't mean we should have to. Admitting that something widely accepted is actually ridiculous and needs change can often be the most revolutionary act. As you settle in for a comfortable night's sleep in your practical, breathable pyjamas, spare a thought for those Victorian women who managed to build rich, complex lives while wearing clothing that defied both physics and common sense. They may not have been comfortable, but they were certainly never boring. And with that, we conclude one of history's most intricate attempts to overly complicate daily life through fashion. Sweet dreams, and be grateful for elastic waistbands. Sleep wasn't quite the uninterrupted 8-hour luxury you once knew in another life. Instead, you dozed fitfully between the sounds of night, the distant howl that made your spine tingle, the rustle of something large moving through the brush outside, and the gentle snoring of your cavemates curled around the dying embers of last night's fire. Your bed is a carefully arranged pile of furs and dried grasses, positioned just far enough from the cave mouth to avoid the morning chill, but close enough to make a quick escape if needed. Yes, escape plans were part of interior decorating back then. The stone beneath you has been worn smooth by countless nights of human bodies seeking comfort, and honestly, it's not terrible once you pile on enough mammoth hide. Stretching your arms carefully, because that shoulder you wrenched wrestling a particularly stubborn root vegetable last week still protests, you notice the familiar ache in your lower back. Living in the Palelithic era was essentially a continuous low-intensity exercise regimen that would leave modern fitness enthusiasts feeling both envious and exhausted. The fire pit still glows faintly in the centre of your cave home. Keeping it alive through the night was everyone's responsibility, because starting a new fire from scratch was about as fun as performing surgery with stone tools, which, come to think of it, sometimes happened. You pad over on bare feet that have developed soles tougher than any boot leather, adding a few small branches to coax the flames back to life. The morning ritual begins with checking your body for new aches, cuts, or mysterious bruises that appeared overnight. Living near nature often results in it leaving its mark on your shin or forearm. Today's inventory reveals a scratch on your thumb from yesterday's flint napping session and a tender spot on your hip where you misjudged the height of a boulder. This is a common occurrence. Your stomach announces itself with a rumble that echoes slightly off the cave walls. Breakfast isn't waiting in a refrigerator, mainly because refrigerators won't be invented for another 40,000 years or so. Instead, your morning meal depends entirely on yesterday's success at gathering, hunting, or the ancient art of convincing someone else to share their food. You peer outside the cave entrance, squinting against the growing daylight. The world stretches out before you in endless green, broken by rocky outcroppings and the distant glimmer of the river that serves as your neighbourhood's main street, grocery store and community centre, all rolled into one. The air carries the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and something that might be smoke from another group's fire miles away. Weather prediction was a survival skill back then, not casual conversation. You scan the sky with the intensity of a meteorologist, reading cloud patterns like a morning newspaper. Those wispy streaks to the west suggest wind later, which could mean rain by evening. The thought makes you mentally catalogue the cave's water containers, mostly animal bladders, and carefully shaped gourds that took weeks to perfect. A sound from deeper in the cave indicates your companions are stirring. There's Grak, whose snoring could wake the dead and occasionally did wake the living at inconvenient moments. He's already sitting up, running thick fingers through hair that defies any attempt at styling. Not that styling products were readily available. Beside him, Mira stretches like a cat. Her movements graceful despite sleeping on stone and fur. The day ahead holds the usual uncertainty. Food needs to be found, tools require maintenance, and somewhere out there, opportunities and dangers wait in equal measure. But first, there is the simple joy of living in a world where each sunrise feels like a tiny triumph against the challenges. Your feet find their way to the cave entrance, and you stand there for a moment, breathing in the morning air that tastes cleaner than anything you could imagine. The sun climbs higher, promising warmth later, and somewhere in the distance, a bird calls with the kind of pure joy that makes you remember why being alive, even in the Stone Age, has its moments of absolute perfection. Finding breakfast in the Paleolithic era was like playing the world's most consequential treasure hunt game, where the treasure was edible and losing meant going hungry. You step outside the cave, bare feet immediately registering the temperature and texture of the ground, information your modern brain would dismiss, but your ancient instincts catalogue automatically. The morning dew has settled on everything, turning spiderwebs into jewelled masterpieces and making certain rocks slippery enough to turn a casual stroll into an impromptu tumbling session. Having experienced this lesson firsthand several times, you now walk with a measured gait, understanding that gravity remains the same in the Stone Age as it does everywhere else. Your stomach rumbles again, more insistently this time. You've noticed that the human digestive system doesn't care about the historical significance of your situation. It simply craves food, ideally as soon as possible. This morning's breakfast menu depends entirely on your knowledge of what's edible versus what's decorative versus what's deadly. It's like being a contestant on the world's most dangerous cooking show. 20 yards from the cave, you spot a cluster of berry bushes that wasn't there yesterday. Actually, they were there yesterday, but your brain is still learning to see food sources instead of just green stuff. The berries are small and dark purple and pass the preliminary tests. Birds have been eating them without falling over, and they smell right. You taste one carefully, letting the flavour register fully before committing to a handful. They are sweet, slightly tart, and have a texture that suggests they won't cause immediate digestive rebellion. Success. Gathering enough to satisfy your hunger, you remain vigilant for potential opportunities. Breakfast in the Stone Age was often a progressive meal, eaten as you found it rather than sitting down to a prepared plate. Near the berry bushes, a cluster of what you've learned are edible roots pokes through the soil. Digging them up requires the sharp stick you carved last week, and excavating roots turns out to be excellent exercise for muscle groups you didn't know existed. The roots are starchy, filling, and taste vaguely like potatoes if potatoes had been designed by someone who'd only heard a rough description of what food should taste like. A flash of movement catches your eye. A rabbit is frozen in the peculiar way that rabbits pretend to be invisible by remaining absolutely still. Your hand moves slowly toward the throwing stick tucked into your woven grass belt. Rabbit would be a protein upgrade to this morning's vegetarian fare, but hunting requires a combination of skill, luck, and the kind of patience that doesn't come naturally when your stomach is demanding immediate attention. The throwing stick is a marvel of Stone Age engineering, basically a carefully balanced wooden projectile that you've practiced with until your shoulder aches. The rabbit remains motionless, probably calculating its odds of escape versus the energy cost of sudden movement. You shift your weight slowly, raising the stick with movements smooth enough not to trigger the rabbit's flight response. Then a branch cracks somewhere behind you, probably Grak stumbling around looking for his breakfast, and the rabbit vanishes in a blur of brown fur and indignation. Your throwing stick sails through empty air and lands with a disappointed thud against a tree trunk. So much for upgraded protein. You retrieve the stick, mentally adding practice hunting in areas with fewer clumsy companions to your growing list of survival improvements. The berries and roots will have to suffice for now, supplemented by the memory of yesterday's successful fish-catching expedition. Walking back toward the cave, you notice Mira has discovered a bird's nest with eggs, the kind of find that makes everyone's morning significantly brighter. Eggs are perfect food packages, assuming you can convince their parents that you need them more than the unhatched occupants do. The negotiation typically involves quick hands and faster feet, especially when the parents are larger birds with strong opinions about egg ownership. The morning meal shapes up to be a combination of your berries and roots, shared eggs, and some leftover fish that Crack managed not to eat entirely yesterday. It's not exactly a gourmet breakfast, but it contains calories, nutrients, and the satisfaction of having successfully gathered it yourself from a world that doesn't deliver food to your door. Sitting on a sun-warmed rock outside the cave, you eat slowly, savouring flavours that are simple, direct, and somehow more satisfying than you expected. The food tastes like work, like success, like the peculiar pride that comes from feeding yourself through knowledge and effort rather than convenience. Your stomach settles into contentment, and the day ahead seems more manageable with breakfast accomplished. The sun rises higher, warming the rocks on your shoulders. Somewhere in the distance you can hear the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of morning bath that wakes up every nerve ending at once. After breakfast, your attention turns to the daily maintenance tasks that keep Stone Age life functional. Your toolkit needs inspection, and in a world where the nearest hardware store won't exist for several millennia, tool maintenance isn't optional, it's survival. You settle onto a flat rock that serves as your workbench, spreading out your collection of implements with the care of a surgeon arranging instruments. There's the knife you chipped from flint 2 weeks ago, its edge still sharp enough to slice through hide but showing tiny nicks from yesterday's root-digging expedition. You've bound the spear tip, which required 3 attempts to perfect, to its wooden shaft with such meticulous sinew wrapping that it almost appears decorative. Flint knapping, the art of striking stone with stone to create sharp edges, requires the kind of focused attention that makes meditation look like multitasking. You choose a piece of flint, testing its weight and density with fingers that have learned to read stone like others read books. The hammerstone fits perfectly in your palm, its surface worn smooth by countless impacts. The first strike sends a small chip flying, landing near your feet with a tiny click. Success! You turn the flint slightly, visualizing the blade hidden inside the raw stone, waiting to be revealed through patient, precise work. Strike, turn, examine. Strike, turn, examine. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic, each impact calculated to remove exactly the right amount of material. Somewhere around the 15th strike, your concentration wavers for just a moment, and the hammerstone catches the flint at the wrong angle. Instead of a clean chip, a large chunk breaks away, taking half your emerging blade with it. The flint now looks less like a future tool and more like evidence of why patience isn't just a virtue, it's a requirement. You set the ruined flint aside and reach for another piece, reminding yourself that failure is just another word for practice. The second attempt goes better, partly because you've already made today's mistake and partly because your hands remember the proper rhythm. Gradually, a serviceable blade emerges from the raw stone, its edge sharp enough to make you respect it immediately. Tool maintenance extends beyond just making new implements. Your spear shaft has developed a small crack near the binding, the kind of flaw that could turn a hunting trip into a disaster if left unattended. You unwrap the sinew carefully, it's too valuable to waste, and examine the crack more closely. The split runs with the wood grain, which is positive news. A cross-grain crack would mean starting over with a new shaft. You select a thin strip of wet hide and wrap it tightly around the damaged area, pulling the wood fibres back together. Once it dries, the hide will shrink, creating a repair stronger than the original wood. It's the Stone Age equivalent of duct tape, minus the adhesive and the tape. Fire maintenance demands its attention. The coals from last night have settled into a bed of embers, perfect for cooking but needing encouragement to flame up again. You add small kindling, dry grass, thin twigs, strips of birch bark that catch fire like they were designed for the purpose. The flames respond eagerly, crackling to life with the kind of enthusiasm that makes you appreciate humanity's ancient partnership with controlled combustion. Keeping the fire alive was a community responsibility that rotated among the cave's inhabitants. Today is your turn to be the firekeeper, which means feeding it regularly, banking the coals for cooking, and most importantly, never letting it die completely. Starting a fire from scratch using flint and steel, or rather flint and iron pyrite, since steel won't be invented for quite a while, is possible but exhausting. You practice the fire starting technique anyway, because redundancy keeps you alive. Strike flint against pyrite, directing the sparks into a nest of the finest, driest tinder you can prepare. Cedar bark worked into soft fibres, birch fungus, and dried grass so fine it's almost powder. The sparks catch, glowing like tiny stars in the tinder nest. Gentle breath coaxes them into flame, and suddenly you have fire created from nothing but skill and persistence. Success gives you a quiet satisfaction that's hard to describe. In a world where most things are uncertain, being able to create fire on demand feels like having superpowers. Which, from the perspective of any other animal, you suppose it is. Your morning's work spreads out around you. Newly sharpened tools, repaired weapons, a healthy fire, and the kind of competence that builds confidence. These aren't glamorous tasks, but they form the foundation that makes everything else possible. Every sharp edge, every strong binding, and every glowing coal represents the difference between thriving and merely surviving. The sun has climbed higher while you worked, and the warmth feels good on your shoulders. In the distance, you can hear water running over rocks, the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of cooling bath that makes hot work worthwhile. The river beckons with the sound of water moving over stones, a constant murmur that serves as the soundtrack to your daily life. You gather your fishing equipment, a spear with a particular point, a net woven from plant fibres that took weeks to complete, and the kind of optimism that comes from successful fishing experiences mixed with realistic expectations about fish behaviour. The walk to your favourite fishing spot takes you through terrain that changes subtly with each day's weather. Today, the path has become slightly muddy due to yesterday's brief rain, causing footing to become uncertain in areas where the clay soil has turned into a slippery surface. You've learned to read these conditions automatically, adjusting your gait to avoid the kind of spectacular fall that looks amusing in hindsight, but feels considerably less funny when you're picking mud out of uncomfortable places. Your fishing spot is a bend in the river where the current slows and deepens, creating a natural pool where fish tend to gather. The location also offers a large flat rock that serves as your observation post, positioned perfectly for both seeing into the water and maintaining the kind of motionless patience that successful fishing requires. Settling onto the rock, you peer into the water with the focused attention of a meditation master. The surface mirrors the skiing clouds, yet beneath that reflection is a completely different world. Fish move through their domain with the casual confidence of creatures who belong exactly where they are, unaware that you're studying their patterns with the intensity of a behavioural scientist. A large trout, you've learned to distinguish species by their movement patterns and preferred depths, holds position near the far bank, its fins making tiny adjustments to maintain its place in the current. It's perfectly positioned for a spear throw, assuming you can manage the complex physics of refraction, water resistance, and the fish's likely escape route, all while maintaining the balance necessary not to fall off your rock into the river. You raise the spear slowly, muscles remembering the thousands of practice throws that have taught your arms the proper arc and release point. The fish remains steady, focused on something upstream that might be food drifting down with the current. This is the moment when patience and preparation meet opportunity, assuming your aim has improved since yesterday's somewhat embarrassing performance. The spear leaves your hand with the smooth motion of long practice, cutting through air and then water with barely a splash. Success appears certain for a moment. Then physics asserts itself in the form of water refraction, and your spear passes harmlessly beneath the fish, which vanishes in a swirl of indignant motion that somehow manages to look reproachful. Retrieving the spear requires wading into water that's shockingly cold despite the warm air. The river bottom is a collection of smooth stones, some steady and reliable, others perfectly designed to shift unexpectedly and send waders sprawling into deeper water. You move carefully, your feet testing each step before committing your full weight. The spear has lodged between two rocks in deeper water, requiring a wade that brings the river level to mid-thigh. The cold is invigorating in the way that makes you immediately understand why some people voluntarily take cold showers, while simultaneously making you question their sanity. Your muscles tense against the temperature, and retrieving the spear becomes a matter of quick efficiency rather than careful technique. Back on your rock, you settle in for another attempt, water dripping from your legs onto sun-warmed stone. The net offers different possibilities, less precision required, but demanding perfect timing and the ability to read fish behaviour well enough to predict their movements. You study the water again, looking for the subtle signs that indicate where fish are likely to swim. A school of smaller fish moves through the shallows, their bodies flashing silver as they turn in unison. They're following some underwater logic that makes perfect sense to them and appears completely random to you. The net requires positioning downstream from their path, then patience while they swim into range. You slip into the water again, moving with exaggerated care to avoid sending vibrations through the riverbed that would scatter your targets. The fish continue their mysterious choreography, occasionally coming tantalizingly close to your net's range before veering away as if they've suddenly remembered important appointments elsewhere. Finally, the school's wandering path brings them directly toward your position. You raise the net slowly, waiting for the moment when the maximum number of fish occupy the minimum amount of space. The technique necessitates precise timing. If you act too early, the fish will scatter, and if you act too late, they will have already passed through. Now, the net sweeps through water and fish with satisfying efficiency, and suddenly you're holding breakfast, lunch, and possibly dinner in woven plant fibres. The fish flip and struggle with understandable urgency, and you wade quickly to shore to transfer them to the woven basket that serves as your portable container. Success tastes like cold river water, and feels like the quiet satisfaction of having fed yourself through skill and patience. The morning's fishing has provided enough protein for the day, plus extra to share with your cave mates who may have had less luck with their own food-gathering expeditions. Walking back toward the cave, basket of fish in one hand and wet fishing gear in the other, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction of having succeeded at something your ancestors would recognise and approve of. There's something deeply right about providing food through your own efforts, even when those efforts occasionally involve falling into cold water while chasing fish that seem to mock your hunting skills. The afternoon sun has reached that perfect angle where it warms without burning. Your successful fishing expedition has left you feeling confident enough to venture further from the cave than usual. Today seems like an ideal time to explore the valley beyond the ridge, where rumour, delivered by a travelling group last week, suggests there might be fruit trees and possibly deposits of the particularly good flint that makes superior tools. You gather exploration supplies with the methodical care of someone who's learned that preparation prevents most disasters, and improvisation handles the rest. Your pack consists of a large hide bag containing water in a bladder, dried meat from last week's successful hunt, the multi-purpose knife that's sharp enough to be useful but not so precious you'd weep if you lost it, and cordage woven from plant fibres that serves approximately 600 different functions in Stone Age life. The ridge requires a climb that would be considered moderate exercise in modern terms, but feels more like a full-body workout when you're carrying supplies and watching for loose rocks that could turn an afternoon hike into a medical emergency. Your route follows what might charitably be called a path, really just a series of animal tracks connected by your own optimistic assumptions about the best way up steep terrain. Halfway up the ridge, you pause to catch your breath and immediately understand why your ancestors developed such impressive cardiovascular systems. Every activity in Paleolithic life was essentially a fitness program, designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour and a deep commitment to building character through physical challenge. The view from the ridgetop makes the climb worthwhile. The valley spreads below you like a green carpet dotted with silver streams and dark patches that might be groves of the fruit trees you're seeking. In the distance, smoke rises from what's probably another group's fire, reminding you that you're not alone in this vast landscape, just temporarily out of the shouting range of your neighbours. Descending into the valley proves trickier than the ascent. Gravity assists your progress with the kind of helpful enthusiasm that occasionally threatens to turn a controlled descent into an uncontrolled tumble. You pick your way carefully down the slope, using trees and rock outcroppings as handholds, and trying not to think about how much easier going down is than climbing back up will be. The valley floor reveals itself to be a mixture of opportunity and complexity. Yes, there are fruit trees, several varieties you recognise and a few that require the kind of careful testing that determines whether they're food or decoration. The good news is many trees are heavy with ripe fruit. The challenging news is that you're apparently not the first to discover this resource. Fresh tracks in the soft earth near the largest fruit grove tell a story that makes your survival instincts pay closer attention. The large paw prints, indicating a predator rather than prey, are so recent that their edges remain sharp. Bear, most likely, and probably still in the area since bears tend to stay near excellent food sources until they've exhausted them completely. This scenario creates what you might call a tactical situation. The fruit represents valuable calories and nutrients that would improve everyone's diet significantly. The bear represents the kind of conversation partner who settles disagreements through methods that don't typically end well for the smaller participant. Wisdom suggests retreat. Hunger suggests negotiation. Pride suggests you're probably overthinking the whole situation. You compromise by gathering fruit from trees on the periphery of the grove, working quickly but quietly, ears tuned for any sound that might indicate you're about to have an unexpected encounter with the local bear population. Every fallen branch that cracks underfoot sounds like a gunshot in the afternoon stillness, and every rustle of leaves brings a momentary pause to listen for approaching footsteps that weigh considerably more than yours. The fruit gathering goes well until you reach for a particularly promising cluster growing just out of easy reach. Stretching toward it requires shifting your weight onto a branch that seemed sturdy enough when you tested it, but apparently has strong opinions about supporting human body weight. The branch surrenders with a sharp crack that echoes through the grove like a dinner bell ringing for every predator within miles. You land in a heap of bruised dignity and scattered fruit, momentarily more concerned about the noise than the impact. The grove falls into the kind of absolute silence that suggests every creature with ears is now listening intently to determine what just announced its presence so dramatically. After several heartbeats of holding your breath and straining your ears, you conclude that immediate danger seems unlikely. Gathering the scattered fruit with hands trembling slightly from adrenaline rather than injury, you come to the conclusion that discretion is a crucial aspect of fruit gathering. Your pack now contains enough fruit to supplement several meals, plus the kind of story that will improve with each retelling around the evening fire. The discovery of the flint deposits proves anticlimactic after the fruit tree adventure. Yes, the stone is excellent quality, better than what you've been working with. Yes, there's enough to supply your tool-making needs for months. And yes, it's located in an easy-to-access outcropping that doesn't require negotiating with large carnivores. You gather several prime pieces of flint, testing each for quality and selecting those most likely to produce superior tools. The additional weight in your pack reminds you that the return journey will be more challenging than the trip down, but a good flint is worth the extra effort. The afternoon light has begun its slow slide toward evening by the time you start the return climb. Your pack, now heavy with fruit and stone, makes the ascent feel like a full-body strength training session, designed by someone who believes suffering builds character. Each step up the ridge requires deliberate effort, and you find yourself developing a new appreciation for the concept of pack weight distribution. The return to your cave feels like coming home after a successful adventure, your pack heavy with the day's discoveries, and your body pleasantly worn out from useful exertion. The late afternoon light filters through the trees with that golden quality that makes everything look like it's been painted by someone who understands the beauty of natural illumination. Your cave mates have been busy during your absence. Mira has constructed what appears to be a fish-drying rack from carefully arranged branches, and several of yesterday's catch hang in neat rows, slowly transforming into preserved protein that will last much longer than fresh fish. Grak has been working on something involving a great deal of scraped hide and what looks like sinew, though his projects often remain mysterious until they reach completion. The fruit you've gathered creates immediate excitement. Fresh fruit has been scarce lately, and the variety you've brought back includes several types that none of you have tasted before. This leads to the careful ritual of testing new foods. Small amounts first, attention paid to flavour and any immediate reactions, then waiting to see if your digestive system approves of the innovation. The unknown fruits turn out to be pleasantly sweet with a slightly tart finish, and your stomach accepts them without protest. Success. Dinner will be considerably more intriguing than usual. The remaining fruit can be dried using techniques that transform perishable food into long-term storage solutions. Your flint discovery generates a different kind of enthusiasm. Grak examines each piece with the focused attention of an expert, testing density and grain structure with techniques you're still learning. Good flint means better tools, which means more successful hunting and gathering, which means improved odds of thriving rather than merely surviving. As evening approaches, the ritual of fire building begins. Today's fire will be larger than usual, partly for cooking the varied foods you've all gathered, partly for the social warmth that comes from sitting around flames while sharing the day's experiences. You add a portion of fuel, and soon the cave entrance glows with cheerful light, pushing back the growing darkness outside. Cooking in the Stone Age requires timing, attention, and acceptance that precision isn't always possible. The fish cook quickly on hot stones placed near the fire, their flesh turning from translucent to opaque, with the kind of straightforward honesty that makes you trust the process. Roots require longer cooking. They are buried in coal and covered with more coal until the hard starch becomes something approaching tender. The fruit needs no cooking, but some of it gets wrapped in leaves and placed near the fire's edge, where gentle heat concentrates the flavours and creates something resembling a primitive dessert. The result tastes like concentrated summer, sweet and warm and satisfying in ways that make you understand why humans developed such elaborate relationships with food preparation. Mealtime in your small community follows informal protocols that balance individual needs with group harmony. Everyone shares the food based on their contributions and needs. Today's successful fishing expedition earns you a larger portion of the evening meal, while your fruit discovery means everyone enjoys flavours that wouldn't otherwise have been available. The conversation that accompanies dinner revolves around the day's experiences, challenges and discoveries. Grack describes his hide-working project, which is apparently intended to become a more comfortable sleeping arrangement, an innovation that everyone endorses enthusiastically. Mira explains her fish-drying technique, learned from a group they encountered several weeks ago, who came from a region where preservation methods had evolved to handle seasonal variations in food availability. Your adventure in the fruit grove gets recounted with the kind of embellishment that turns a minor mishap into an entertaining story. The branch-breaking incident becomes slightly more dramatic in the telling, the bear track slightly fresher, and your escape slightly more narrow. This is how oral tradition begins, not with deliberate exaggeration, but with the natural tendency to make experiences more engaging when sharing them with others. As full darkness settles outside the cave entrance, the fire becomes the centre of your small world. Its light creates a circle of warmth and safety that makes the vast night seem manageable rather than threatening. The flames dance with hypnotic patterns that capture attention in ways that television won't manage to duplicate for several thousand years. The evening's work continues around the fire. You begin shaping one of the new flint pieces into what will eventually become a superior knife. The careful chip-by-chip process made easier by good light and comfortable seating on fur-covered rocks. Mira works on cordage, twisting plant fibres into strong rope using techniques that require consistent tension and rhythm. Grack continues his hide project, scraping and softening the material with tools designed specifically for the purpose. The work requires patience but produces results that make the effort worthwhile. Soft, durable material that insulates better than woven grass, and lasts longer than most alternatives available to Stone Age craftspeople. The fire settles into steady coals as the night deepens, and conversation gradually gives way to the quiet satisfaction of useful work accomplished in good company. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight offers the simple pleasure of warmth, food, and the security that comes from being part of a group that works together successfully. Outside the cave, night sounds begin their ancient chorus. Owls calling across the valley, the distant splash of something large moving through the river, and the rustle of small creatures going about their nocturnal business. The sounds aren't threatening when heard from the safety of your firelit cave. They're simply the soundtrack of a world that continues its complex business regardless of human concerns. The transition from active evening to restful night happens gradually in your Stone Age world, marked not by clocks or schedules, but by the natural rhythm of fire settling into coals and bodies, growing heavy with the day's accumulated fatigue. The work around the fire continues, but at the relaxed pace of people who understand that some tasks are improved by patience rather than hurried completion. Your flint knapping project has progressed to the delicate stage where each strike must be precisely calculated. The emerging blade shows promise, straight edge, good thickness, the kind of balance that will make it useful for detailed work. The rhythm of stone striking stone creates a gentle percussion that blends with the soft sounds of your companion's activities and the crackling whisper of the dying fire. Mira's cordage work has produced several arm lengths of strong rope, twisted with the consistent tension that comes from practiced hands and focused attention. She tests each section by pulling against it with her full strength, nodding with satisfaction when the fibres hold without stretching or breaking. Good rope means better nets, stronger bindings, and countless other applications that make daily life more manageable. Grack's hide preparation has reached the stage where the material needs to rest overnight before the final softening process. He rolls it carefully and places it where morning dew won't reach, but air can continue to circulate around it. His movements have the unhurried precision of someone who's learned that rushing this particular process leads to disappointing results and wasted effort. The fire has settled into the perfect state for banking, hot coals that will retain heat through the night, while being easily coaxed back to flame when morning comes. You arrange the coals carefully, covering them with a layer of ash that will insulate without smothering, then surrounding the whole arrangement with stones that will radiate absorbed heat long after the flames disappear. Your sleeping area beckons with the promise of rest after a day filled with successful activities. The furs have been arranged for maximum comfort, with extra padding beneath your hip and shoulder, the pressure points that determine whether you wake refreshed or spend the night shifting position in search of elusive comfort. As you settle into your sleeping arrangement, the day's experiences replay in your mind with the satisfaction that comes from time well spent. The morning's successful fishing, the afternoon's fruit and flint discoveries, and the evening's productive work around the fire, each activity connected to the others in the seamless web of interdependence that characterises Stone Age life. The sounds of your companions settling into their sleeping arrangements create a comfortable background of familiar noises. Soft movements as furs are adjusted, the quiet breathing that indicates relaxation, and the occasional contented sigh that suggests everyone is pleased with the day's accomplishments. These are the sounds of security, of belonging to a group that functions well together. Outside the cave, the night world continues its ancient patterns. An owl calls from somewhere across the valley, its voice carrying clearly through air that's grown cool and still. The river murmurs its constant song, a liquid soundtrack that's as reliable as sunrise and equally soothing. Somewhere in the distance a wolf howls, not the threatening sound of nearby danger, but the distant communication of creatures going about their own business in their territory. The darkness beyond your cave entrance isn't empty. It's full of life following rhythms older than human memory. Nocturnal hunters pursue nocturnal prey, night-blooming plants release fragrances that attract night-flying insects, and the complex web of relationships that sustains this ecosystem continues without pause or fanfare. From your perspective, enveloped in warm furs, with a banked fire nearby and trusted companions within reach, the night feels protective rather than threatening. Your cave has become home in the most fundamental sense, a place where you belong, where you're safe, where you can rest without constant vigilance. Sleep approaches with the gentle inevitability of tides or seasons, natural processes that don't require your participation or permission. Your breathing deepens, matching the slow rhythm of complete relaxation. The day's minor aches and tensions dissolve into the kind of profound rest that comes from physical work, fresh air, and the satisfaction of having lived fully within your circumstances. Dreams, when they come, are filled with the textures and colours of your waking world. The sound of running water over smooth stones, sunlight filtering through leaves, and the satisfying weight of well-made tools in your hands all contribute to these dreams. These aren't the anxious, disconnected fragments that trouble more complex minds. They're the peaceful processing of a life lived in harmony with immediate, tangible realities. The fire settles deeper into coals, radiating steady warmth that makes the cave's air comfortable throughout the night. The banked heat will last until morning, ready to kindle into flame when the new day begins its cycle of challenges and opportunities. Tomorrow will bring its own weather, its own possibilities for success and failure, and its own moments of satisfaction and frustration. But tonight offers the perfect rest that prepares mind and body for whatever comes next. Your breathing slows to match the rhythm of deep sleep, and the last conscious thought is gratitude for the simple completeness of a day well lived in humanity's most essential mode. The night embraces you with the vast stillness of a world where artificial light hasn't yet pushed back the darkness, where silence isn't broken by mechanical sounds, where rest comes naturally when the sun sets, and work resumes when it rises. This is sleep as it was designed to be, profound, restorative, and perfectly aligned with the natural world that remains your home, your challenge, and your endless source of both struggle and wonder. In the depths of night, your cave becomes a pocket of human warmth in the vast coolness of the world. The banked fire glows like a gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring. Your breathing synchronizes with the ancient rhythms that have guided human rest for countless generations. Slow, deep, peaceful breaths that carry away the day's tensions and prepare your body for tomorrow's adventures. The furs beneath you hold the day's accumulated warmth, creating a cocoon of comfort that makes the stone floor feel almost luxurious. Your muscles relax completely, releasing the subtle tensions that come from constant awareness, constant readiness, and constant engagement with a world that demands your full attention during waking hours. Sleep, when it finally claims you completely, is the kind of rest that modern humans rarely experience, uninterrupted by artificial lights, electronic sounds, or the mental chatter of complex schedules and abstract worries. It's sleep that serves its fundamental purpose: complete restoration of body and mind, preparing you for another day of the most essential human activities: finding food, creating shelter, making tools, and maintaining the relationships that make survival not just possible, but meaningful. The night passes peacefully around your small community, each of you settled into the kind of deep rest that comes from days filled with purposeful activity and evenings spent in productive companionship. Outside, the natural world persists in its nocturnal activities, while within your cave 3 humans slumber peacefully, rooted in the ancient rhythms of earth and sky, seasons and weather, work and rest. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new discoveries, and new opportunities to exercise the skills and knowledge that keep you thriving in humanity's most fundamental environment. But tonight offers the perfect gift of complete rest, deep sleep, and the profound peace that comes from a life lived in harmony with the natural world that remains, now and always, your truest home. You know how some days start perfectly ordinary and then take a left turn into absolutely bonkers? Well, Tuesday morning began with me standing in my kitchen, coffee mug in hand, staring at the antique brass compass I'd inherited from Great-Aunt Moira. The thing had been gathering dust on my windowsill for months, but something about the way the morning light caught its worn engravings made me pick it up. The compass felt surprisingly warm in my palm, almost like it had been sitting in sunshine all morning instead of shadow. I traced the Celtic knots carved around its rim with my finger, wondering if Moira had actually used this thing, or if it was just another piece of Scottish family folklore collecting cobwebs. The needle spun lazily, pointing not north but to some direction that seemed to exist only in its own mysterious geography. That's when things got interesting in the way that makes you question your morning coffee choices. The world around me began to shimmer like heat waves rising from summer pavement, except my kitchen suddenly felt anything but warm. Colours bled at the edges of my vision, and that peculiar ringing you get in your ears during airplane takeoff filled my head. I had just enough time to think, well, this is either a stroke or something considerably more unusual, before everything went sideways. Time travel, as it turns out, feels remarkably like being tumbled in the world's largest washing machine, while someone plays a bagpipe orchestra directly into your skull. Not unpleasant exactly, but definitely not something you'd want to experience right after breakfast. The sensation lasted either 3 seconds or 3 centuries, time being somewhat negotiable during interdimensional transit, apparently. When the world stopped spinning like a cosmic carnival ride, I found myself standing in what appeared to be a meadow that had never heard of lawnmowers, hedge trimmers, or any other modern conveniences. Tall grass swayed around my ankles, dotted with wildflowers that looked like they'd stepped straight out of a medieval illuminated manuscript. The air carried scents I couldn't quite place: wood smoke, something cooking that might have been bread, and the earthy richness of a world where exhaust fumes hadn't been invented yet. The silence hit me first. Not the kind of quiet you get in suburban neighbourhoods at 2 a.m, but the deep, breathing silence of a place where the loudest sound for miles might be a bird calling or wind moving through leaves. No traffic hum, no air conditioning units, no distant leaf blowers, just the world as it existed before we filled it with the constant background chorus of modern life. I looked down at the compass still clutched in my hand, its needle now pointed steadily in one direction, with the confidence of something that finally knew where it belonged. The brass felt cool again, ordinary, as if it had never been anything more than a family heirloom, with a tendency toward dramatic gestures. The landscape stretched around me in rolling green hills that seemed to go on forever, punctuated by stands of trees that looked older than anything I'd ever seen. In the distance, smoke rose from what might have been chimneys, though calling them chimneys might be generous. Stone structures dotted the hillsides, not ruins, but buildings that were clearly lived in, used, part of someone's daily life. My modern clothes felt suddenly conspicuous. Jeans and a fleece jacket probably weren't going to help me blend in wherever, or whenever, I'd landed. The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water seeping through boots. I was no longer in Kansas, Toto, and I had a sneaking suspicion I wasn't in the 21st century either. A distant sound drifted across the meadow. Voices, maybe, and something that could have been livestock. Civilization, or at least what passed for it in whatever era I'd stumbled into. The compass needle held steady, pointing toward those distant wisps of smoke, as if it knew exactly where I needed to go. I took a deep breath of air that tasted like it had never met a factory, adjusted my grip on Great Aunt Moira's compass, and started walking toward whatever adventure awaited. After all, when you've accidentally time-travelled to what appeared to be medieval Scotland, standing around in a meadow questioning your life choices seemed less productive than finding out where you'd actually ended up. Besides, the coffee back home was getting cold anyway. Walking through medieval Scotland, I discovered, is like hiking through the world's most authentic historical reenactment, except nobody told you the rules, and there's no gift shop at the end. The path I followed, and I use the term path generously for what was essentially a suggestion of where people might have walked repeatedly, wound through countryside that looked like every romantic Highland calendar you've ever seen, minus the modern photographers, and plus a concerning amount of what might charitably be called natural fertilizer. The compass led me toward a cluster of buildings that materialized from the landscape like something emerging from a dream. Stone cottages with thatched roofs huddled together as if sharing warmth, connected by what I gradually recognized as streets, in the same way that rivers are connected by riverbeds, more suggestion than engineering. Smoke curled from chimneys in lazy spirals, and the whole scene had that soft-focus quality you see in paintings, except it smelled considerably more authentic. As I got closer, the sounds of daily life began to filter through the morning air. Voices spoke in such thick accents that they might as well have been speaking Gaelic, which, I realised with growing concern, they probably were. The rhythm of hammering, the lowing of cattle, and other sounds indicated that people were going about their perfectly normal medieval morning routines, possibly from a smithy nearby. The first person I encountered was a woman hanging laundry on a line strung between two posts, singing something under her breath that sounded like a lullaby written by someone who understood both joy and sorrow intimately. She wore a long dress in a shade of brown that probably had a fancy, historical name like umber or russet, covered by an apron that had clearly seen heavy use. When she spotted me approaching, her song trailed off, and she straightened slowly, taking in my appearance with the careful attention of someone evaluating whether I was lost, dangerous, or merely peculiar. Given my jeans, sneakers, and fleece jacket, I was probably hitting all three categories simultaneously. The conversation that ensued would have been amusing if it hadn't been crucial to my immediate survival. She spoke in what I eventually recognised as English, but English that had taken such a scenic route through time and regional dialect that understanding it required the kind of mental gymnastics usually reserved for solving crossword puzzles in foreign languages. Through a combination of pointing, pantomiming, and the universal language of looking completely bewildered, I managed to communicate that I was a traveller from, well, far away, seemed safer than 700 years in the future. She introduced herself as Elias, which she pronounced in a way that made my attempts to repeat it sound like someone sneezing while trying to say Alice. Elias had the kind of practical kindness that comes from living in a world where hospitality might be the difference between life and death for travellers. She scrutinised me thoroughly, observing my clearly unfamiliar attire and apparent bewilderment, before making a seemingly decisive assessment of my overall innocence. Within minutes I found myself sitting on a wooden stool in her cottage, which was simultaneously smaller and more complex than I'd expected. The single room served as kitchen, living room, bedroom, and probably several other functions I hadn't identified yet. A fire burned in a stone hearth that dominated one wall, filling the space with warmth and the kind of wood smoke that makes you think of winter evenings even in broad daylight. She ladled something from a pot hanging over the fire into a wooden bowl and handed it to me with the universal gesture of "eat this before you fall over." The stew, and I'm calling it stew because that seemed like the closest modern equivalent, contained ingredients I couldn't entirely identify, but which tasted like someone had managed to make comfort food out of whatever was available in a world before grocery stores. As I ate, Elias continued talking in her musical, incomprehensible dialect, occasionally gesturing at my clothes or the compass I still carried. I nodded at what seemed like appropriate intervals and tried to look grateful rather than completely lost, which wasn't difficult since I was in fact deeply thankful and completely lost. The stew was surprisingly delicious, warming me deeply and easing the residual disorientation from my temporal journey. Outside, the village continued its daily rhythm, blissfully unaware that someone from the future was sitting in Elias's cottage, trying to figure out how to explain the concept of time travel through interpretive dance. Medieval Scottish villages, I learned over the following days, operate on a social system that makes modern office politics look straightforward. Everyone knows everyone else's business, but they discuss it in such elaborate circumlocutions that understanding what's actually happening requires the analytical skills of a detective and the patience of a saint. Elias, with her practical demeanour, appeared to have taken on the role of my cultural interpreter and general caretaker. She'd found me clothes that wouldn't immediately mark me as either foreign or potentially magical. A long tunic in undyed wool, rough brown trousers, and shoes that were less shoes and more leather suggestions wrapped around my feet. The transformation from 21st century person to medieval peasant was remarkably thorough, though I kept the compass hidden in an inner pocket like a technological talisman. The daily rhythm of village life unfolded around me like a complex dance. I was learning one stumbling step at a time. People rose with the sun because artificial lighting consisted of candles and firelight, both too precious to waste on staying up late binge-watching anything. Work commenced immediately and persisted until dusk, interspersed with meals that became unique events. Food, I discovered, was both simpler and more complicated than I'd expected. Simpler because ingredients were limited to what could be grown, caught, or raised locally. More complicated because preparing even basic meals required skills I'd never developed, like knowing which wild plants were edible versus which ones would make you see colours that didn't exist. Elise took my culinary education seriously, teaching me to identify herbs by smell and touch, to judge when bread was properly kneaded by the way the dough felt under my hands, and to tend a fire so it provided steady heat without consuming all the fuel. These lessons came with running commentary in her musical dialect, most of which went over my head, but some of which I was beginning to understand through sheer repetition and context. The village blacksmith, a man named Hamish, who looked like he could arm wrestle bears for entertainment, became another inadvertent teacher. He spoke even less comprehensible English than Elias, but his demonstrations of metalworking were clear enough. Watching him shape iron with hammer and fire was like seeing magic that happened to obey the laws of physics. The rhythmic ringing of his hammer provided the village's soundtrack, a steady percussion that marked the passage of working hours. What struck me most was how much everyone knew about everything. Elias could predict weather by reading clouds, identify plants that would cure headaches or settle stomachs, spin wool into thread, weave thread into cloth, and cook meals that turned basic ingredients into something approaching delicious. Hamish could make tools, horseshoes and weapons, and probably fix anything made of metal. Everyone possessed practical knowledge that had been passed down through generations of trial and error. I, meanwhile, knew how to operate a microwave and had strong opinions about coffee brands. The skill gap was humbling. The social dynamics fascinated me in ways that probably weren't entirely healthy. Decisions seemed to emerge from informal discussions that could last days, with everyone contributing opinions in ways that looked chaotic, but followed patterns I was slowly learning to recognise. Leadership existed but was more collaborative than hierarchical, at least on the level of daily village life. My presence had become a source of mild entertainment for everyone. People needed to teach the stranger, who appeared out of nowhere, basic survival skills that most people learned as children. But there was no mockery in their attention. just curiosity, and the kind of practical helpfulness that comes from living in a community where everyone's survival depends on everyone else's competence. The evenings were my favourite time. After the work was done and the animals settled for the night, people would gather around fires to share stories, songs, and whatever passed for local gossip. These sessions were like a combination of theatre, news broadcast, and social media feed, all rolled into an oral tradition that stretched back generations. I listened more than I spoke, partly because understanding their stories required most of my mental processing power, but mainly because the storytelling itself was so rich. These weren't just tales, they were living history, entertainment, moral instruction, and community memory all woven together in voices that knew how to make words dance. Sitting by firelight, surrounded by voices speaking in rhythms older than written history, I began to understand why my great-aunt Moira's compass had brought me here. The present wasn't just a different time, it was a different way of being human, one that operated on completely different assumptions about what mattered and how life should be lived. Just when I'd started feeling reasonably confident about my ability to navigate medieval Scottish life without accidentally starting a witch trial or dying from eating the wrong mushroom, the universe decided to remind me that historical periods come with historical problems, the kind that don't have modern solutions. It started with Hamish not showing up at his forge for 2 consecutive days. In a village where everyone's routine was as predictable as sunrise, this was equivalent to the town clock stopping. Ilias noticed first, the way mothers notice when children are too quiet. She stood in her doorway, looking toward the silent smithy with the expression of someone calculating distances to the nearest help. The explanation, when it came, arrived in the form of young Tevish running through the village like his hair was on fire, shouting something in rapid Gaelic that sent every adult within hearing distance into immediate action. Even with my improving language skills, I caught only fragments, something about riders, weapons, and a word that might have been MacLeod, spoken in the tone usually reserved for natural disasters. Within minutes, the village transformed from sleepy rural community to organised emergency response team. Men appeared with weapons I hadn't known they possessed, swords, spears, and bows that looked both well-maintained and frequently used. Women began securing livestock, hiding valuables, and preparing for what was clearly a familiar drill. Elise grabbed my arm with a grip that suggested this was not the time for questions. She led me to her cottage, where she began pulling up floorboards to reveal a cache that contained everything from silver coins to woolen cloaks to what appeared to be important documents wrapped in oiled cloth. The hiding place was obviously well planned and frequently accessed. Through gestures and her increasingly urgent dialect, she managed to communicate that raiders, possibly clan rivals, possibly just opportunistic troublemakers, were approaching from the east. This was apparently a recurring problem, like having neighbours who borrowed your tools and never returned them, except the tools were your livestock, and the borrowing involved weapons. The next few hours unfolded like a medieval disaster movie, except with no special effects budget and considerably more authentic terror. The village emptied as people moved to defensive positions or hiding places that had clearly been planned in advance. I found myself following Elias to a cave system in the nearby hills, along with most of the women, children, and elderly villagers. The caves were more sophisticated than I'd expected, dry, well ventilated, and stocked with supplies that suggested this wasn't anyone's first rodeo. Someone had carved rough shelves into the stone walls, and these held water containers, preserved food, and bundles of warm clothing. This was infrastructure born from necessity, the kind of preparation that comes from living with ongoing uncertainty. Waiting in the cave, listening to the muffled sounds of what might have been conflict in the distance, gave me plenty of time to contemplate how unprepared I was for medieval life's more challenging aspects. My modern sensibilities kept expecting someone in authority to handle the situation. Police, military, some form of organised government response. Instead, the villagers were handling it themselves with the calm competence of people who'd never had the luxury of expecting rescue from outside. Hours passed with a kind of slow intensity that makes you hyper-aware of every sound. Children remained remarkably quiet, as if they understood the stakes without needing explanation. Adults took turns at the cave entrance, listening for signals that would indicate whether it was safe to return. The compass in my pocket felt warm against my leg, a reminder that I had options these people didn't. I could potentially use it to return to my time and escape this danger entirely. but the thought felt like abandonment, like walking away from people who'd shown me kindness when I was completely helpless. Late in the afternoon, Tavish appeared at the cave entrance with news delivered in excited whispers. The raiders had moved on without attacking the village directly, apparently deciding the target wasn't worth the effort. But they'd taken livestock from the outlying farms, including Hamish's prize bull and several sheep belonging to other families. The relief was palpable, but it came mixed with the grim understanding that the victory was only a temporary reprieve. Medieval life, I realised, existed in a constant state of low-level emergency, where security was temporary and survival required constant vigilance. As we emerged from the caves and made our way back to the village, I found myself looking at my temporary home with new eyes. These buildings were more than just charming historical structures. They served as fortress walls, safe harbours, and the delicate boundary between civilization and chaos in a world more fragile than I had ever imagined. Recovery from a medieval crisis, I learned, doesn't involve insurance claims or government assistance. It involves community action that makes barn raising look casual. The villagers' response to the recent raid played out like a carefully choreographed dance that everyone knew the steps to except me. Within hours of returning from the caves, assessment and redistribution began. Hamish's lost bull was mourned briefly, then replaced through a complex system of shared resources that involved everyone contributing something: grain, labour, animals, or promissory notes for future services. Watching this unfold was like seeing economics in its most basic form, where value was measured in practical terms and everyone's survival depended on everyone else's generosity. My role in this recovery effort was initially unclear. I possessed no livestock to share, no traditional skills to contribute, and no accumulated social capital to draw upon. Standing around looking sympathetic wasn't going to help anyone replace stolen sheep. But Elise, with her gift for practical solutions, found ways to make me useful. She set me to work helping with tasks that required more hands than skill, holding wool while she spun it into thread, carrying water for various household needs, and learning to tend the fire so it burned efficiently without consuming precious fuel. These weren't glamorous contributions, but they freed her to focus on more complex work, which in turn helped the overall community effort. The compass in my pocket seemed to pulse occasionally, as if reminding me of its presence. Sometimes I'd catch myself wondering what would happen if I used it, whether I'd return to my own time and place, leaving this community to handle their challenges without the minor assistance I was learning to provide. The thought always left me feeling oddly hollow, like contemplating leaving a book unfinished. As days passed, I began to understand the intricate social network that held the village together. Relationships here weren't just personal, they were economic, political, and survival-based all at once. When old Morag shared her preserved vegetables with families who'd lost stores to the raiders, she wasn't just being kind, she was investing in a network of reciprocity that might save her life someday. My language skills improved through necessity and immersion. Conversations that had been incomprehensible began revealing their meanings, though I still missed subtleties and references to shared history. The dialect was like a musical instrument I was learning to play. I could manage simple melodies, but the complex compositions were still beyond my reach. Hamish, recovered from whatever had kept him away during the raid, took an interest in my metalworking curiosity. His forge became a second classroom where I learned that working with iron required patience, timing, and physical strength I was slowly developing. The rhythm of hammer on anvil was meditative in ways I hadn't expected, and there was profound satisfaction in shaping metal into useful forms. Under his patient instruction, I managed to create my first piece, a simple hook for hanging pots. It was crude, functional, and probably embarrassing by medieval standards, but Hamish examined it with the seriousness of a master craftsman evaluating important work. His nod of approval felt like earning a diploma from the University of Practical Life. The village's children became another source of education, though they were probably learning as much from me as I was from them. My stories about the future, carefully disguised as tales from far away, fascinated them. In return, they taught me games, songs, and the kind of local knowledge that adults took for granted but visitors needed to learn. Through their patient instruction, I discovered which berries were safe to eat, how to read weather signs and cloud formations, and the proper way to approach various animals without getting kicked, bitten, or worse. I realised that children's knowledge, unfiltered by assumptions about what everyone already knew, was often more practical than adult knowledge. Evening storytelling sessions continued to be highlights of each day. My contributions to these gatherings evolved from silent listening to occasional participation. The first time I successfully told a story that made people laugh, I felt like I'd passed some invisible test of community membership. The story was about a traveller who got lost and ended up in a place where everything was familiar but slightly different, like his home viewed through a distorting mirror. Looking back, it was probably more autobiography than fiction, but the audience appreciated the humour in someone bumbling through unfamiliar customs while trying to maintain dignity. Sitting by firelight surrounded by faces that had become familiar and dear, I realised I'd stopped thinking about this experience as temporary. The compass still rested in my pocket, still offered the possibility of return, but that possibility felt less urgent than it had when I'd first arrived. Finding your place may mean not just surviving, but also adding value to those around you. Living in medieval Scotland for several weeks taught me that community isn't just a pleasant social concept. It's a survival technology refined over generations. Every relationship, every tradition, and every seemingly casual interaction served multiple purposes that weren't immediately obvious to someone raised in the age of individualism and social safety nets. The revelation came during preparation for what Aelius called the harvest celebration, though my improving language skills suggested the actual name involved several syllables that didn't translate directly into modern English. The celebration wasn't just a party, it was a community-wide ritual of gratitude, resource assessment, and social bonding that would help everyone survive the coming winter. Preparations began weeks in advance and involved everyone in overlapping circles of responsibility. Women organised food preparation that required coordinating ingredients from dozens of households. Men handled construction of temporary structures and arrangements for entertainment. Children managed smaller tasks that nonetheless proved essential to the overall effort. My role in these preparations had naturally transitioned from that of a helpful stranger to that of a community member. Aelius no longer gave me basic instructions for simple tasks. She assumed I understood the underlying patterns and would apply them appropriately. This shift from explicit teaching to implicit expectation felt like crossing an invisible threshold. Hamish had begun including me in conversations about metalwork projects that extended beyond immediate practical needs, planning decorative elements for the celebration, discussing improvements to tools and equipment, and considering the next season's requirements. These conversations assumed I would be present for their completion. The assumption was never stated directly, but it coloured every discussion about future plans. The compass in my pocket had become a familiar weight, no longer foreign, but not quite forgotten. Sometimes I'd catch myself absently touching it through the fabric, like checking for keys or a wallet in a habit that suggested ownership rather than temporary possession. When had it stopped being my great-aunt Moira's compass and become simply mine? As the celebration approached, I began to understand the deeper currents that moved beneath village life. This ceremony wasn't just about harvest. It was about reinforcing social bonds that would be tested by winter's isolation and challenges. The shared work of preparation created opportunities for resolving conflicts, negotiating marriages, planning collaborative projects, and generally maintaining the social fabric that held everyone together. My contribution to the celebration planning surprised me with its complexity. What started as simple task assistance had grown into genuine responsibility for coordinating between different working groups. People came to me with questions, suggestions, and problems that needed solving. Somehow, without conscious intention, I'd become someone others relied upon. The night before the celebration, I found myself sitting with Hamish outside his forge, sharing ale that tasted like liquid bread, and watching stars that looked brighter than any I'd seen in the 21st century. Our conversation meandered through topics that would have been impossible when I'd first arrived. Technical discussions of metalworking, philosophical observations about community life, and shared complaints about weather and neighbours. "You're different than when you first appeared," Hamish said in his careful English, clearly making an effort to communicate precisely. Less like someone watching everything from outside. His observation struck me as profoundly accurate. I had been watching from outside initially, observing medieval life like an anthropologist or tourist, maintaining psychological distance even while learning practical skills, but somewhere along the way that distance had dissolved. I'd stopped analysing and started simply living. The realisation raised questions I'd been avoiding. What was my responsibility to this community that had taken me in? What did I owe to people who'd shared their resources, knowledge and lives with someone who might disappear at any moment. The compass offered escape, but escape from what? And to what? My modern life seemed increasingly abstract when I tried to recall its details. The job that had felt vital, the possessions I'd accumulated, the relationships that operated through screens and scheduled interactions, all of it felt less real than the weight of bread dough in my hands or the satisfaction of shaping metal in Hamish's forge. That night, I lay on the straw mattress in Elise's cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of village life settling into sleep, and tried to imagine using the compass to return home. The image felt hollow, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. This was not because modern life was bad, but rather because it belonged to someone I could no longer confidently identify with. The celebration tomorrow would mark not just the harvest, but a year's cycle of growth, work, and community survival. It occurred to me that I'd become part of that cycle in ways I hadn't planned or expected. The question wasn't whether I belonged here, it was whether I could imagine belonging anywhere else. Tomorrow would provide clarity one way or another. The harvest celebration unfolded like a symphony played by instruments I'd never heard before but somehow recognised in my bones. Dawn brought the scent of bread baking in communal ovens, the sound of children's laughter mixing with adult voices raised in songs that seemed older than the stones themselves, and a sense of anticipation that made the air itself feel alive with possibility. I woke to find that Elias had left new clothes on the stool beside my bed. Not the rough work garments I'd grown accustomed to, but festival clothes in colours that caught the light. The tunic was deep blue, the colour of the evening sky, with embroidery around the neck and sleeves that must have taken weeks to complete. When had she found time to create this? And why? The day began with a ritual I was invited to join rather than simply observe. Standing in the village centre with everyone else, hands joined in a circle that encompassed the entire community. I listened to words spoken in Gaelic that I couldn't understand but somehow felt the meaning of. Gratitude, remembrance, hope for the future, acknowledgement of the cycles that connected all life. Universal concepts expressed in ancient syllables. Upon the conclusion of the formal ceremonies and the commencement of the celebration proper, I found myself effortlessly transitioning through familiar routines, helping to arrange food on long tables constructed from planks and sawhorses, ensuring that fires were properly tended to keep everything warm, and solving small logistical problems that arose when large groups tried to coordinate complex activities. But something had shifted in how others responded to my presence. Previously, strangers would greet me with careful politeness, but now they greet me with the casual warmth of family. Children ran to me with questions and small disasters that needed adult attention. Adults included me in conversations without the slight pause that indicated translation or explanation. Hamish found me during the height of the festivities, carrying 2 cups of something that smelled like fermented happiness. "You've been quiet today," he noted as he settled beside me on a log strategically positioned to overlook the celebration. "Thinking heavy thoughts?" The question was more perceptive than I'd expected. I had been thinking heavy thoughts about time, belonging, responsibility, and the weight of choices that couldn't be undone. The compass in my pocket felt heavier than usual, as if it understood that decision time was approaching. "I've been thinking about staying," I said, the words emerging before I'd consciously decided to speak them. Hamish nodded as if his discovery wasn't surprising news. "And what's stopping you?" The question pierced through my inner turmoil. What was stopping me? Fear of commitment to a life so different from everything I'd known. Was I feeling guilty for forsaking my own responsibilities, or something deeper? The terror of discovering that I might be happier in a world without modern conveniences, that my carefully constructed 21st century life might have been a beautiful prison I'd mistaken for freedom. As evening approached and the celebration began winding toward its traditional conclusion, Elias appeared at my elbow with timing that suggested she'd been watching for the right moment. Without words, she led me away from the crowd to a quiet spot overlooking the village, where the sounds of continuing festivities provided a cheerful background murmur. "The compass," she said simply, using English words carefully chosen for clarity. "It brought you here for a reason." I looked at her in surprise. "You know about the compass?" Her smile carried centuries of knowledge. "Some things are older than the stories we tell about them. Your great-aunt knew this place, knew these people. The compass doesn't bring travellers, it brings family home." The revelation settled over me like recognition of something I'd always known but never articulated. Great Aunt Moira's stories about Scotland, her mysterious past and the way she'd always seemed slightly out of step with modern times. Suddenly they made sense in ways that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with truth. The compass grew warm in my pocket, and I understood that this was the moment of choice. I could return to my time, carrying memories of this experience like souvenirs from an extraordinary vacation. Or I could stay, accepting the responsibility and joy of genuine belonging in a community that had already accepted me as one of their own, looking down at the village where lights flickered in windows, where people I'd grown to love were continuing celebrations that would carry them through another winter, where my hands had helped build something larger than myself. The choice felt less like a decision and more like recognition. The compass would stay in my pocket, its work complete. I was already home. Now, if you will, imagine that your great-great-great times 1,000 grandmother is sitting around a fire some 40,000 years ago, and she has just created the most groundbreaking technology of her era. No, it won't be the wheel for another 35,000 years. She has discovered a way to leave meaningful marks on cave walls. Prior to this point, human knowledge was like water attempting to survive in a sieve. Entire libraries of knowledge just vanished into the smoky prehistoric air whenever an elder passed away. Imagine having no other way to transmit that knowledge than through the delicate telephone game of human memory. Imagine being the one who knew exactly which berries wouldn't kill you, which animal tracks meant dinner versus which meant you were about to become dinner, or how to track mammoth migration patterns across seasons. Remember, your forefathers weren't sluggish. Their brains were identical to ours in every way, including their ability to think abstractly and solve challenging problems. They simply did not have the convenience of filing systems, post-it notes, or even the most basic written reminder. They created extremely complex oral traditions, transforming vital survival knowledge into stories, songs, and rituals that could be remembered for weeks on end, much like particularly memorable commercial jingles. These oral traditions were amazing examples of human creativity, epic poetry that masqueraded as heroes' journeys and included intricate geographic details. There were songs that communicated water source locations over great distances. Children were taught which plants to stay away from through stories that incorporated the knowledge into enduring tales of fantastical animals and perilous adventures. Each person carried a wealth of knowledge essential to the survival of their community, transforming the human mind into a living library. However, even the most talented storyteller couldn't be everywhere at once, and memories, bless them, have a way of adding their own artistic flourishes over time. To understand the difficulty our ancestors faced in preserving precise information across generations, try playing telephone at a dinner party. Over time, the recipe for a life-saving medication could evolve into a tale of magical medicinal herbs that could only be grown during a full moon. The first breakthrough occurred when someone understood that a handprint on a cave wall could mean more than just Una was here. It could mean Una herself, even when she wasn't there. Let's call her Una because history forgot to record her name, which is deliciously ironic when you think about it. The ability to make the absent present, impart permanence to the transient, and build a bridge across time so that one moment could speak to another was the pinnacle of magic. Consider the mental leap that this signified. Una needed to realise that a static mark could represent a moving person, that a flat image could represent a three-dimensional person, and that a permanent symbol could represent a transient human presence. Without any prior examples to guide her, she was effectively creating the idea of symbolic representation from the ground up. Cave walls quickly evolved into the first social media sites ever used by humans. Images of horses, bison, and the occasional self-portrait of a cave artist who was quite proud of their hunting skills were interspersed with hand stencils. But these weren't just old Instagram posts. They were the first attempts by humanity to say, "This happened. We were here. This matters. Remember us." Not only were the caves at Lascaux, Chauvet and Altamira art galleries, but they also represented the first attempts by humans to communicate permanently. The painters there realised something profound. Pictures could have deeper meanings than just their visual impact. Information about hunting methods, seasonal migration patterns, or the religious beliefs that governed the relationship between humans and animals may be included in a painting depicting a bison hunt. This is where things start to get intriguing, though. Simple representation wasn't enough for those early artists. They started to symbolise and abstract. A zigzag line could stand for lightning, water, or a river's course. The sun, the moon, or the idea of completeness could all be represented by a circle. Dots could stand for seeds, stars, or the concept of plurality. Before you knew it, people had discovered the groundbreaking notion that symbols could stand for concepts, ideas, and abstract relationships in addition to tangible objects. It's similar to when your dog discovers that the word walk can actually call forth leashes, excitement, and the prospect of adventure, in addition to describing the activity of moving on four legs. However, our ancestors received the foundation of civilization instead of tail wagging. These early symbol systems were not writing as we know it today, because they could not capture the full complexity of spoken language. However, this realization by humans was the pivotal first step, demonstrating that meaning could be permanently encoded and decoded by other minds, even though separated by great time and space. In ancient Mesopotamia, around 3200 BCE, the Sumerians are tackling a problem that would make any contemporary accountant cry with recognition: how to keep track of who owes what to whom when your economy is twice as dramatic and more complicated than a soap opera family tree. Agriculture may seem straightforward, but it's actually a highly intricate system of resource management, seasonal planning, and economic coordination that the Sumerians had perfected. Their temples collected offerings from hundreds of worshippers, provided daily rations to priests and workers, organised labour gangs for large-scale construction projects, and oversaw cross-continental trade networks that brought silver from Anatolia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and cedar wood from Lebanon. Try using just your memory and a few knots in string to keep track of all that. Something had to give because the Sumerian economy had expanded beyond human memory's ability to control. They would have to discover a method to expand human memory beyond the confines of the individual mind, or they would have to reduce their society to the level of a small village. The protagonist of our tale is an anonymous Sumerian bureaucrat who is most likely the archetypal counterpart of the person in your workplace who remembers everyone's birthdays, organises the supply closet without being asked, and actually reads the terms and conditions. This administrative whiz thought, there has to be a better way, after observing the disarray of record keeping. The initial attempts were exquisitely basic. Tiny tokens made of clay, each signifying a certain amount of a particular good. A sheep is worth 1 token, a bushel of barley is worth another, and an oil jar is worth a third. To represent real transactions, these tokens could be transferred, counted, and stored. You could give someone 10 sheep tokens if you owed them 10 sheep, and the debt was noted in a way that was more flexible than engraving marks on stone but more permanent than memory. Tokens, however, had their own issues. They were tiny, challenging to store securely, and prone to being misplaced. The discovery was made that it was possible to permanently record the meaning of the tokens by pressing them into clay tablets rather than storing them loose. The tangible tokens turned into clay impressions and writing appeared out of nowhere. They developed cuneiform, which is a system of wedge-shaped marks that are pressed into clay tablets using a reed stylus. The literal meaning of cuneiform is wedge-shaped, which reveals all about Sumerian priorities. They were pragmatic individuals who named their writing system after the mark's shape, rather than after cosmic principles or gods. The Sumerians soon realized they were onto something more significant than livestock inventories, even though it began beautifully simple. 1 sheep equals 1 mark, 10 sheep equals 10 marks, and 50 sheep equals a different mark that meant many sheep. In the future, the system could represent the sounds of words that referred to things, in addition to quantities of things. Imagine the moment when a scribe, likely working through the night with flickering lamplight, discovered that the symbol for barley could also stand for the sound she, because that was how barley was pronounced in Sumerian. It was like learning that Lego blocks could create not just spaceships and castles, but whole worlds of emotion, abstract thought, and imagination. All of a sudden, you could write abstract concepts like shepherd by fusing the symbol for barley, for the sound she, with the symbol for man. After this phonetic discovery, cuneiform evolved from a basic accounting system to a complete writing system that could represent any spoken idea. The ramifications were astounding. You could write not just 10 sheep, but the shepherd who tends 10 sheep is my brother, and he lives beyond the hill where the barley grows tall, in the spring rains, for the first time in human history. At first look, the clay tablets that emerge from this discovery are delightfully ordinary. These old spreadsheets conceal the seeds of literature, law, and human expression, but the majority of them read like the most dull email inbox in the world. Received 3 bushels of barley from Enlil Bani. Due 2 sheep by the new moon. Witnessed by Ur-Nammu. One of the most prestigious occupations in human history was that of the scribes who produced these tablets. Acquiring knowledge of cuneiform was akin to mastering an ancient language, accounting software and artistic technique all at once. There were intricate grammatical rules to learn, hundreds of symbols to commit to memory, and professional standards to uphold. These individuals knew they were engaging in magic because they were the first to actually solidify thoughts and turn spoken words into permanent objects. Is it understandable that they developed a sense of professional pride that bordered on overconfidence? They were the defenders of civilization itself. Contracts, laws, literature, and history would all be impossible without scribes. They served as a tangible link between their society's memory and eternity. Young men spent years copying classical texts, honing their handwriting, and acquiring the sophisticated legal and mathematical knowledge necessary for professional administration at Sumerian scribe schools, which resembled medieval monasteries. They preserved this tale of friendship, mortality, and the pursuit of meaning for future generations by copying the Epic of Gilgamesh, humanity's first monumental literary masterpiece, thousands of times. The ancient Egyptians were creating their own method of permanent communication, while the Sumerians were busy refining their wedge-shaped filing system. And because they were Egyptians, they decided to make it utterly beautiful. Why settle for something that works when you can make something that will amaze for 5,000 years? Around the same time as cuneiform, hieroglyphics appeared. However, Egyptian hieroglyphs resembled the most intricate picture book in the world, whereas Sumerian writing appeared as though someone had been piercing clay with a very methodical fork. Every symbol was a miniature artwork, eyes that followed you with age-old wisdom, birds that appeared ready to take flight, and human figures that posed with such dignity that even grocery lists appeared to be statements of cosmic significance. The definition of hieroglyph, which literally translates to sacred carving, provides all the information you require about the Egyptians' perspective on their writing system. This was more than just useful communication. It was a gift from God, a conduit between the world of the gods and the mortal world, a means of engaging with the eternal through writing. According to Egyptian creation myths, the ibis-headed god of wisdom Thoth created hieroglyphs after noticing the footprints that birds made in the mud along the Nile. The idea that writing started because someone noticed that movement could leave permanent traces and that life could inscribe itself on the landscape is a lovely one, regardless of whether you believe in divine inspiration. Thoth, who is said to have invented writing and functioned as the scribe of the gods, was so revered by Egyptian scribes that they had their own patron deity. Imagine working in a profession so esteemed that it was believed the gods themselves practiced it. The instruction of dwarf from ancient Egypt asserts that scribes are the best at what they do. There is no trade without a director except that of the scribe. He is the director. However, the intricacy of hieroglyphs would make contemporary computer programmers cry. Depending on the situation, the same symbol may stand for a word, sound, or concept. A picture of a house could stand for house, the sound PR, or something related to domestic life in general. In addition to literacy, reading hieroglyphs required a sort of visual puzzle solving that required years of practice and a mind that could suspend several possible meanings until the context clarified the intended meaning. With typical Egyptian flair, the Egyptians came up with 3 distinct writing systems, each tailored to a particular set of social contexts and purposes. In order to impress the gods and future generations, Egyptians used hieroglyphs for important religious or monumental texts. For common religious and administrative documents, hieratic, which means priestly, refers to hieroglyphs written in cursive, which are quicker to write while still retaining the dignity required for official business. Later, Egyptian writing adopted demotic, which means of the people, for both personal and professional correspondence. It's similar to using different writing systems for grocery lists, office memos, and wedding invitations. Realistic? Maybe not in terms of effectiveness. Classy? Of course. The Egyptians realised that different forms of communication required varying degrees of aesthetic appeal, that the medium was an integral part of the message, and that writing was about honouring information rather than merely preserving it. In ancient Egypt, becoming a scribe was akin to joining a sacred order. In addition to learning how to write, young boys, and sometimes girls, though this was uncommon, would spend years in scribal schools learning how to mix inks, prepare papyrus, and make the exquisite reed pens that enabled hieroglyphic writing. They practiced by learning grammar and mathematics, copying classical texts, and honing the exact hand-eye coordination needed to produce beautiful and readable symbols. In addition to writing, Egyptian scribes served as the pharaoh's confidants, administrators of the empire, law enforcers, and historians. They oversaw the intricate irrigation systems that enabled Egyptian agriculture, planned the enormous building projects that produced the temples and pyramids, and kept up the diplomatic correspondence that allowed Egypt to remain in touch with the outside world. Egyptian writing was as beautiful as its instruments. Papyrus was a smooth, flexible writing surface that could be rolled into scrolls for convenient storage and transportation. It was made from the pith of papyrus plants, which grew along the Nile. The delicate curves and fine lines that characterized hieroglyphic writing were made possible by reed pens, which were carved from marsh plants and precisely shaped to hold ink. Rich blacks and vivid reds could be produced with ink made from soot and plant gums, which would stay readable and clear for millennia. Most significantly, though, Egyptian writing was intended to be permanent. Egyptian hieroglyphs were carved into stone temples and tombs with the express purpose of remaining forever, whereas Sumerian cuneiform tablets were prone to breaking or crumbling, and many other ancient writing systems have completely vanished. The Egyptians held that writing could grant immortality, and that a part of oneself persisted in the world as long as one's name could be read. Our story now takes a turn that would be proudly featured in any underdog sports film. A small group of people in the Eastern Mediterranean were on the verge of unintentionally revolutionizing human communication forever, while the Egyptians were perfecting their beautiful complexity, and the Mesopotamians were growing their empire based on wedges. The Phoenicians weren't academics, they were traders. They were the equivalent of that friend who always knows where to get the best bargains in the ancient world, except instead of selling cheap electronics, they dealt in purple dye that was worth more than gold, cedar wood so fine that it was used in kings' temples, and silver so pure that it became the benchmark for value throughout the Mediterranean. They required a portable, easily learned and effective writing system. Cuneiform required too much specialized equipment, hieroglyphs were too complicated for fast business records, and, to be honest, they had no time for either when there were fortunes to be made in every port from Spain to the Black Sea. Living in a practical era, the Phoenicians were pragmatic individuals. Their cities, Tyre, Sidon and Byblos, were erected on slender coastal plains with their faces toward the sea and their backs to the mountains. They had to trade in order to survive because they couldn't produce enough food to sustain large populations. Additionally, contracts, correspondence and record-keeping that were comprehensible despite linguistic and cultural barriers were necessary for successful trade. Therefore, the most elegant act of simplification in human history was carried out by a brilliant Phoenician merchant around 1200 BCE. Let's imagine him as the ancient equivalent of someone who unintentionally revolutionizes storage technology and finds a better way to organize their garage. The Phoenicians produced only 22 symbols, each of which represented a single consonant sound, as opposed to hundreds of symbols that represented words, sounds, and concepts. That's all. No images of birds that, depending on the context, could mean bird, fly, or freedom. There are no abstract ideas that take years of study to grasp. There was no divine symbolism that linked writing to cosmic laws. Any word in their language could be represented by combining just 22 basic marks. It was incredibly useful. Instead of the years needed to learn cuneiform or hieroglyphs, a merchant's child could learn the entire system in months. The symbols were easy enough to paint onto wooden boards, scratch into pottery, or swiftly carve into stone. The most revolutionary aspect of the system was its adaptability and logic, which allowed it to be used to write entirely different languages. The Phoenician alphabet was straightforward, effective, and highly adaptable, making it comparable to the Swiss Army knife of writing systems. Once you mastered the 22 letters, you could write any word you could pronounce, because each letter stood for a distinct sound. There was no need for costly materials or specialized training, no need to memorize hundreds of symbols, and no need for complicated grammar rules encoded in the writing system itself. It's likely that the Phoenicians were unaware that they had just given humanity the secret to widespread literacy. Their only goals were to improve business records, expedite correspondence, and shorten the time needed to train new scribes. However, Phoenician traders brought their alphabet to every port where they conducted business. and it quickly spread like the most popular viral video in the ancient world. The Phoenician system only marked consonant sounds, leaving readers to infer the vowels from context. It would be like reading BTT cheese S and knowing it means buy the house. This worked well in Semitic languages like Phoenician and Hebrew, where the consonants carry the majority of the meaning, but it was problematic for Greek, where vowel sounds were essential for comprehension. Greek traders commented, "This is brilliant, but it could use some improvements." Thus, the Greeks added vowels to the Phoenician alphabet, which may be the most significant change in writing history. The Greeks used those letters to stand in for vowel sounds, because some Phoenician consonants were not present in Greek. The Greek alpha, and our letter A, was derived from the Phoenician aleph, the Greek beta, and our letter B, and so forth. Vowels were added to the alphabet, making it much more accurate and simpler to learn. Readers could see the precise pronunciation of words rather than having to guess the missing vowel sounds. Because of its accuracy, the Greek alphabet was ideal for recording not only business transactions but also intricate literary works like poetry and philosophy, where precise wording was crucial. Through their interactions with Greek colonies in southern Italy, the Romans came into contact with the Greek alphabet and recognized its potential for use in law and administration right away. By standardizing the alphabet throughout their empire and using it to produce the administrative and legal documents that bound their enormous territories together, Roman efficiency transformed the alphabet into an instrument of empire. And that Latin script, perfected and refined by Roman scribes and bureaucrats, it is currently being read by you. The 26 letters that you see on your keyboard are direct descendants of those 22 Phoenician consonants. They were altered by Greek creativity and Roman pragmatism, and were passed down through centuries and continents to reach the page or screen in front of you. The success of the alphabet was neither inevitable nor instantaneous. It coexisted with various writing systems for centuries, each with unique benefits. For more than a millennium following the invention of the alphabet, cuneiform continued to be the language of scholarship and diplomacy in Mesopotamia. Up until the Roman era, hieroglyphs were still utilized in Egypt for religious and ceremonial purposes. The fact that Chinese characters evolved on their own and are still in use today shows that there are other options for solving the writing problem besides the alphabet. One significant benefit of the alphabet, however, was that it significantly reduced the barrier to literacy. A person could become functionally literate in months, as opposed to years of learning hundreds or thousands of symbols. As a result, writing was no longer the sole domain of affluent elites and professional scribes. Soldiers, artisans, merchants, and eventually common people could all learn to read and write. Writing remained the domain of specialists for approximately a millennium following the adoption of the alphabet. But these specialists were far more numerous than in the past. Books were rare, expensive, and handwritten. They were like owning an original Picasso, except that the Picasso was a copy of Aristotle's ethical ideas, and it took a monk 3 years to make while surviving in a cold stone monastery on bread and weak ale. Based on the Latin words manus, which means hand, and scriptus, which means written, this was the era of the manuscript. Letter by letter, word by word, page by page, each book was literally written by hand. A single book was worth months or years of human labour due to the labour-intensive nature of the process, making each volume extremely valuable. The improbable stewards of human knowledge turned out to be medieval monasteries. Imagine Brother Benedict bent over his writing desk in a scriptorium, a special room used for copying manuscripts, carefully copying the writings of ancient philosophers, as his back ached from hours of painstaking, exacting work and his fingers gradually turned blue from the cold. In their meticulously copied books, these monks preserved everything from agricultural methods to mathematical theorems to theological arguments, making them more than just scribes. They were the first backup hard drives of human civilization. It was almost supernatural how much work it took to create a medieval manuscript. Initially, you needed parchment or vellum, which required weeks of meticulous preparation using the skins of dozens of animals, such as goats, sheep, or calves. To produce a smooth, long-lasting writing surface, the skins needed to be soaked, scraped, stretched, and lime-treated. 300 sheep's skins could be needed for one Bible. The creation of inks followed, some of which called for substances more unusual than anything found in a contemporary chemistry set. Gum arabic, iron sulfate, and oak galls, growths produced by wasp larvae, were used to make black ink. Cinnabar or red ochre were used to make the red ink that was used for chapter headings and significant passages. Real gold leaf was ground with gum and honey to create gold ink, which was saved for the most valuable writing. The writing itself necessitated specific instruments and methods. To hold ink and create accurate marks, quill pens, which were fashioned from the flight feathers of geese or swans, had to be precisely cut and shaped. Sand was used to blot excess ink and speed drying, and the scribe's desk was angled to avoid ink pooling. However, the illumination, the addition of ornamental elements that transformed every page into a work of art, was where the true artistry was found. Detailed initial letters that could include whole miniature landscapes, marginal decorations that told visual stories, and full-page illustrations that infused text with rich details and vibrant colours were all characteristics of illuminated manuscripts. Among the most exquisite items ever made by human hands are the most well-known illuminated manuscripts, such as the Book of Kells or the Très Riche Heures du Duc de Berry. Hundreds of hours of labour by talented artists employing methods that took decades to perfect are represented on each page. The pigments were made from vellum so fine it was almost translucent, gold leaf applied with brushes made from single hairs, and lapis lazuli imported from Afghanistan. It sounds romantic to say that each book was unique, but it also means that each one cost enough to wipe out a small kingdom. A complete collection of Aristotle's writings could cost more than a small farm, a single Bible could cost as much as a house, and even basic prayer books were luxury items only the wealthy could afford. Because of this scarcity, the majority of people continued to rely on memory, oral tradition, and the occasional helpful neighbour who could read, while the wealthy and the clergy continued to enjoy the privilege of literacy. However, something significant was taking place even in this secluded realm of handwritten books. In a way never seen before, knowledge was becoming portable. From monastery to monastery, a manuscript could spread concepts across centuries and continents. These meticulously reproduced books brought the writings of Greek philosophers, who had been preserved by Islamic scholars during the Dark Ages in Europe, back to Christian Europe. Through Thomas Aquinas' work, Aristotle's Physics, which was translated from Greek to Arabic to Latin, had an impact on Christian theology during the Middle Ages. Ptolemy's Geography, which has been reproduced and recopied for centuries, served as a guide for the exploration expeditions that brought Europeans to the New World. The scribes and monks who produced these manuscripts established a culture of knowledge preservation of their own. Each book became a dialogue across time as a result of the marginalia, comments and observations in the margins that they added. Reading a medieval manuscript today is similar to listening to a group of academics who are centuries apart debate the same text, adding their own interpretations and insights while also agreeing and disagreeing. While some of these side remarks are academic and sombre, others are surprisingly relatable and human. The weather, it's raining heavily outside the scriptorium, complaints about the cold, my hand is numb from writing, and even drawings of cats, which it seems medieval monks found just as adorable as we do today, can all be found in medieval manuscripts. New types of books with distinct functions also emerged during the manuscript era. Both clergy and lay people adopted the Psalter as their go-to prayer book because it contained the 150 biblical psalms. Among the most popular manuscripts for affluent people were books of hours, which contained prayers for various times of the day. Through their descriptions of mythical and real animals, bestiaries blended natural history with moral teaching in ways that were both entertaining and instructive. When universities first appeared in the 12th century, they brought with them new production techniques and demands for books. Multiple copies of the same text could be produced more quickly thanks to the Picia system, which divided texts into sections that could be copied by multiple scribes at once. Although it still took months to produce a single book, this was the medieval equivalent of mass production. China had been subtly transforming the very medium of writing, while Europe continued to treat books as priceless artifacts that needed the sacrifice of whole herds of sheep. Making paper from plant fibres was a technique that would eventually change the world, and it was perfected by a court official named Kai Lun around 105 CE during the Han Dynasty. When you take into account the alternatives that dominated writing surfaces for centuries, this invention may not seem like a game changer. Imagine attempting to transport a library of clay tablets on a journey. They were both heavy and brittle. Although stone was permanent, it was not practical for inscriptions other than the most significant ones. Papyrus was costly to make and transport, and it required particular plants that only thrived in particular climates. Parchment was extremely costly and required animal skins. A single book could require hundreds of animal skins. Rags, bark, bamboo, mulberry trees, and pretty much any other plant fibre could be used to make paper. This made it possible to produce writing materials in large quantities, locally, and at a low cost. The cost of the information written on the writing surface became insignificant for the first time in human history. Plant fibres were soaked, beaten into pulp combined with water, and then lifted out on screens to form thin sheets that eventually dried into paper. Kailun's method was elegantly straightforward. The method became so widespread in China that paper was used for more than just writing. It was also used for packaging, decoration, and even clothing. Paper served as a medium for art, decoration, and even money for the Chinese, who used it for more than just writing. Centuries before the rest of the world realized that you could use something other than pieces of metal to represent value, they created paper money. Chinese traders were using exquisitely designed paper notes backed by imperial authority to pay for goods, while European merchants continued to carry bags of gold and silver coins. Additionally, new forms of artistic expression were made possible by Chinese papermaking. Writing itself was regarded as a visual art form when calligraphy, the art of beautiful writing, advanced to new heights. Chinese poets produced verses that were as exquisite to look at as they were to read, with the ink flow and brushwork adding to the poem's meaning. This type of creative experimentation was made feasible and affordable by paper. Along trade routes, the technology gradually spread thanks to traders, diplomats, and tourists who saw its potential. Around 750 CE, it made its way to the Islamic world, most likely via Chinese POWs taken during the Battle of Talas. With the same fervour as those who'd been attempting to preserve libraries on pricey animal hides, Islamic scholars and administrators embraced paper. Paper books flooded the great libraries of Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba, establishing educational hubs that preserved and advanced ancient knowledge. Greek, Persian, Sanskrit, and other works were translated into Arabic and printed as paper books at the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, which developed into a translation hub. Cheap paper made this enormous translation project possible, saving classical education that might have been lost forever otherwise. Islamic papermakers improved upon Chinese processes and created new ones that were appropriate for various climates and the materials at hand. From Spain to Central Asia, they set up paper mills across their lands, establishing a production network that made books more widely available and more reasonably priced than ever before. In the 12th century, paper finally made its way to Europe, where it encountered the kind of opposition usually reserved for national security threats. To safeguard their business, parchment manufacturers organised strong guilds and pushed policymakers to limit the use of paper. Despite the fact that many paper manuscripts have fared better than parchment ones in terms of survival, religious authorities were concerned that paper books might not be robust enough to preserve sacred texts. In certain locations, using paper for official documents is outright prohibited. The Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II insisted that only parchment was appropriate for significant legal records, declaring in 1231 that official documents written on paper would be deemed invalid. This opposition to paper was partially cultural, reflecting long-held ideas about the appropriate materials for significant writing, and partially economic, as the production of parchment was a significant industry that employed thousands of people. However, paper had a compelling advantage. It was inexpensive. Parchment was unable to keep up with the growing number of universities in Europe and the resulting demand for books. Throughout their studies, a university student may require access to dozens of different texts. More animal skins were needed for even a small library than most areas could provide. In the 13th and 14th centuries, paper mills started to appear all over Europe. They were frequently constructed next to rivers that could supply electricity for the equipment that was used to grind plant fibres into pulp. These mills evolved into hubs of technological advancement, creating novel methods for creating various kinds of paper with various uses. It would take centuries to fully comprehend how the economics of knowledge changed as a result of the cheap paper's availability. For the first time, writing supplies were reasonably priced, allowing people to try out novel written expressions. Because paper made writing more affordable, personal letters increased in frequency, business records became more detailed, and governments became more bureaucratic. Johannes Gutenberg was arguably the most irritated metalworker in Mainz, Germany, and perhaps all of Europe by the 1440s. He had invested years and a lot of money into creating a system of movable type, which consisted of separate metal letters that could be rearranged to print various texts. However, each prototype he created brought with it new problems that seemed to arise more quickly than he could resolve them. The intricacy of the technical issues was astounding. The printing would be uneven, with some letters pressing harder into the paper than others if the letters weren't all precisely the same height. To account for the inherent proportions of various letters, they also needed to have slightly different widths. For example, a I should be narrower than a W, but both had to line up precisely with every other letter in the alphabet. The type required a carefully formulated metal alloy. If it were too soft, pressure would cause the letters to distort. They would chip or shatter if they were too hard. The alloy needed to be able to capture fine details, be robust enough to print thousands of copies, and be affordable enough to make the system as a whole profitable. To transfer from metal to paper without smearing or fading, the ink needed to be precisely the correct consistency. Metal type on paper just didn't work with traditional manuscript ink, which was made for quill pens on parchment. In order to stick to metal and transfer smoothly to paper, Gutenberg had to create a completely new kind of ink that was oil-based rather than water-based. A page's whole surface required precisely the correct amount of pressure from the press itself. Some letters would print lightly or not at all if there was insufficient pressure. Excessive pressure could cause the paper to tear or the type to be pushed so deeply into the paper that holes would form. However, the economic issue was arguably the most difficult. With no assurance of return, starting a printing business required a significant upfront investment in supplies, machinery, and trained labour. A single misaligned letter, a batch of faulty ink, or a paper issue could destroy hundreds of copies and cause the business to go bankrupt. Gutenberg's brilliance lay not only in his individual solutions to these issues, but also in his realization that printing was an entirely new method of book production. Manuscripts were copied one at a time by medieval scribes who worked for months on each copy. After the initial setup was finished, printing produced a template that could create hundreds of identical copies. There were significant ramifications of this transition from artisanal to industrial production that went well beyond the printing shop. Printed books were identical rather than distinct, each with its own unique qualities and possible mistakes. Because everyone else reading the same book would find the same text in the same place, scholars in different cities could now refer to particular pages and lines. Naturally, the Bible was the first book that Gutenberg decided to print. However, this was a wise business move as well as a religious one. The one book that was sure to have a sizable and steady market was the Bible. Every church required copies, affluent people desired their own copies, and the text was sufficiently uniform to eliminate any doubts regarding its veracity or correctness. The Gutenberg Bible, which was finished around 1455 and is still regarded as one of the most exquisite books ever created, demonstrated that hand illumination could compete with mechanical reproduction in terms of artistic quality. Gutenberg created books that fused the elegance of traditional manuscript art with the accuracy of printing, by hiring talented artists to add decorative elements to each copy. More significantly, though, the Gutenberg Bible proved that books could be produced in large quantities without compromising their quality. With hand-added decorations, each of the 180 copies was unique, despite having the same text and layout, resulting in a hybrid form that connected medieval craftsmanship and contemporary industry. With the rapidity of a particularly potent plague, but with far greater advantages, the printing press spread throughout Europe. By 1500, more than 250 cities, ranging from Stockholm to Naples and Lisbon to Moscow, had printing presses. Millions of books were being produced by these presses every year, changing Europe from a place where books were rare and valuable to one where printed materials were becoming widely available. The ramifications for society were profound. The simultaneous existence of identical copies of the same text in several locations was unprecedented in human history. With the assurance that their peers would be reading the same words, academics could now participate in authentic intellectual discourse by citing particular passages and page numbers. Scholarly discourse became more cumulative, more collaborative, and more precise. After being nailed to a Wittenberg church door in 1517, Martin Luther's 95 Theses were reprinted and disseminated throughout Germany in a matter of weeks, translated into several languages in a matter of months, and then dispersed throughout Europe in a year. Luther's accusations of church corruption might have remained a local theological dispute in the absence of printing. Their invention of printing served as the catalyst for the Protestant Reformation. which fundamentally altered Christianity in Europe, researchers on different continents could now instantly share scientific discoveries. Within months of its publication in De Revolutionibus in 1543, Copernicus's groundbreaking theory that the Earth revolved around the Sun was known to astronomers all over Europe. Published in De Humani Corporis Fabrica that same year, Vesalius's precise anatomical illustrations provided medical students worldwide with access to intricate illustrations that were previously limited to a small number of hand-drawn manuscripts. In both subtle and revolutionary ways, the printing press democratized knowledge. With less expensive bindings, a farmer's son could now own the same books as a nobleman. Instead of competing based on the wealth of their patron, ideas could do so on their own merit. Simply being able to reproduce text at low cost and disseminate it widely enabled the Protestant Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, and the Enlightenment. However, printing also gave rise to new kinds of control and inequality. Even though the cost of books decreased, their production still required a large investment. By determining which texts were worthy of being printed and which concepts merited widespread dissemination, publishers took on the role of new information gatekeepers. Governments implemented licensing programs, censorship, and printing press control after realizing the power of printing. The spread of Protestant texts through printing prompted the Catholic Church to create the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, a list of books that Catholics were prohibited from reading. Realizing that controlling the presses meant controlling the information flow, governments across Europe set up official printers and mandated licenses for printing businesses. It was impossible to fully regulate printing in spite of these control attempts. Smugglers transported banned texts across borders, underground presses produced books that were prohibited, and the sheer volume of printed material made complete censorship impracticable. Since mass communication had escaped, it would never be able to be reined in. In the 17th and 18th centuries, something extraordinary occurred. Common people started reading for enjoyment. Not for religious education, not for work-related reasons, but just because reading was now a fun, inexpensive, and socially acceptable pastime. In addition to reflecting broader shifts in European society, this change was partially brought about by the printing press, which made books more affordable and accessible. More people had free time and disposable income as a result of growing prosperity. As cities grew more populated, bookshops, lending libraries, and literary discussions became commonplace. As literacy rates increased, more people were able to read the increasingly accessible books. Most significantly, though, authors started producing content especially for this new readership. Published in 1719, Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe was adventure fiction for merchants, shopkeepers, artisans, and anybody else with a few free hours and the cost of a book. It was not written for academics or aristocrats. Written in simple terms that anyone could understand and appreciate, the book told the tale of an average man dealing with extraordinary circumstances. The 18th century's social media platforms were coffee shops. More than 3,000 coffee shops in London functioned as gathering spots where people congregated to read newspapers, talk about pamphlets, and debate the concepts that were being discussed in print. These were places where common people could engage in the intellectual life of their era, debating politics, science, literature, and philosophy over coffee cups and clay tobacco pipes. They were not official educational institutions. Every coffee shop had its own personality and customer base. After becoming the epicenter of maritime insurance, Lloyd's Coffee House changed its name to Lloyd's of London. Publishers and booksellers came to the Chapter Coffee House. Jonathan's Coffee House developed into a hub for stock trading, while Will's was well known for its literary discussions. The coffee shop served as a hub for social networks, business transactions, and the formation of public opinion. A literary genre that was ideal for this new reading culture was the novel. Novels told stories about people like the readers themselves, in contrast to philosophical treatises or epic poems, which required specialized knowledge or classical education to fully appreciate. They looked at the moral dilemmas of daily life, the social dynamics of modern society, and the inner lives of regular people. The popularity of Samuel Richardson's 1740 novel Pamela was so great that readers wrote fan letters to the fictional heroine, sent the author ideas for new plot points, and convened in groups to debate the moral decisions and motivations of the characters. Individuals were developing emotional bonds with fictional characters in ways that any contemporary fiction reader would recognise. Pamela became a literary phenomenon as a result of its success. The 18th century equivalent of appointment television was created by Richardson's subsequent publication of Clarissa, an even longer novel that was released in instalments over a year. As each new book came out, readers scheduled their months in advance, congregating in coffee shops and private residences to talk about the most recent events in Clarissa's heartbreaking tale. In previously unheard-of numbers, women began to produce and consume this new literary culture. Because the novel was regarded as a new literary form devoid of long-standing masculine traditions, and because women were acknowledged for their unique understanding of the emotional and domestic themes that novels addressed, it was one of the few literary genres in which female authors could compete on an equal footing with men. In the late 17th century, Aphra Behn, often regarded as the first professional English woman writer, proved that women could produce fiction that was profitable. Eliza Haywood, Fanny Burney, Anne Radcliffe, and Jane Austen, who mastered the craft of social comedy and produced some of the most enduring characters in English literature, were among the many female novelists who flourished in the 18th century. These female writers acknowledged the social challenges, emotional complexity, and intelligence of women while writing for female readers. Their novels directly addressed the issues of their female readership by examining marriage, finances, family dynamics, and social expectations. Instead of being passive objects of male attention, they crafted heroines who were active agents in their own stories. Knowledge and entertainment spread more quickly as a result of feedback loops produced by the growth of literacy and reading culture. Larger book markets resulted from an increase in readers. There were more specialised publications in larger markets. More specialised publications allowed for more accurate targeting of particular communities and interests. Magazines started to appear with the purpose of providing specific audiences with frequent doses of opinion, information, and entertainment. One of the first popular general interest magazines, the Gentleman's Magazine, was established in 1731 and combined news, literature, science, and commentary in a monthly format. Soon after came magazines for women, kids, and people with particular interests or occupations. Reading became even more accessible and communal with the circulation of libraries. Readers could check out books from the library, return them when they were done, and choose new ones from the collection for a subscription fee. Through the creation of reader communities that exchanged recommendations and discussed what they had read, this system made pricey novels accessible to those who couldn't afford to buy them. Reading had become so widespread by the end of the 18th century that social critics began to worry that it might jeopardize moral order and social stability. Young people were accused of reading too much fiction and ignoring their practical obligations, especially young women. Novels were accused of fostering dangerous notions of social equality, fostering female independence, and generating irrational expectations about romance. Later panics about radio, television, video games, and social media bore striking similarities to these fears about the consequences of reading fiction. Every new mass entertainment medium has been charged with destroying traditional values, corrupting young people, and eroding social ties. Perhaps the first instance of moral panic over mass media was the reading panic of the 18th century, which established trends that would be replicated with every new communication technology. Writing and reading became industrial processes in the 19th century, and information, once a limited resource accessible only to the elite, became a mass-produced good that was accessible to all societal levels. The same steam engines and mechanical advancements that were transforming transportation, manufacturing, and every other facet of economic life also drove this change. Books and newspapers could be produced more quickly than anyone had thought possible thanks to steam-powered printing presses. With skilled operators putting in long hours, the old-fashioned hand-operated printing press, which had hardly changed since Gutenberg's day, could possibly produce 300 pages every day. With little assistance from humans, steam-powered presses could generate 3,000 pages per hour. The same need for inexpensive materials that was revolutionizing textile production also drove the mechanization and efficiency of papermaking. The handmade sheets that had restricted paper production for centuries could be replaced by continuous rolls of paper of consistent quality and thickness, thanks to the Fourdrinier machine, which was created in the early 1800s. Rags started to give way to wood pulp as the main raw material for paper, which increased its affordability and availability. For the first time in human history, the dissemination of knowledge was not hampered by the physical creation of reading materials. At prices low enough for working-class families to afford books and newspapers, publishers could print as many copies as the market would demand. The first real mass media was thus produced. Newspapers evolved from pricey weekly indulgences that were mostly read by professionals and merchants to inexpensive everyday essentials that were accessible to all societal classes. By the 1830s, America's penny press was printing 1-cent newspapers that were jam-packed with local news, sensational stories, and advertisements meant to reach as many people as possible. Compared to the commercial and political newspapers of the previous century, the content of these penny papers was very different. The penny press reported on crime, accidents, human interest stories, and entertainment rather than politics, international trade, and topics of interest to affluent readers. They were the forerunners of contemporary tabloid journalism, which was created to be interesting, readable, and accessible to those with little free time or education. When ships arrived with the newest edition of the Old Curiosity Shop or Great Expectations, readers on both sides of the Atlantic lined up at docks, making Charles Dickens possibly the first true media celebrity. His novels were serialised in magazines, which created the 19th century equivalent of appointment television. People devoted their entire month to learning the fates of their favourite fictional characters, and Dickens' earnings from writing allowed him to live like a king. Novels published in serial form gave rise to new kinds of authorial response and reader interaction. Dickens is renowned for altering plot points in response to reader responses to previous chapters. Dickens changed his plans for other characters in The Old Curiosity Shop after readers expressed dissatisfaction with Little Nell's fate. A more responsive and democratic form of literature was produced by this direct feedback loop between writers and readers. As education grew, basic literacy ceased to be an elite achievement and instead became a practical necessity. Workers who could follow written instructions, read simple instructions, and comprehend basic contracts and legal documents were needed during the Industrial Revolution. Commercial activities, railroad operations, and factory work all required literacy skills that were previously optional for the majority of people. The majority of industrialized nations implemented public education systems in the 19th century with the goal of creating literate workers who could navigate an increasingly complex economy. Using standardized techniques that could be used on a large scale, children learned to read and write quickly and effectively. Most significantly, though, writing started to accelerate in ways that radically altered the nature of communication. Written messages could be sent across continents in a matter of minutes thanks to the telegraph, which was created in the 1840s. Information was able to spread more quickly than its creators for the first time since humans invented writing. Government, journalism, and business were all significantly impacted by this acceleration. Markets thousands of miles apart could coordinate their stock prices. Nearly instantaneous news reporting was possible from remote locations. In real time, military leaders could coordinate operations over large areas. By uniting previously disparate areas into a cohesive communication system, the telegraph produced the first genuinely worldwide information network. New writing styles that were geared toward economy and speed were necessary for telegraph communication. Messages had to be clear and succinct because every word cost money. Other writing styles were impacted by the telegram style, which pushed for directness and efficiency. The headlines of newspapers became more witty. Business letters became more targeted. The clipped, cost-effective style originally created for telegraph communication started to be adopted even in private correspondence. The act of writing itself was mechanized with the invention of the typewriter in the 1870s. Expert typists could create more readable text, use less space, and produce clean, identical copies of documents more quickly than any handwriter. The typewriter gave women their first widespread office job opportunity, and the sound of typing became the background music of contemporary office work. Additionally, typewriting standardized written documents' appearance in ways that had unanticipated repercussions. The handwriting on handwritten documents provided insight into the author's social class, educational attainment, emotional state, and personal traits. Due to the anonymity and consistency of typed documents, written communication became more democratic, and ideas could be evaluated without regard to the personal traits of their authors. Writing was not only altered by the 20th century, but it was also multiplied exponentially, resulting in an information environment so complex and rich that it would have been overwhelming to earlier centuries. However, each new technology seemed to increase the desire for more written content rather than replace written communication. Despite their apparent threats to written communication, radio and television actually increased the demand for written materials. People wanted to read more in-depth articles in newspapers and magazines after hearing fascinating news on the radio. Watchers of television looked for books written by authors they had heard on talk shows. Instead of taking the place of the others, each new medium seemed to enhance them. The development of offset printing in the early 1900s greatly reduced the cost and increased the versatility of high-quality reproduction. Any image or text that could be photographed could be reproduced using offset printing, as opposed to traditional letterpress printing, which required the manual setting of individual pieces of metal type. This allowed publishers to experiment with new layouts and visual designs, magazines to include photographs alongside text, and books to include diagrams and illustrations. With magazines catering to every imaginable interest and demographic, their variety and circulation skyrocketed. Through breathtaking photography and readable prose about far-off locales and fascinating cultures, National Geographic brought the world into American homes. Photojournalism was invented by Life magazine, which used pictures and thoughtfully chosen text to tell stories, while Ladies' Home Journal sparked a national dialogue among women about fashion, social issues and domestic life. Popular science helped make technical advancements understandable to a wider audience. Publishers like Penguin in Britain and Pocketbooks in America led the paperback revolution, which made books more accessible and portable than ever before. Complete novels, collections of poetry or non-fiction could be published in paperback books that cost no more than a magazine. All of a sudden, serious literature was as disposable as magazines and as easily accessible as newspapers. New literary communities and reading habits were spawned by this accessibility. Individuals could afford to gamble on unproven writers or uncharted territory. Books stopped being significant investments and instead became impulsive purchases. Millions of people were exposed to authors and genres they might not have otherwise come across in traditional bookstores, thanks to the paperback rack in pharmacies and airports. Over the course of the industrialized world, typewriters went from being a luxury piece of office equipment to becoming everyday household objects that were used in homes, schools, and small businesses. Ordinary people were able to create documents that looked professional in their homes for the first time, in ways that would have astounded medieval scribes who spent years honing their handwriting. The typewriter democratized neat, readable writing. The nature of private correspondence was also altered by the widespread availability of typewriters. For speed and clarity, letters could be typed while retaining the unique writing style of each individual. Standardized format and appearance for business letters led to the development of templates and conventions that continue to shape formal correspondence today. The speed and reach of written communication, however, were undergoing a true revolution. With the advent of the airmail service in the 1920s and 1930s, letters could now be sent across oceans in a matter of days as opposed to weeks. International trade and cooperation were made possible at a speed that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. A business letter sent from New York on Monday could arrive in London by Thursday. Newspapers were able to instantly share stories across continents thanks to teleprinters and wire services. A more integrated global awareness of current events could result from the simultaneous publication of the same news story in newspapers from Tokyo to New York. Reports from the front lines could be filed by war correspondents and published the following day in local newspapers. Due to the extraordinary demand for communication and information brought about by World War II, many of these trends were accelerated. Improvements in information processing, printing, and telecommunications were driven by military requirements. Markets for new kinds of publications and reporting techniques were opened by the demand for news. Millions of people were exposed to writers and concepts that they might not have otherwise come across thanks to the pocket-sized books that soldiers carried. Perhaps no single publishing initiative in history has contributed more to the democratization of literature than the Armed Services editions, which were small paperback books sent to American soldiers during World War II. These books were printed on inexpensive paper, made to fit in uniform pockets, and given away for free to all active military personnel. They created a reading program that transcended all social and educational boundaries by including everything from technical manuals to popular novels to classical literature. Expanded expectations and tastes in literature were brought back by veterans from the war. The greatest expansion of higher education in American history was made possible by the GI Bill, which offered educational benefits to returning veterans. The explosion of college enrollment opened up enormous new markets for serious non-fiction, academic publications and textbooks. The first truly mass literate society in human history was brought about by the post-war economic boom. Instead of being exceptional, college education became the norm. Everyone could now afford literature thanks to paperback books. Public libraries developed into community hubs where anyone seeking information from any social or economic background could obtain it for free. New reading and writing habits were brought about by suburban development. On their daily commutes, commuters used buses and trains as makeshift reading rooms where they read paperback novels, periodicals and newspapers. Because most suburban homes had a den or family room with built-in bookcases, middle-class people were accustomed to owning and displaying books. Social critics started to worry about information overload by the 1960s because written communication had become so commonplace. Books, magazines and newspapers were all over the place. With all the written material being produced daily, how could anyone keep up? In his 1970 book Future Shock, Alvin Toffler made the case that the amount of information and the rate of change were becoming too much for the average person to handle psychologically. The explosion of information in the 1960s was a gentle prelude to what was to come, but no one could have predicted that it was only the beginning. In the 1940s and 1950s, computers looked like enormous calculators with text processing as an afterthought. These compact devices, which were packed with magnetic drums and vacuum tubes, were made mainly for mathematical computations used in large-scale data processing, military applications and scientific research. The notion that they could transform human communication seemed as unrealistic as the notion that locomotives might one day be employed for space travel. Punched cards were fed into these devices by early computer operators, who then had to wait hours or even days for the results to print. Compared to typewriters, writing on computers was slower and more difficult, and it took months to acquire the specialized knowledge of operating systems and programming languages needed. Text processing was viewed as a trivial use of computing power by the few individuals who worked with computers, who were highly skilled technicians and scientists. However, computers had a huge advantage over all earlier writing technologies. They could transmit, edit and copy text without any physical restrictions. A computer-generated document was made up of electrical or magnetic signal patterns that could be precisely duplicated as many times as necessary without losing quality. It was possible to make changes without having to retype whole pages. Electronically stored, searched and retrieved text could be done with speed and accuracy that physical documents could not match. The revolutionary potential of computerized writing became apparent in the 1960s and 1970s with the development of word processing software. With previously unheard of ease and efficiency, authors could alter text on screen, rearranging paragraphs, fixing mistakes, and updating content without having to retype entire documents. By doing away with the tiresome mechanical parts of writing, such as retyping, rearranging, and proofreading several drafts, authors were free to concentrate on ideas and content rather than the actual act of writing. This power was brought to common desks in homes and offices across the developed world in the 1980s with the advent of personal computers. In addition to being sufficiently powerful to manage complex word processing, data management and communication tasks, computers such as the Apple II, Commodore 64 and IBM PC were reasonably priced for individual homes and small enterprises. In addition to making editing as simple as typing, word processing programs like WordStar, WordPerfect and eventually Microsoft Word added capabilities that were previously unattainable with mechanical writing instruments. Spell checking automatically detected typos. Find and replace features could instantly make global changes to lengthy documents. With the help of numerous fonts and formatting choices, authors were able to manipulate the text's appearance in ways that were previously exclusive to professional publishers. Professional quality documents could now be produced at home thanks to personal printers. Anyone with a computer could now create documents that looked as professional as those from specialized print shops, thanks to dot matrix printers, which were followed by inkjet and laser printers. As revolutionary as the original printing invention, the democratization of document production made publishing accessible to anyone with a computer. However, networking, which linked individual PCs into global communication networks, was the true revolution. Originally restricted to users of the same computer system, electronic mail developed into a global communication tool that could link anyone with computer access to anybody else anywhere in the world. Written communication became instantaneous and interactive with email. Instead of days or weeks, you could compose a message, send it to someone on the other side of the globe, and get a response in a matter of minutes or hours. While maintaining the accuracy and permanence that set writing apart from speech, written communication started to catch up to conversational speed. More sophisticated forms of computer-mediated communication were made possible by the protocols and standards that made email possible. Anyone with system access could read the messages that users posted on bulletin board systems BBS. Global discussion forums centered on particular topics of interest were established by Usenet newsgroups. These early online communities showed that new kinds of social interaction that relied solely on written communication could be supported by computer networks. The largest library in human history was created almost instantly after the World Wide Web was made available to the general public in the early 1990s. You could access millions of documents from any computer with an internet connection, eliminating the need to physically visit places to find information. Most of the obstacles that had previously restricted access to information and publication were removed by the internet, which turned every computer into a printing press and every person into a potential publisher. The markup language used to create web pages, HTML, was flexible enough to support complex multimedia presentations, while still being easy enough for anyone to learn and publish online. Since the majority of early websites were text-based, the internet was essentially a huge collection of linked documents that could be read, searched, and linked to one another in ways that were not possible with traditional books and papers. No one completely foresaw the consequences of this democratization of publishing. Publishers, editors, librarians, journalists, and other traditional information gatekeepers suddenly found themselves in competition with anyone with an internet connection and something to say. Information grew exponentially in quantity and accessibility, but its quality and dependability became increasingly erratic. The challenge of locating information in this enormous digital library was resolved by search engines. Web-specific search engines like AltaVista and Yahoo replaced early search tools like Archie and Gopher, and finally Google. The entire corpus of human-written knowledge could be searched in a matter of seconds from any location in the world, thanks to Google's PageRank algorithm, which could sift through billions of web pages to find the most pertinent results for any query. Universal searchability had significant ramifications. Researchers could locate pertinent information nearly instantly, rather than spending hours in libraries searching through card catalogues and indexes. Writers had access to more sources than the greatest scholars of earlier centuries could have hoped for, rather than depending on their own collections or institutional holdings. Any writing project's research phase was shortened from weeks or months to a few hours or days. Additionally, digital text opened up new avenues for multimedia and interactive writing. Authors were able to produce non-linear documents with hypertext links that readers could navigate based on their own needs and interests. Compared to traditional print media, websites could create richer and more captivating reading experiences by fusing text with images, audio, and video. Websites, email, and forums that mirrored traditional publishing models were transplanted to digital platforms, and the early internet was largely used for publishing and consuming relatively formal written content. However, the emergence of a new generation of online platforms at the turn of the 21st century drastically altered the nature of digital communication. Unexpectedly, social media sites like Friendster, MySpace, and eventually Facebook restored writing as a means of communication. People started writing quick, concise answers to each other's posts, comments, and updates, in place of formal documents or well-written letters. Instead of publishing information, these platforms were made to promote social interaction, and they were successful in developing new written communication formats that resembled speech more than conventional writing. People's use of written language was significantly impacted by this return to conversational writing. Emotional connection and instantaneous expression took precedence over formal grammar. In ways that traditional text could not, emoticons and acronyms evolved into a new type of written shorthand that could express emotion and tone. As people started writing as they spoke, using slang, informal constructions, and interruptions that would not have been appropriate in more formal written settings, the line between spoken and written language started to blur. When Facebook's timeline feature was launched in 2011, it gave rise to a new genre of autobiographical writing, in which users shared brief posts with photos of their everyday activities. This was a more immediate and impromptu form of self-documentation that captured everyday moments and casual thoughts in ways that earlier generations would have deemed too insignificant for written record, rather than the meticulously planned self-presentation of traditional autobiography. By restricting posts to 140 characters, later increased to 280, Twitter, which was launched in 2006, took conversational writing to the next level. Extreme concision was required by this restriction, which prompted the creation of new, brevity-optimized forms of writing. Twitter users developed a poetic form that prioritized wit, insight, and emotional impact over conventional literary elaboration by learning to convey the most meaning in the least amount of space. Additionally, the character limit altered the cadence of written correspondence. Twitter users posted short updates throughout the day rather than writing long messages that were sent occasionally, resulting in a constant flow of written content that was more akin to ongoing conversation than traditional correspondence. Millions of users were able to engage in simultaneous conversations about current affairs, individual experiences, and cultural phenomena on the platform, which evolved into a global chat room. Beginning as a straightforward method of sending quick messages between mobile phones in the 1990s, text messaging rose to prominence as a written communication method in the early 2000s. Similar to Twitter, SMS messages were restricted to 160 characters and emphasized private communication over public broadcasting. There are linguistic conventions, abbreviations, and cultural norms specific to texting. The terms LOL, laugh aloud, BRB, be right back, and TTYL, talk to you later, became widely used. The way people formed written thoughts was altered by predictive text and autocorrect features, which occasionally resulted in misunderstandings but also made composition faster. Mobile technology also changed the physical act of writing. Texting could be done with thumbs on small screens while walking, taking public transit, or doing other activities, whereas traditional writing had been done with pens on paper or fingers on keyboards. Writing was genuinely portable and incorporated into everyday life in previously unthinkable ways. With the 2007 release of the iPhone, smartphones further expanded the accessibility and versatility of mobile writing. Every phone became a portable writing and publishing tool thanks to touchscreen keyboards, voice-to-text capabilities, and constant internet connectivity. The amount and speed of written communication increased dramatically as a result of people being able to create and share written content at any time and from any location. Instagram, which debuted in 2010, created new storytelling formats by fusing textual and visual communication. Users posted pictures with captions that varied from brief summaries to in-depth stories. People's writing about their experiences was impacted by a new kind of categorization and searchability brought about by the platform's hashtag system. Perhaps most significantly, however, social media brought writing back into the mainstream in ways not seen since prehistoric cultures' oral traditions. Writing had been a solitary act for the majority of human history, producing a document that would later be read by others. Writing became instantaneous, interactive, and collaborative with social media. Responding to each other's posts within minutes or seconds of their publication, people could collaborate in real time, fostering conversations across various platforms and time zones. New kinds of group meaning-making were spawned by the comment sections that sprang up beneath news articles, blog entries, and social media posts. Hundreds of responses to a single post could challenge, expand, or totally recontextualize the original message. As readers began to co-create meaning through their responses and interactions, the line between author and reader became less clear. New types of collective authorship were also spawned by the collaborative nature of digital writing. When Wikipedia was first launched in 2001, it showed that volunteer contributors could collaborate online to create and maintain extensive reference works. Through a collaborative writing and editing process that would not have been feasible without digital technology, the encyclopedia expanded to include millions of articles in hundreds of languages. Traditional beliefs regarding authorship, authority, and quality control in written work were called into question by Wikipedia's success. Wikipedia used peer review and crowdsourcing to produce content that was frequently more up-to-date and thorough than traditional reference works. Despite occasionally being less trustworthy than professional editors and expert authors, social media and digital communication have produced an unprecedented amount of writing. Humans were creating more written material every day by the 2010s than had been contained in all of the ancient world's libraries put together. Although the majority of this writing was conversational, transient, and informal, status updates, comments, text messages, tweets, it marked a significant change in the way people used written language. You are living through the most significant change in writing since the creation of the alphabet, so keep this in mind as you curl up with your blankets and feel your eyelids getting heavier. What is taking place in your immediate surroundings is as revolutionary as anything that took place in Gutenberg's printing shop. medieval monasteries, or ancient Phoenicia. These days, artificial intelligence can produce text that looks human and is frequently identical to content written by humans. Poetry, business letters, technical documentation, and even intricate conversations are all possible with large language models like GPT and its offspring, which show an awareness of context, subtlety, and emotional nuances. The distinction between machine and human writing is becoming more and more hazy. People can now write by speaking instead of typing thanks to advancements in voice recognition software that can now convert speech to text with astounding accuracy. While walking, driving, or doing other tasks, writers can compose text at the speed of speech with Dragon Naturally Speaking, Siri dictation, and Google voice typing. Writing, which involves moving a pen across paper or fingers across a keyboard, is becoming a less necessary activity. Text can be instantly translated between languages using real-time translation algorithms, removing the barriers that have divided human communities for millennia. One can write in their native tongue and have it instantly understood by readers anywhere in the world thanks to Google Translate and similar services, which can handle dozens of languages with increasing sophistication. New types of spatial writing in which text is embedded in three-dimensional environments are starting to be made possible by augmented reality and virtual reality technologies. Future authors may create text that floats in space, reacts to movement, and changes depending on the reader's perspective and interaction, as an alternative to writing on flat surfaces. Although they are still in the experimental stage, brain-computer interfaces raise the prospect of direct neural control over text composition. People may eventually be able to think words that are automatically translated into written communication, rather than speaking, typing, or writing by hand. The permanence and accuracy of writing could be paired with the quickness and closeness of thought. Despite all of these technological advancements, writing's primary function hasn't changed since the first cave paintings were created 40,000 years ago. We continue to use writing to leave behind traces of our existence that will outlive our actual physical presence in the world, preserve thoughts, exchange ideas, and connect with other minds across time and space. The essential human activity of making the absent present, giving thoughts permanence, and connecting with other people through symbols and meaning is shared by the cave painter, who left a handprint in Chauvet Cave, and the social media user who posts a status update today. In reality, the story of writing is the story of human connection and the tenacious will to transcend the boundaries of personal awareness. From Sumerian cuneiform to contemporary digital text, every writing system aims to address the same fundamental issue. How can we communicate our thoughts to those who aren't there in person? How can we ensure that our thoughts endure beyond our own death? From those initial symbolic inscriptions on cave walls, we have come a long way. The greatest scholars of antiquity could not have predicted the amount of written knowledge available to a child learning to read today. Professional scribes in medieval monasteries are not as quick at writing as the teen texting friends. Compared to the most powerful rulers of previous centuries, the office worker writing an email has greater access to information and communication tools. However, the magic is essentially unchanged. The same miracle that astounded our ancestors and still astounds us, when we pause to consider it, is happening to you as you read these words right now. Ideas generated in one mind are being replicated in another mind, across time and space, using only marks on a surface, be it a printed page, a digital screen, a papyrus scroll, a cave wall, or a clay tablet. The wonder endures despite changes in technology. Although the particular tools change over time, the basic human desire to connect, communicate, and share consciousness never changes. From ancient pictographs to contemporary emoji, writing in all its forms symbolizes humanity's continuous effort to go beyond the confines of personal experience and establish a common meaning across the enormous gaps that divide different minds. Every text message, email, and comment you send contributes to the extensive dialogue that people have been having via writing for more than 5,000 years. Not only are you utilizing technology, but you are also engaging in one of the oldest and most fundamental human endeavors, which has been updated with contemporary instruments while maintaining its timeless objectives. Today's kids will grow up in a world where voice recognition replaces typing, artificial intelligence helps with writing, real-time translation eliminates language barriers, and new technologies that we can hardly fathom will continue to revolutionize the way people write and communicate. However, they will continue to use writing for the same purposes that humans have always used it for: memory preservation, knowledge exchange, creative expression, relationship building, and bridging the gap between two different consciousnesses. One word at a time, billions of people worldwide are writing the future of writing today. The great human endeavour of making thoughts permanent and shareable involves everyone. Scientists recording new discoveries, students taking notes in class, poets writing verses, journalists covering current affairs, friends communicating over great distances, lovers expressing their feelings, children learning their first letters, and the elderly preserving family stories. Remember that you are a part of this amazing continuous story as you close your eyes tonight and allow these thoughts to find a home in the cosy spaces between waking and sleeping. You are connected to every human being who has ever struggled to share an idea, preserve a thought, or reach across time to touch another mind through the book you are reading, the device you're using, and the act of absorbing these ideas through written symbols. The same awe that has enthralled people since we first realised that marks could have meaning is being felt by a child learning to recognise their first letters somewhere tonight. When they learn that the squiggles on the page can tell them stories about faraway places and made-up friends, their eyes enlarge. From medieval apprentices learning to form letters with quill pens to children in one-room schoolhouses laboriously copying letters on slate boards, they are continuing a tradition that dates back to ancient Sumerian schoolchildren practicing their cuneiform on clay tablets. A writer is working on a story that could be read for centuries to come somewhere tonight, picking every word with the same care that unites all storytellers who have ever attempted to permanently depict human experience. Even though they are writing on a computer, they are performing the same fundamental task as the unnamed author of Gilgamesh, the scribes who documented King Arthur's stories, or the innumerable bards who turned oral traditions into written works. Tonight, a scientist is adding their observations to the extensive body of human knowledge that started with Mesopotamian astronomers recording the motions of planets and stars, documenting a discovery that has the potential to fundamentally alter our understanding of the world. Their lab notebook or digital file will become part of the legacy that includes the research notes of Marie Curie, the sketches of Leonardo da Vinci, and the journal of Charles Darwin from the Beagle. In a tradition that includes Victorian love letters sent across continents, medieval courtly letters, and wartime correspondence that kept relationships strong over years of separation, lovers who are separated by distance are sending each other messages that bridge the gap between their hearts somewhere tonight. Whether the medium is video calls or text messages, the impulse is the same for all people who have ever attempted to stay in touch via written communication, in the same spirit that inspired ancient chroniclers to document the exploits of kings and heroes. A grandparent is somewhere tonight recording family tales for grandchildren who have not yet been born, conserving memories and wisdom. The fundamental purpose of these family histories is the same as that of the great historical works of Gibbon, Herodotus, or any other chronicler of human experience, even though they may never be published or read widely. Somewhere tonight, a student is engaged in the same process of acquiring and preserving knowledge that has propelled human learning since the founding of the first schools in ancient Mesopotamia, taking notes that will aid them in developing their understanding of the world. Their computer files and notebooks represent the most recent development in humanity's continuous endeavour to transmit knowledge from one generation to the next. Someone is writing in a diary somewhere tonight, documenting the minutiae of everyday existence that will eventually give historians a better understanding of how we lived, what we valued, and what we were concerned about. They are carrying on the tradition of Samuel Pepys, who chronicled life in London in the 17th century, Anne Frank, who chronicled her experiences during World War II, and innumerable others who recognise that ordinary life, when faithfully documented, gradually transforms into the extraordinary. Somewhere tonight, a poet is carrying on humanity's oldest literary tradition by trying to find the perfect words to convey an emotion or experience that has never been sufficiently conveyed before. They are part of the same tradition as Homer, Sappho, Li Bai, Rumi, Shakespeare, and all other poets who have attempted to use language to create beauty and meaning, even though they may share their work on social media instead of performing it in royal courts. All of these individuals, along with millions more, are contributing their words to the extensive dialogue that started when the first human decided that thoughts were too valuable to rely solely on memory. This means that the story of writing is not yet complete. Every research paper, love letter, grocery list, and status update adds to the continuous human endeavour of making the transient permanent and the invisible visible. Not only are you reading this story, dear reader, but you are also contributing to its creation. Each time you send a message, write an email, write a note, or express an idea in writing, you're taking part in one of the greatest cooperative endeavours in human history. You are contributing your voice to a dialogue that has been going on for thousands of years and will continue for thousands more. Just as we can hardly imagine what writing technologies our great-grandchildren will take for granted, the Lascaux cave painters could never have imagined smartphones and social media. However, despite all technological advancements, the basic human urges that drive writing, the need to remember, communicate, share, preserve and create, remain constant. Allow yourself to feel a part of this enormous human endeavour as you go to sleep tonight. You might dream of future technologies and ancient scribes, of writers at glowing screens and storytellers around campfires, of children learning their letters and elders keeping their memories alive. They are a part of your story, and you are part of theirs. Rest well and dream of all the stories that have not yet been told, all the discoveries that have not yet been documented, all the connections that have not yet been made, and all the ideas that have not yet been able to move from page to page in your mind. You, dear reader, dear writer, dear participant in this ancient and continuing human adventure, will contribute to the writing of the greatest chapters of the writing story. Good night, and I hope your words are heard tomorrow. You wake up at 4:30 in the morning, and the world outside your window is still wrapped in that thick, velvety darkness that makes even the gas street lamps look like lonely fireflies. Your feet hit the cold floorboards with a thud that echoes through your modest lodgings, and you're immediately reminded that being a Victorian postman isn't exactly a profession for those who enjoy sleeping in. Your bedroom chair's uniform appears to have endured decades of use. Your dark blue coat, with its brass buttons that never quite shine the way they're supposed to, bears the battle scars of countless encounters with rose bushes, aggressive geese, and the occasional projectile thrown by less than pleased recipients of overdue bills. Your leather satchel sits nearby, already showing signs of the day ahead. It knows it's about to be stuffed fuller than a Christmas turkey. You stumble downstairs to your landlady's kitchen, where she's already prepared your breakfast. Mrs. Henderson, bless her soul, understands that postmen need fuel for the journey ahead. She slides a plate of eggs, bacon, and thick-cut bread across the wooden table, along with a steaming mug of tea so strong it could probably walk the postal route by itself. The morning ritual begins with checking your pocket watch, a gift from your father when you joined the Royal Mail Service 3 years ago. It's already 5:15, which means you need to be at the sorting office by 6 sharp. Mr. Grimsby, the postmaster, has the temperament of a wet cat and the punctuality expectations of a railway conductor. Being late means facing his legendary scowl, which has been known to curdle milk from 3 streets away. You finish your breakfast, grab your cap, the one with the small hole where a particularly ambitious pigeon once mistook it for nesting material, and step out into the London morning. The air carries that distinct Victorian cocktail of coal smoke, horse manure, and the faint promise of rain that seems permanently suspended over the city like an indecisive visitor. The walk to the sorting office takes you past the baker's shop, where Mr. Pemberton is already pulling fresh loaves from his ovens. The warm, yeasty smell follows you down the street like a friendly dog. You wave through the window and he responds with a flower-dusted salute. These small morning rituals have become the comfortable rhythm of your working life. At the sorting office, you're greeted by the familiar chaos that would make a battlefield look organised. Sacks of mail are piled everywhere like fabric mountains, and your fellow postmen are already elbow-deep in the day's deliveries. There's Jenkins, who's been doing this job since before Victoria became Queen, and moves with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine. Thompson, the newcomer who still gets nervous about delivering to the fancy neighbourhoods, and old Murphy, who claims he once delivered a letter to Charles Dickens himself, though the story changes slightly each time he tells it. Your section of London covers approximately 4 square miles of winding streets, narrow alleys, and the occasional dead end that seems to exist solely to test your navigation skills. The mail in your bag represents a cross-section of human experience. Love letters that smell faintly of lavender, business correspondence with serious-looking seals, newspapers that will be outdated by tomorrow, and the inevitable collection of bills that make recipients look at you as if you personally decided to charge them for existing. You organise your letters by street and number, a process that requires the spatial reasoning skills of an architect and the patience of a saint. Each piece of mail has its personality, Some are thick and important looking, others are thin and apologetic, and a few are so mysteriously shaped that you wonder if someone's trying to post a small hedgehog. The morning preparation is almost complete. Your route is planned, your satchel is loaded, and your boots are laced tight enough to survive the day's adventures. As you step back onto the street, the city is beginning to wake up around you, and you're about to embark on another day of connecting people across the sprawling maze of Victorian London. Pembroke Street is your first stop, where the houses stand side by side like gossiping neighbours. Each front door tells its story. Some are painted bright red with polished brass knockers that gleam in the morning light, while others have seen better days and sport paint that's peeling like sunburned skin. You've learned to read these subtle signs like a detective. The well-maintained homes usually mean pleasant interactions, while the shabby ones might involve dodging flying objects or unwelcome commentary about the postal service. Mrs. Abernathy at number 12 is already waiting by her window, watching for your arrival with the intensity of a hawk spotting a field mouse. She receives letters from her sister in Edinburgh every Tuesday, and she's developed the uncanny ability to sense your approach from 3 blocks away. You slip the familiar envelope through her letter slot, and you can practically hear her shuffling excitedly toward the door before you've even stepped off her front steps. The rhythm of delivery becomes as natural as breathing after a while. Walk, sort, knock, deliver, repeat. But each house brings its own peculiar challenges. Number 18 has a letter slot positioned so low that reaching it requires the flexibility of a contortionist, while number 24's slot is so narrow you sometimes wonder if the architect designed it specifically to frustrate postal workers. Then there's the matter of the dogs. Every street has its collection of four-legged critics, and they all seem to have strong opinions about the postal service. There's Duchess, a pompous poodle at number 7 who treats your daily arrival as a personal insult to her aristocratic sensibilities. She expresses her displeasure through a series of indignant yaps that sound remarkably like someone complaining about the weather in a foreign language you don't quite understand. At the other end of the spectrum is Brutus, a mastiff the size of a small pony who belongs to the butcher on Merchant Street. Despite his intimidating appearance, Brutus has apparently decided that you're his second favourite human, after his owner, and he greets your arrival each day by attempting to lick your face with a tongue that could double as a washcloth. Your strategy involves keeping a safe distance and a pocket full of the small biscuits that Mrs. Henderson slips into your lunch bag specifically for canine diplomacy. The variety of mail you carry reflects the full spectrum of human emotion and necessity. There are the obvious love letters. You can spot them from a mile away by their careful penmanship, and the faint scent of perfume that seems to follow them around like a romantic ghost. Business correspondence tends to travel in serious-looking envelopes with important-sounding return addresses, while family letters often arrive in batches, as if relatives suddenly remember they have things to say all at the same time. Some deliveries require special handling. Legal documents arrive with an air of importance that makes you walk slightly straighter, while medical correspondence often travels in discreet envelopes that seem to whisper about their contents. You've developed an almost supernatural ability to gauge the emotional weight of mail just by holding it. Good news tends to feel lighter somehow, while bad news seems to add extra gravity to your satchel. The morning progresses through the residential streets, where laundry hangs between buildings like celebratory bunting, and children peer at you from behind curtains with the curiosity reserved for exotic creatures. You wave at the familiar faces, the shopkeepers setting up for the day, the street sweepers making their eternal battle against London's dust and debris, and the occasional early-rising gentleman who tips his hat with the politeness that makes British society function like clockwork. By mid-morning, your satchel has lightened considerably, but your feet are beginning to remind you that they weren't designed for this much pavement pounding. The cobblestones that looked so charming in the early morning light now feel like they're personally designed to test the durability of your boot soles. You've learned to spot the loose stones that might twist an ankle, and navigate around the ones that seem to collect puddles, like magnets that attract iron filings. Your route takes you past the local tea shop, where the proprietor, Mr. Whitfield, always has a steaming cup ready for passing postmen. It's an unspoken agreement. You bring him news from the outside world through the mail you deliver, and he provides liquid encouragement for the journey ahead. The brief respite allows you to reorganize your remaining letters and plan the most efficient path through the afternoon's deliveries. As you venture into the more eccentric neighbourhoods of your route, you encounter the houses that make this job endlessly entertaining. There's Professor Blackwood's residence on Thornbury Lane, where the front garden looks like a botanical experiment gone wonderfully wrong. Exotic plants sprawl in every direction, creating a jungle that would make Darwin himself pause for consideration. The professor occasionally emerges from this green chaos wearing clothes that suggest he dresses in complete darkness, and he always greets you with enthusiasm that borders on the manic. His mail consists primarily of scientific journals and correspondence from fellow academics scattered across Europe. The envelopes often bear foreign postmarks and wax seals that look important enough to start international incidents. You've learned to handle these deliveries with extra care, partly because they seem genuinely important, and partly because Professor Blackwood once spent 20 minutes explaining the reproductive habits of orchids when you accidentally bent one of his botanical magazines. 3 houses down lives Miss Cordelia Weatherby, a spinster who has turned suspicion into an art form. She receives your approach through her lace curtains with the wariness of someone expecting invasion at any moment. Her mail consists primarily of seed catalogues and letters from a mysterious correspondent who signs only with the initials RH. You've developed a theory that RH might be a long-lost romantic interest, but Miss Weatherby's expression when she receives these letters suggests the correspondence might be less romantic and more related to outstanding debts or legal matters. The delivery process at Miss Weatherby's house has evolved into an elaborate ritual. You approach slowly, making sure your footsteps are clearly audible to avoid startling her. You place the mail carefully through her slot, then retreat a respectful distance while she performs what sounds like a complex series of locks, chains and security measures that would make a bank vault jealous. Occasionally you hear her muttering commentary about the state of the world and the declining reliability of young people, though you're not entirely sure whether this criticism includes postal workers specifically. Then there's the Johnson household on Maple Grove, which operates like a small chaotic republic. Mr. and Mrs. Johnson have produced 7 children ranging in age from barely walking to nearly adult, and their front yard resembles a toy battlefield where casualties include broken hoops, deflated balls, and at least 3 dolls that have seen better days. The children treat your arrival like a daily entertainment program, gathering at the window to watch you navigate their obstacle course of discarded playthings. Mrs. Johnson appears at her door looking like she's been wrestling with domestic responsibilities and losing gracefully. Her hair escapes from its pins in creative directions, and she usually has at least one child attached to her skirts like a small determined barnacle. Despite the apparent chaos, she always greets you with genuine warmth and occasionally offers you a cup of tea that tastes like it was made by someone who understands the restorative power of proper brewing. The mail for the Johnson house reflects the family's busy life. Letters from grandparents, school notices, and an impressive collection of bills that would make a mathematician weep. Mrs. Johnson accepts these with the resigned expression of someone who has learned to find humour in life's persistent financial requirements. Your afternoon route also includes the mysterious house at the end of Wickham Street, where the elderly Mr. Ashford lives alone with what sounds like a small orchestra of cats. The music that drifts from his windows suggests he spends his days playing piano compositions that sound both beautiful and slightly melancholy. His mail arrives sporadically. Sometimes weeks pass with nothing. Then suddenly he receives thick packets from music publishers or thin letters that seem to carry more emotional weight than their size would suggest. Mr. Ashford himself remains largely invisible, though you occasionally catch glimpses of movement behind his heavy curtains. The milk bottles left on his step disappear, and reappear with the regularity of a well-managed ghost, and the cats that inhabit his garden treat you with the aloof politeness reserved for useful servants who know their place in the household hierarchy. Each house on your route has developed its own personality over the months you've been delivering mail. You've learned to read the subtle signs. When the Hendersons are having financial difficulties, fewer letters, more bills. When the Clarks are expecting favourable news, Mrs. Clark watches from the window with hopeful expressions. And when the Thompsons are preparing for one of their famous dinner parties, invitations multiply like rabbits in their outgoing mail slot. London's November weather is unpredictable, dramatic, and seemingly designed to test your patience. This morning started with a light mist that felt almost pleasant, like walking through a cloud that decided to visit the city. But by noon, that gentle mist has transformed into a proper drizzle that seems determined to discover every gap in your clothing that you didn't know existed. Your waterproof coat, which looked so professional and weather-ready when the Postal Service issued it, now reveals its true character under actual precipitation. Water finds its way past your collar with the persistence of an uninvited guest, and your satchel, despite its supposedly water-resistant leather, begins to develop that damp smell that suggests your mail might arrive looking like it survived a minor flood. The cobblestones become treacherous when wet, transforming from merely uncomfortable walking surfaces into potential skating rinks for the unwary. You've developed a peculiar walking style that resembles a cautious dance, testing each step before committing your full weight. The locals who observe this careful progression from their dry windows probably think postal workers have developed their own form of street choreography. But weather is only one of the obstacles that make your daily route and adventure worthy of exploration novels. There's the ongoing construction project on Pemberton Street, where workers have apparently decided that the most efficient way to repair cobblestones is to remove them all at once, leaving behind a landscape that resembles a geological excavation site. Navigating this route requires the skills of a mountain climber and the patience of someone accustomed to bureaucratic inefficiency. The construction workers, bless their dust-covered souls, have developed a friendly relationship with the postal service. They warn you about particularly treacherous sections and sometimes even clear a path when they see you approaching with your bulging satchel. In return, you've become their informal news service, updating them on which houses are receiving intriguing mail and sharing gossip about neighbourhood developments that might affect their work schedule. Then there are the street vendors who transform certain corners into temporary marketplaces that seem to appear and disappear with magical unpredictability. Mrs. Patterson sets up her flower cart at the intersection of Oak and Elm every Tuesday and Friday, creating a fragrant obstacle that requires careful navigation. Her roses and carnations smell heavenly, but her cart blocks the most direct path to 3 different house numbers, forcing you to develop alternative routes that add precious minutes to your delivery schedule. The flower cart also attracts bees with the enthusiasm of a royal celebration, and you've learned to approach Mrs. Patterson's corner with the wariness of someone entering a diplomatic negotiation. The bees seem to view postal workers as potential threats to their floral paradise, and they express their concerns through aggressive hovering patterns that make mail sorting a delicate operation. Animal encounters extend beyond the domestic dogs and cats that populate most neighbourhoods. London's streets host a surprising variety of wildlife that seems determined to participate in postal delivery. There are the pigeons that treat your mail satchel as a potential roosting site, the occasional rat that regards your passing with the bold curiosity of a small urban philosopher, and the memorable incident involving an escaped parrot that spent an entire afternoon following you from house to house while providing colourful commentary on your delivery technique. The parrot, whose vocabulary suggested it had previous experience with sailors, seemed particularly interested in critiquing your route efficiency. It perched on garden gates and fence posts, offering suggestions that were both anatomically creative and utterly unprintable. Several residents emerged from their houses to witness this unusual postal procession, and you found yourself becoming an inadvertent street performance while trying to maintain professional dignity under avian supervision. Street conditions vary dramatically depending on the neighbourhood's economic status. The wealthy areas feature well-maintained pavements, regular street cleaning, and house numbers that are clearly visible from reasonable distances. These neighbourhoods make mail delivery feel like a pleasant stroll through an organised urban park. However, the working-class areas pose distinct challenges. Sometimes, house numbers exist only in theory, either painted on surfaces that have seen better decades, or hidden behind architectural features that suggest the original builders had a light-hearted approach to postal logistics. You've developed detective skills that would impress Scotland Yard, using context clues like neighbouring house numbers, architectural patterns, and the occasional helpful neighbour to locate your destination. The afternoon brings its own set of weather-related complications as the drizzle decides to upgrade itself to actual rain. Your boots, which felt perfectly adequate this morning, now squelch with each step like small portable swamps. The mail in your satchel requires constant protection, and you find yourself performing elaborate sheltering manoeuvres under overhangs, in doorways, and beneath the occasional tree that hasn't yet shed all its leaves. The beauty of being a postman lies not just in the physical act of delivery, but in witnessing the invisible threads that connect people across distances both near and far. Each letter in your satchel symbolises a relationship, a narrative, and a human connection that you have the honour to foster. After months on the same route, you begin to recognise patterns that reveal the rich tapestry of lives unfolding behind those front doors. Take Mrs. Eleanor Fitzgerald on Rosemary Street, who receives letters every Thursday from someone with elegant handwriting and expensive stationery. The envelopes always smell faintly of jasmine, and Mrs. Fitzgerald's entire demeanour changes on delivery days. She transforms from a somewhat stern widow, who maintains her garden with military precision, into someone who practically floats to her front door. You suspect these letters come from a gentleman admirer, possibly someone from her past who has recently reconnected. The way she clutches these letters to her chest before disappearing inside suggests romance that would make novelists weep with envy. Then there's young Timothy Hartwell, barely 16, who works as an apprentice at the clockmaker's shop, but dreams of adventure beyond London's sooty boundaries. His mail consists primarily of correspondence with various shipping companies and colonial offices. The thick packets of information about opportunities in India, Australia and Canada arrive with the regularity of someone seriously planning an escape. You've watched Timothy mature over the months, his letters becoming more focused and more specific. Last week he received what looked like official documentation from a trading company in Bombay, and his excitement was so obvious that his employer probably wondered why the boy suddenly started whistling maritime songs while repairing pocket watches. The Pemberton family presents a more complex story that unfolds letter by letter. Mr. Pemberton operates the bakery, but his wife receives regular correspondence from what appears to be a legal firm in Edinburgh. The letters arrive with the serious formality of legal documents, and Mrs. Pemberton's expression when she receives them suggests they concern matters more weighty than simple business transactions. You suspect there might be an inheritance involved, or perhaps property disputes from her family's past. The legal correspondence comes in waves, sometimes weekly, sometimes not for months, suggesting ongoing negotiations that require patience and considerable postage. Your route also includes the boarding house on Whitmore Lane, where Miss Adelaide Morton runs a respectable establishment for young working women. The mail volume at this address could supply a small post office independently. Each resident seems to maintain correspondence with family, friends, potential suitors, and various business contacts. Miss Morton herself receives letters from young women seeking accommodation, parents checking on their daughter's welfare, and what appears to be a romantic correspondence with someone who signs his letters with the initials JR and uses stationery that suggests comfortable financial circumstances. The boarding house mail reveals fascinating glimpses into the lives of young women navigating independence in Victorian London. There are letters that smell of tears and homesickness, others that practically vibrate with excitement about new opportunities, and the occasional thick packet that suggests either very favourable news or very detailed explanations of life choices that might not meet with parental approval. Perhaps the most intriguing correspondence on your route belongs to Mr. Algernon Blackthorne, who lives in the narrow house on Crescent Moon Lane. His mail arrives from the most exotic locations, postcards from Cairo showing pyramids and camels, letters bearing stamps from places you couldn't locate on a map without considerable assistance, and packages that rattle mysteriously when handled. Mr. Blackthorne himself appears to be some sort of collector or researcher, judging by the archaeological and anthropological publications that arrive monthly. His house windows display artifacts that suggest extensive travel, and you occasionally glimpse him through the glass, examining objects with the intensity of someone deciphering ancient mysteries. The children's mail provides its entertainment value. Young Margaret Woodhouse on Sycamore Street maintains an impressive correspondence with cousins scattered across Britain. Her letters arrive in batches, written in the careful handwriting of children trying to impress adults with their penmanship skills. The return correspondence suggests she's something of a central figure in her extended family's communication network, possibly because she's the only cousin old enough to write proper letters, but young enough to find everyone's news equally fascinating. Some residents receive mail that tells stories of hardship and resilience. Mrs. Catherine O'Brien, recently widowed, receives regular letters from Ireland that you suspect contain both emotional support and small financial assistance from relatives. The timing of these letters often coincides with particularly challenging periods. They arrive more frequently when rent is due, or when her children need new shoes. The Irish postmarks and the careful way she handles these letters suggest a support network that spans the Irish Sea, providing comfort that transcends geographical boundaries. The afternoon section of your route takes you into the commercial district, where the pace of life accelerates like a wound-up pocket watch. Shop owners and clerks bustle about their business with the efficient energy of people who understand that time equals money, and every moment spent standing still represents potential profit walking past their establishments. The mail requirements here differ significantly from residential deliveries. business correspondence arrives in larger volumes, legal documents travel with increased urgency, and commercial relationships generate paperwork that would impress government bureaucrats. Mr. Cornelius Blackwood operates a haberdashery that seems to exist in a state of organised chaos. His shop overflows with bolts of fabric in every conceivable colour and pattern, buttons that could outfit a small army, and ribbons that cascade from shelves like textile waterfalls. The mail delivery here requires patience because Mr. Blackwood treats every piece of correspondence as a potential treasure that might contain life-changing opportunities. He examines each envelope with the intensity of an art critic studying a masterpiece, turning letters over in his hands as if their external appearance might reveal their contents through some form of postal divination. The correspondence for the haberdashery reflects the complexity of Victorian commerce. There are invoices from fabric suppliers, letters from customers describing specific requirements for garments that sound more complex than architectural blueprints, and regular communication from fashion houses in Paris that arrives with the air of containing state secrets. Mr. Blackwood often shares snippets of information about current fashion trends, speaking with the authority of someone who understands that clothing represents more than mere necessity. It's a form of personal expression that requires both artistic vision and practical skill. Next door, Mrs. Prudence Whitfield runs a tea and confectionery shop that has the delightful aroma of heaven, as if it decided to establish a retail location. The aroma of fresh-baked scones, imported teas and handmade chocolates creates an olfactory experience that makes your afternoon delivery rounds feel like a culinary tour of paradise. Mrs. Whitfield's mail consists primarily of orders from suppliers, letters from customers planning special events, and regular correspondence with relatives who apparently keep her informed about family recipes that have been passed down through generations of accomplished bakers. Mrs. Whitfield has developed the habit of offering postal workers small samples of her latest creations, which she claims require professional opinions from people who understand quality and appreciate craftsmanship. This generosity transforms mail delivery into an unexpected taste-testing experience that adds considerable pleasure to your working day. Her lemon drops could cure melancholy, and her shortbread cookies possess the power to restore faith in humanity's capacity for creating perfect things. The afternoon also brings you to Dr. Pemberton's medical practice, where the mail takes on a more serious character. Medical correspondence often arrives in discreet envelopes that whisper about their contents, and you've learned to handle these deliveries with extra care. Dr. Pemberton himself appears to maintain professional relationships with colleagues across Britain and Europe, judging by the range of postmarks on his correspondence. Medical journals arrive monthly, thick with information about new treatments and discoveries that suggest the field of medicine continues evolving at a pace that requires constant study. In the doctor's waiting room, patients often watch your mail delivery with hopeful expressions, anticipating important news about their health. You've learned to maintain professional discretion about medical correspondence, understanding that the mail you carry might contain information that could significantly impact people's lives. The weight of this responsibility adds gravity to deliveries that might otherwise seem routine. Your route also includes several legal offices where correspondence arrives with the formality that suggests serious business transactions, property disputes, and the complex paperwork that accompanies Victorian society's relationship with bureaucracy. Mr. Harrison Blackstone, Esquire, operates from a narrow building that seems designed specifically for containing legal documents. His mail volume could supply a small library, and the variety of correspondence suggests involvement in everything from simple property transfers to complex business arrangements that require multiple participants and considerable negotiation. The legal correspondence often arrives in batches that seem coordinated with court schedules or important deadlines. Mr. Blackstone himself treats mail delivery as a critical component of his professional schedule, often waiting near his office window when he expects particularly important documents. The urgency with which he receives certain letters suggests that legal matters operate on timelines that make postal delivery a crucial element in the administration of justice. The commercial district also houses several businesses that seem to exist primarily for the purpose of generating correspondence. Import companies receive letters from suppliers scattered across the empire, shipping firms coordinate with captains and cargo handlers, and trading houses maintain relationships that span continents. The mail you carry represents the communication network that keeps Victorian commerce functioning like a vast, complex machine, where every letter serves as a small but essential component. As the afternoon light begins its gradual retreat behind London's perpetual curtain of coal smoke and city haze, you find yourself on the final stretch of your postal route. Your satchel, which began the day stuffed to capacity like an overfed Christmas goose, now hangs light against your hip, containing only the handful of letters destined for the furthest addresses on your circuit. Your feet have developed their own conversation with the cobblestones, a dialogue consisting primarily of complaints about the day's mileage and negotiations about tomorrow's anticipated challenges. The evening deliveries take you through neighbourhoods where gas lamps are beginning to flicker to life like earthbound stars, and the windows of houses glow with the warm yellow light that suggests families gathering for dinner, children completing homework assignments, and the comfortable domestic routines that make houses into homes. You catch glimpses of these private moments, shadows moving against drawn curtains, the silhouettes of people settling into their evening activities, and the occasional face peering out to observe the street's transition from day to night. Your last delivery of the day takes you to the cottage at the end of Honeysuckle Lane, where Mrs. Margaret Ashworth tends a garden that seems to exist in defiance of London's urban environment. Roses climb her walls with the determination of natural optimists, and her front yard blooms with flowers that suggest she possesses either supernatural gardening abilities or access to botanical magic. The letter you deliver today bears the return address of her grandson in Manchester, and her face lights up with the joy reserved for news from beloved family members. Mrs. Ashworth exemplifies why postal work transcends mere job responsibilities and becomes something resembling a calling. She depends on these letters to maintain connections with relatives scattered across Britain, and your role in facilitating these relationships makes you a participant in the preservation of family bonds that distance might otherwise strain. The gratitude in her expression when she receives mail from loved ones reminds you that postal delivery involves more than simply transporting paper from one location to another. You're carrying pieces of people's hearts wrapped in envelopes and sealed with hope. The walk back to the sorting office provides you time to reflect on the day's encounters and the fascinating complexity of human existence that reveals itself through mail delivery. You've witnessed romance blooming through carefully perfumed letters, business relationships developing across continents, families maintaining connections despite geographical separation, and individuals pursuing dreams that require correspondence with opportunities far beyond London's boundaries. Each letter you've delivered today represents someone's attempt to reach across distance and connect with another human being. The variety of handwriting styles, paper qualities, and envelope choices reflects the diversity of people who rely on the postal service to maintain their relationships and conduct their affairs. Every piece of mail, from the elegant script of educated correspondence to the careful printing of those struggling with literacy, embodies the weight of human intention and the hope that communication can bridge any gaps between sender and recipient. Back at the sorting office, you join your fellow postmen in the ritual of checking in mailbags, comparing notes about the day's challenges, and preparing for tomorrow's deliveries. Jenkins regales the group with stories about a runaway pig that disrupted his morning route, while Thompson shares his encounter with a household where the entire family gathered to witness the delivery of what appeared to be adoption papers. Murphy, as usual, has discovered new evidence supporting his claim about delivering mail to renowned authors, though his story today involves a different writer than last week's tale. The camaraderie among postal workers reflects the shared understanding that this job requires more than physical endurance. It demands patience, diplomacy, weather resistance, and the ability to find humour in situations that would test the sanity of less resilient individuals. You've all developed strategies for managing difficult deliveries, dealing with problematic weather, and maintaining professional composure when faced with customers whose relationship with postal workers ranges from worshipful gratitude to inexplicable hostility. As you prepare to leave the sorting office, Mr. Grimsby approaches with tomorrow's route assignments. Your section will include several new addresses where recent residents have requested postal service, and there's mention of a package delivery that will require special handling. The prospect of new challenges and unfamiliar streets adds anticipation to tomorrow's work. Each day brings the possibility of discovering new neighbourhoods, meeting different people, and facilitating connections you haven't yet imagined. You walk home through streets as familiar as your rooms. You know which corners collect puddles after rain, which dogs will bark at your approach, and which residents can be relied upon to offer friendly greetings. This knowledge represents more than geographical familiarity. It reflects your integration into the community you serve, your role as a connecting thread in the social fabric that binds neighbourhoods together. Tomorrow will bring another early morning, another loaded mail satchel, and another opportunity to participate in the vast network of human communication that keeps Victorian society functioning. The letters waiting to be sorted and delivered contain stories you haven't yet discovered, relationships you haven't yet facilitated, and moments of human connection that depend on your ability to navigate London's streets with reliable efficiency. As you settle into bed, your tired feet grateful for horizontal rest, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction that comes from work that serves a purpose beyond personal advancement. Being a Victorian postman means accepting responsibility for maintaining the communication networks that enable love letters to find their recipients, business arrangements to proceed smoothly, families to stay connected across distances, and communities to function as interconnected webs of mutual dependence and support. The gentle rain that begins pattering against your bedroom window promises intriguing challenges for tomorrow's deliveries, but also guarantees that your services will be particularly appreciated by people who prefer to receive their mail without venturing into weather that makes staying indoors seem like the pinnacle of human wisdom. Leonardo da Vinci was born on April 15th, 1452, or 1452 by the Florentine calendar, 1452 to 1453 by modern reckoning, in the Tuscan hamlet of Anciano, near the town of Vinci. He came into a world undergoing seismic changes. Florence was a republic brimming with artistic energy, and Europe was on the cusp of the Renaissance's full flowering. His father, Ser Piero da Vinci, was a notary of moderate renown, while his mother, Caterina, is believed to have been a local woman of humble background. The boy's illegitimacy meant he was never part of the upper echelons, yet it freed him from certain constraints that might have shackled a legitimate son to family business. Even as a child, Leonardo is said to have displayed an intense curiosity, wandering fields and streams, sketching plants, small creatures, or swirling eddies in the water. At this time, many children in Tuscany received minimal formal education, but Leonardo's father recognised the boy's precocious mind. Records suggest that around age 14, Leonardo began an apprenticeship in Florence with Andrea del Verrocchio, a master known for sculpture, metalwork, and painting. The workshop bustled with talented pupils and assistants, forging a collaborative environment. Apprentices learned to prepare pigments, craft details, and replicate the master's style. Leonardo's innate knack for observation set him apart. His notebooks from that era, though mostly lost, would have contained anatomical sketches, mechanical doodles, and fleeting notes on geometry. While other students memorized standard forms, Leonardo probed the underlying structures, dissecting how limbs attached or how light refracted on glossy surfaces. An early turning point arrived when Verrocchio assigned him to paint a small angel in the corner of the Baptism of Christ. Legend has it that upon seeing Leonardo's contribution, Verrocchio felt overshadowed and vowed never to paint again. Though that story might be apocryphal, it underscores how swiftly Leonardo's skill gained recognition. He brought a fresh approach to shading, employing what we now call chiaroscuro to infuse figures with tangible volume. While older masters often used linear outlines, Leonardo blended tones so that forms emerged gracefully from shadow. Despite his promise, Leonardo's early years in Florence carried frustrations. Some commissions fizzled due to political upheavals or patron shifts. Eager to expand his reach, Leonardo sought new vistas. Around 1482, he journeyed to Milan, offering his services to Ludovico Sforza, the ruling duke. He wrote a letter extolling his engineering prowess, listing designs for bridges, cannons, and war machines, only concluding with a mention that he could paint. This detail reveals how Leonardo viewed himself, not merely an artist, but a multifaceted engineer who happened to paint. Sforza, intrigued by such potential, welcomed him. In Milan, Leonardo thrived. The ducal court was a centre of intellectual pursuits, blending politics, the arts, and emerging sciences. He tackled a massive equestrian statue project for Ludovico, intending to cast a colossal bronze horse to honour the duke's father. For years, Leonardo studied horses' musculature, sketched them in various gaits, and designed elaborate foundry techniques. Ultimately, political strife disrupted the project. French armies invaded, and the raw bronze allocated for the statue was repurposed into cannons. The uncompleted clay model became a casualty of war, shattered as Milan fell. This fiasco, however, did not dampen Leonardo's thirst for grand challenges. During his Milanese phase, Leonardo also produced The Virgin of the Rocks, a painting that showcased his mastery of atmospheric perspective. He experimented with layered glazes and gentle transitions, making the rocky grotto and figures radiate an otherworldly hush. Simultaneously, he furthered his anatomical investigations, dissecting animals to refine his knowledge of muscle groups. He documented swirling water patterns in the city's canals, studied the flight of birds, and toyed with the idea of a flying machine. Milan's environment gave him the space to roam intellectually, bridging artistry with scientific speculation in a manner rarely seen before. Yet these pursuits coexisted with real-world demands. The Sforza court needed fortifications, festival designs, and mechanical contraptions. Leonardo obliged, penning treatises on geometry, building stage sets for pageants, and engineering ephemeral wonders. Some found him eccentric, especially as he scribbled notes in mirror writing. Others recognised him as an inexhaustible thinker who might at any moment produce the next stroke of genius. By the late 15th century, Leonardo had established himself as a leading figure of the Renaissance, though his restless mind kept him pushing forward, always hungry for the next frontier of knowledge. Leonardo's life in Milan was bustling, yet destiny had other turns in store. In 1499, French forces under King Louis XII conquered Milan. The once powerful Sforza dynasty collapsed, leaving Leonardo and his patrons scrambling. With the city's patron gone, Leonardo lost his secure base. He departed Milan, travelling to Venice, then briefly to Mantua, carrying an uneven portfolio of half-finished commissions and a head brimming with experiments. The aftermath was a tumultuous period, marked by shifting alliances across Italy's city-states. In Mantua, the Marchioness Isabella d'Este welcomed him, seeking a portrait. She was a formidable patron, but Leonardo's restlessness prevailed. He quickly moved on, possibly uninterested in the standard portrait tasks. By the mid-1500s, he found his way back to Florence after 2 decades away. The city had changed. It was now under the sway of the Republican government, briefly influenced by the fiery preacher Savonarola. Tensions simmered, and art commissions had a new flavour, patriotic or moralistic. Yet Florence remembered Leonardo's early promise. He was invited to paint a major altarpiece, though negotiations stalled. Instead, he seized on a more prestigious assignment, a mural in the Palazzo della Signoria, the seat of Florence's government. This mural project, known as the Battle of Anghiari, was meant to commemorate a 1440 Florentine victory. Across town, Michelangelo was commissioned to do a different battle scene in the same hall. The city braced for a competition between two towering geniuses. Leonardo approached the mural with an experimental technique. He planned to use a wax-based paint to speed drying. He built a giant scaffold and devised advanced heating systems to help the paint set, but the innovation backfired. Parts of the mural dripped or refused to adhere. Despite partial success in depicting dramatic cavalry charges, the painting never reached its final form. Over time, the incomplete mural decayed or was covered by later renovations. Still, the surviving sketches and copies hint that it was a dynamic, swirling composition of men and horses locked in ferocious combat. During this same stretch, Leonardo painted the Mona Lisa, commissioned by Francesco del Giocondo for his wife, Lisa. It was initially a private portrait, yet Leonardo spent years refining it, working and reworking subtle glazes. The face's elusive smile and luminous complexion resulted from layering translucent paint. Each layer diffused light. The painting's mysterious aura also came from Leonardo's habit of constantly altering details. While smaller than some grand frescoes, the piece represented a culmination of his sfumato technique. The background's hazy mountains and winding roads mirrored Leonardo's fascination with geology and fluid dynamics. Over time, he kept the painting with him, never delivering it to the patron. Possibly he saw it as a personal testament to portraiture's pinnacle. Parallel to these artistic feats, Leonardo advanced his scientific explorations. He dissected human cadavers in hospitals outside Florence, sketching cross-sections of muscles and bones. Though dissection was sensitive, certain hospitals allowed it for educational ends. His anatomical drawings, some discovered centuries later, revealed a near-modern understanding of the spine, the arrangement of internal organs, and the skeleton's mechanics. He planned an extensive treatise on anatomy, combining text with diagrammatic precision, anticipating the modern concept of illustrated medical textbooks. However, like many Leonardo projects, it was never formally published in his lifetime. Politics roiled again in 1503 to 1504 when Pisa threatened Florence. Leonardo contributed to engineering solutions, brainstorming ways to divert the Arno River to hamper Pisa's supply lines. He drafted canals, levees, and even considered flooding tactics. The plan was bold but faced practical obstacles in Tuscany's terrain. Although partially attempted, the scheme never fully materialised. The episodes highlight Leonardo's willingness to tackle large-scale engineering challenges, blending topographical studies with strategic insight. The lessons gleaned would echo in his future city planning sketches and water management designs. By 1506, French rule stabilised in Milan, opening the city once more. Long gone was Ludovico Sforza, but the new French governors beckoned Leonardo. Eager to revisit uncompleted ideas like the giant horse statue, he returned. Florence parted ways with him under a cloud of frustration, as the Battle of Anghiari lingered unfinished. Yet Leonardo's departure signalled that loyalty to a single city was never his style. He roamed, following whichever environment let him chase multiple intellectual pursuits. In returning to Milan, he sought continuity for the scientific and artistic projects left behind a decade prior. Thus, by the mid-1500s, Leonardo had become an artist-engineer bridging city-states, forging a pattern of partial achievements and unfinished marvels. Some critics found him unreliable, an eternal tinkerer, yet few denied his brilliance. He left Florence having revolutionised portraiture and capturing ephemeral visual mysteries in the Mona Lisa, while also nearly revolutionising mural painting. The stage was set for further meanderings in Milan and eventually beyond, as Europe recognised him as a truly singular figure, a testament to the Renaissance's union of art and science. Leonardo's second stint in Milan began around 1506 under the patronage of Charles d'Amboise, the French governor. This time the city was controlled by the French crown, not the Sforza family. The environment was different, less personal loyalty, more bureaucratic oversight. But Leonardo's fame had grown. He was recognised as a Renaissance man, whose counsel was prized for everything from architecture to geometry. Some records indicate he was granted a workshop near the Porta Vercellina district, where he resumed anatomical, mechanical, and artistic endeavours. One ongoing obsession was the equestrian monument he had once planned for Ludovico Sforza. Though the bronze had been lost to war, Leonardo still dreamed of building the largest horse statue known. He refined the design, adjusting how a rearing stallion might balance on hind legs. He sketched innovative casting methods, hoping to circumvent earlier meltdown issues. However, the politics had shifted. With Ludovico deposed, the impetus for a Sforza memorial dissipated. Leonardo might have pitched the idea to the French administration, but it never crystallised. He remained resolute in exploring equine anatomy, capturing every sinew and tendon in fresh sketches. During this period, Leonardo welcomed a youthful apprentice named Francesco Melzi, who would become his most devoted disciple and eventual executor of his estate. Melzi, from a noble Milanese family, offered loyalty, scribing capabilities, and stable finances. He accompanied Leonardo on trips, helped organise notes, and became the master's confidant. The presence of a still or respectful apprentice might have provided Leonardo the continuity he'd long sought, especially after dealing with earlier assistants who sometimes parted on mixed terms. Meanwhile, glimpses of his scientific mania multiplied. He dissected more cadavers, filling notebooks with nuanced drawings of hearts, muscles, the bronchial system. Observing that heart valves directed blood flow, he speculated about circulation decades before William Harvey's formal discovery. He studied the vitreous humour in an ox's eye, investigating how images formed. While the Catholic Church mostly tolerated such dissections for medical progress, certain clergy frowned on it, so Leonardo often performed them discreetly or at night. Had he published these findings, he might have revolutionised medicine centuries earlier, but perfectionism and continuous revision meant his data stayed personal, locked in cramped notebooks and penned in a mirror script. In parallel, Leonardo authored treatises on flight, Fascinated by birds' wing structures, he dissected wings to decode the interplay of feathers. He built mechanical prototypes, ornithopters, aiming to replicate flapping flight. Though never tested on a large scale, these contraptions presaged modern aviation concepts. He recognised that pure flapping wouldn't suffice for human flight. He studied gliding surfaces, suspecting that air currents could keep a craft aloft. Yet the technology of the era, no engines or suitable materials, curbed these ambitions. Even so, the sketches reveal an acute understanding of aerodynamics. Around 1510, Leonardo's patron Charles d'Amboise died, prompting another shift in Milan's political circle. Still, the French King Louis XII valued Leonardo. Another momentous figure emerged. The newly ascendant Giuliano de' Medici, brother of Pope Leo X, invited Leonardo to return to the Florentine orbit or possibly move to Rome, where the papacy was fueling grand building projects. Leonardo, now in his late 50s, weighed these overtures carefully. The lure of Rome's architectural expansions and advanced scientific resources might prove irresistible. Eventually, around 1513, Leonardo departed Milan for Rome, with an entourage that included Melzi and some assistants. In Rome, under Pope Leo X, the artistic scene soared. Michelangelo and Raphael dominated the city's commissions, Sistine Chapel expansions, grand papal apartments. Leonardo expected a role in major architectural or hydraulic projects. Instead, he found himself overshadowed by younger rivals. Michelangelo, known for moody brilliance, had little patience for Leonardo's diversions, while Raphael's rising star enthralled the papal court. Leonardo was offered small tasks. For instance, the Pope asked him to devise mechanical amusements or stage designs, but no major papal commission emerged. Despite the frustration, Leonardo utilised Rome's libraries, continuing anatomical dissections. He took advantage of more cadaver supply from local hospitals. Some rumours suggest friction with the Vatican Curia, especially after a cardinal supposedly saw dismembered bodies in Leonardo's quarters. The environment felt stifling. He wrote letters implying that the papal circle favoured spectacle over more profound research. With insufficient official support for his large-scale experiments, Leonardo grew restless again. Yet he found fleeting satisfaction exploring the Belvedere gardens, measuring ruins of ancient Roman structures. He studied geometry with scholars, exchanging ideas about perspective and the Ptolemaic universe. Perhaps a quieter dream to unify art and mathematics kept him going. Still, the unstoppable politics of Italy soon overshadowed local tasks. The shifting alliances in 1516 catapulted France into dominance once more. Francis I became king, eyeing Italy hungrily. For Leonardo, the swirling intrigue spelled an opportunity to pivot yet again. The next invitation from the French crown would beckon him across the Alps for what would become the final chapter of his life's remarkable journey. In 1516, King Francis I of France, a young monarch intrigued by art and technology, extended an invitation to Leonardo da Vinci. Tired of Roman politics and seeing limited scope for big projects there, Leonardo accepted. He travelled north, crossing the Alps at an advanced age, bearing precious paintings and volumes of notes, among them the Mona Lisa and likely St. John the Baptist. Francis offered him the manor house of Clos-Lucé, near the royal Château d'Amboise in the Loire Valley. This arrangement put Leonardo under royal patronage, granting him good comfort and a platform for his creative urges. At Clos-Lucé, Leonardo enjoyed relative calm, gone were the fierce rivalries of Florence and the ephemeral commissions of Milan. Francis I often strolled over, discussing fortifications, canal systems, or mechanical contraptions. The king revered Leonardo as a living legend, a reservoir of Renaissance brilliance. The older man reciprocated with sketches of improved weaponry or designs for a grand palace. However, age and ill health limited the impetus for new large-scale ventures. Some accounts claim Leonardo tried to outline an ideal city for Francis, merging symmetrical layouts with efficient waterways, but no direct implementation followed. Amid this peaceful setting, Leonardo's health issues worsened. He wrote fewer lines in his notebooks, and his once dexterous hand might have trembled from possible strokes or nerve troubles, yet his mind remained inquisitive. He refined old anatomical drawings, re-examining them in the quiet orchard near his manor. Melzi, ever faithful, organised the piles of manuscripts, ensuring references to geometry, geology, optics, and anatomy didn't vanish into chaos. The older assistant Salai, who had begun as a teenage model with a mischievous streak, also lived there, though rumoured tensions occasionally flared between him and Melzi. A highlight of this period was visits by French courtiers who marvelled at the Mona Lisa. They admired her half-smile, rumoured to be a representation of intangible grace. Francis I himself is said to have purchased the painting directly from Leonardo, or inherited it after the artist's death, eventually placing it in Fontainebleau. Then it travelled to the Louvre centuries later. Another puzzle, St. John the Baptist, a moody, half-lit figure, pointing heavenward, also accompanied him to France. Its swirling hair and ambiguous expression invited speculation that it was a deeply personal reflection on spiritual transformation. Though slowed physically, Leonardo sometimes produced ephemeral amusements for the court. Francis might request a mechanical lion that roared, or a winged contraption to amuse guests. These ephemeral wonders were reminiscent of his younger days planning festivals for the Milanese dukes. In letters, watchers described him as gracious but occasionally melancholic, lamenting the ephemeral nature of grand projects he never completed. The once unstoppable polymath was contending with the reality that time was finite. He also penned reflections on theology, bridging Catholic doctrines with his own scientific viewpoint. While devout in belief, he had long championed rational inquiry, sometimes rattling clergy with statements about Earth's position or the universal laws of nature. In France, the monarchy had a slightly more flexible attitude toward intellectual exploration, so long as loyalty to church dogma wasn't overtly challenged. This gave Leonardo space to fuse spiritual musings with scientific wonder. A few cryptic lines in his notebooks hint that he believed the study of anatomy and nature only deepened reverence for a divine creator. Socially, the small circle at Clos Lucé was cosy. Francis I occasionally dined with Leonardo, absorbing tall tales from Italy's golden cities. Melzi recorded these dialogues, though few transcripts remain. Meanwhile, rumours circulated about Leonardo's final unseen manuscripts. Some believed he was penning a definitive treatise on flight or a universal theory of water currents. In truth, he likely polished segments of older notes rather than forging a single cohesive magnum opus. The scattered nature of his archive meant the future would discover his brilliance piecemeal. During the winter of 1518 to the 1519, Leonardo's condition deteriorated. Chronic arm pains, possibly from a stroke, forced him to rely heavily on Melzi for everyday tasks. Francis, hearing of the decline, visited more often, hoping for final insights from the master. Legend has it that the king was at Leonardo's side as he passed on May 2nd, 1519. While romanticised accounts depict Leonardo dying in Francis's arms, the historical veracity is uncertain. Still, the bond between them was genuine, a deep mutual respect between an ageing Renaissance titan and a monarch hungry for cultural ascendancy. Thus ended Leonardo's mortal journey far from the Tuscan hills of his birth, in a French manor brightened by orchard blooms. This final French chapter was quieter, reflective, yet still brimming with sparks of creativity. From building ephemeral mechanical lions to preserving the greatest paintings humankind had known, Leonardo's culminating years embodied a spirit that refused to go dim. He might not have erected a final monument, but he left behind a personal realm of knowledge-bridging art, science, and imagination, a legacy that would endure for centuries to come. In the immediate aftermath of Leonardo da Vinci dying, the question arose, what would become of his manuscripts and personal effects? According to some accounts, Francesco Melzi emerged as the designated heir, entrusted with safeguarding the thousands of pages brimming with sketches, notes and drafts. Salai, an earlier companion, received certain paintings and minor possessions. Yet the sheer volume of Leonardo's papers posed a challenge. Melzi dedicated years trying to organise them, hoping to publish coherent treatises, but the scale was daunting. Over time, bits of the collection were dispersed, sold, or gifted by Melzi's heirs across Europe. This fracturing explains why Leonardo's notebooks eventually surfaced in places from Spain's royal libraries to British aristocratic collections, each chunk unveiled in irregular intervals. Europe of the 16th century recognised Leonardo's artistic brilliance. The Last Supper in Milan, though deteriorating due to his experimental fresco approach, was already hailed as an emotional masterpiece. The Mona Lisa, now in French royal possession, attracted courtly admiration for her haunting expression. Yet the fuller scope of his genius, engineering drawings, anatomical plates, or treatises on geometry remained largely hidden. The slow trickle of discovered manuscripts fueled centuries of fascination. In the 17th century, a few scientists glimpsed certain sketches, marvelling at advanced concepts of gear systems or diving apparatus, but it wasn't until the 19th century that broader scholarship systematically studied his codices, unveiling a mind centuries ahead of his era. Leonardo's immediate legacy in art was clearer. His painting style influenced a generation of mannerists who admired his smoky transitions, sfumato, and atmospheric depth. Milanese artists, though overshadowed by the city's shifting political fortunes, carried forward elements of his approach. In Florence, students who'd glimpsed the aborted Battle of Anghiari mural adapted some compositional ideas, but the direct lineage was complicated. Leonardo left no formal academy. He taught a few pupils thoroughly, except for Melzi and a handful of others. The intangible aura of Leonardesque painting permeated the late Renaissance with its softness of edges and subtle interplay of light. Over the next centuries, as Baroque flamboyance rose, certain of Leonardo's works fell out of style. Others recognized them as timeless. The Last Supper, for example, underwent multiple restorations, each attempt often introducing fresh problems, leading to controversies about how much of Leonardo's original brushstroke survived. Meanwhile, in the 19th century, Romantic and Victorian scholars resurrected the cult of the Renaissance genius. Leonardo emerged as a symbol of the solitary visionary, an introspective figure bridging reason and art. Writers like Walter Pater penned rhapsodic essays on the Mona Lisa, describing her as an enigma embodying centuries of emotion. Such effusions etched the painting's fame deep into Western cultural consciousness. Only in the modern age did the scale of Leonardo's scientific legacy become widely recognized. As more codices were catalogued, like the Codex Atlanticus or the Codex Arundel, historians realized that he had conceptualized flying machines, armored vehicles, and tension-based mechanical devices. He had studied wave patterns, sketched gear differentials, and dissected the human body with an exactitude unmatched for centuries. Art historians marvelled at how the same man who painted the lady with an ermine had also measured the mathematical proportions of reflection angles. The synergy of aesthetics and logic rendered him the archetype of the Renaissance man. Modern architects gleaned from his city planning concepts, while robotic engineers found preludes to modern mechanical linkages in his swirling diagrams. For a time, many described Leonardo as a man out of time, but recent scholarship refines that narrative. He was indeed extraordinary, but also a product of a vibrant milieu. Italian city-states teemed with cross-pollination from Greek, Roman, and Islamic knowledge. Leonardo built on the achievements of earlier polymaths, from the classical treatises of Archimedes to the reintroduced works of Alhazen on optics. Recognizing that synergy doesn't lessen his brilliance, it situates him in the network that made such leaps feasible. Meanwhile, the mystique around Leonardo occasionally overshadowed more grounded truths. Tales of him finishing commissions in a single burst or conjuring bizarre contraptions for stage illusions became embroidered over time. The reality was that he left many tasks incomplete, struggled with perfectionism, and juggled ephemeral court demands. This tension between the unstoppable imagination and the practical burdens of day-to-day labour infuses his story with a human dimension. He wasn't some aloof superhuman, but an individual forging through the same complexities and distractions we all face, albeit with an incandescent spark few could rival. Thus, centuries after his passing, Leonardo's name resonates as the embodiment of creative ambition. Whether in art galleries, engineering labs, or philosophical debates, references to his fusion of imagination and observation abound. People see in him the ideal of curiosity unshackled, bridging the intangible rifts between art, science, beauty, and data. That intangible legacy, more than any single painting or device, might stand as the core reason we revere him. He left behind not just objects, but a testament that the quest for knowledge and mastery can, in the right hands, rewrite the boundaries of possibility. In contemporary times, Leonardo's legacy permeates cultural and scientific discourse in ways both lofty and mundane. The Mona Lisa has become a pop icon, reproduced endlessly on posters and novelty items, its wry smile fueling conspiracy theories about hidden identities or coded messages. Meanwhile, The Last Supper continues to captivate pilgrims and tourists in Milan, though advanced ticket reservations are required to see the heavily conserved mural. Documentaries dissect each brushstroke, offering competing theories about cryptic symbolism in the arrangement of bread loaves or apostolic gestures. Beyond these famous works, Leonardo's name adorns everything from children's educational kits about invention to NASA references to lunar craters named in his honour. Tech innovators sometimes cite him as a paragon of design thinking, bridging aesthetics and function. The phrase Leonardo-like mind denotes someone unbound by a single domain. Museums stage blockbuster exhibitions, assembling scattered folios of his codices under one roof. Visitors queue for hours to glimpse the delicate sketches of a fetus in utero or a swirling aerial screw. In such gatherings, viewers witness the raw lines of a man who wrestled with nature's secrets on scraps of paper, unknowing they'd be revered centuries later. Yet the question arises, what would Leonardo have done with modern resources? Some imagine him thriving in an era of 3D printers and digital imaging, or leading biotech startups. Others caution that the intangible synergy of Renaissance Italy, a world open to invention, but also bound by craft traditions, shaped him. A modern environment might hamper that slow, observational approach. He thrived in a realm where forging your pigments and dissecting cadavers in candlelit corners built a holistic sense of wonder. Today's rapid data flow might overshadow the meticulous wonder that fueled his slow revelations. Scholars continue analysing Leonardo's notebooks for overlooked insights. One might find a newly deciphered margin note revealing how he planned water-lifting devices for farmland irrigation. Another might unearth a fragment referencing a missing treatise on mirror making. Each fresh revelation underscores how incomplete our knowledge remains. Because his notebooks were so scattered, lines vanish into private collections, sometimes re-emerging at auction houses with $1 million price tags. Bill Gates famously purchased the Codex Leicester in 1994, digitizing pages for public curiosity. This interplay of private ownership and public thirst for knowledge epitomizes Leonardo's enduring mystique. One dimension of modern interest focuses on Leonardo's personal life. The few references to intimate relationships or sexuality remain ambiguous. Some interpret his heavy focus on male assistants as indicative of hidden personal aspects. Others see no direct evidence of romance in his notes. He rarely wrote about personal feelings, preferring coded references or allegorical musings. The aura of secrecy around his private life parallels the guarded manner in which he protected his scientific methods, fueling endless speculation. At the same time, the notion of the incomplete genius resonates with modern anxieties about productivity. Leonardo's many half-finished paintings and ephemeral designs illustrate the challenge of reconciling curiosity with the finality of deadlines. In an age obsessed with completion and output, his story hints that the path of exploration, though meandering, can yield intangible but profound insights. That he never published his anatomical volumes didn't negate their brilliance. Their posthumous influence shaped fields from architecture to fluid dynamics. Many contemporary creatives draw solace in Leonardo's example. Creation can be iterative, perpetually in flux, and still crucial to progress. Even so, some critics note that praising Leonardo can overshadow other Renaissance figures, like Filippo Brunelleschi, who concretely built the Florence Dome, or Luca Pacioli, whose mathematics influenced him. They argue that the Leonardo legend occasionally romanticizes an era's synergy. While that synergy was real, credit goes to many. Leonardo's singular star shouldn't blind us to the collective genius of the period, but precisely because he integrated so many fields, art, science, engineering and anatomy, he became an enduring symbol for the entire Renaissance moment, capturing the fervour of bridging knowledge domains. Hence, in the 21st century, Leonardo da Vinci remains less a static historical figure than a living metaphor for potential. Each generation reinterprets him, plugging his name into the contexts as varied as STEAM education, cultural diplomacy, or brand marketing. The friction between the legend and the historical details keeps him relevant. People yearn for the secret of how a single mind could roam so broadly, producing both timeless artistic wonders and notebooks brimming with half-realized marvels. That tension between the completed and the fragmentary may well be Leonardo's final gift, spurring us to question how far our curiosity might take us if we refuse to erect barriers between the arts and sciences. The story of Leonardo da Vinci serves as a lens on lifelong reinvention. Born in a modest Tuscan setting, he navigated uneven patronage system, accepted partial successes, and found resilience in perpetual learning. Each city he lived in, Florence, Milan, Rome, and ultimately France, offered fresh vantage points, reminding us that mobility can spark renewal at any stage in life. Though he occasionally lamented incomplete tasks, he pressed forward, bridging discipline after discipline. It's worth extracting lessons from his approach. He cultivated an insatiable observational habit, scrutinizing swirling water, the geometry of a flower's petal, or the subtle shift of a face's muscles. Even in an era lacking cameras or modern labs, he gleaned universal patterns by focusing on the details. As midlife adults, we too can regain that sense of direct observation, whether it's noticing minor changes in a friend's demeanour or analysing complexities at work. A Leonardesque perspective encourages seeing anew, not coasting on assumptions. Another facet resonates with modern times, the synergy of creative expression and methodical research. Leonardo was no carefree dreamer. He systematically tested ideas, building prototypes, dissecting bodies, and refining pigments. He let imagination drive him, but insisted on verifying theories with experiments. For those in middle adulthood, managing teams, families, or personal projects, balancing vision with practicality is an art. Leonardo's notebooks bristle with micro-failures, a water-lifting device that jammed, a mural technique that peeled, yet each misstep taught him something. This iterative mindset fosters resilience and yields deeper expertise. Moreover, Leonardo's story underscores the role of collaboration. He soared highest not in isolation, but in synergy with patrons, mentors, and assistants. The Sforza and French courts gave him resources to dream big. Skilled workshop members helped realise or test concepts. Even his competition with Michelangelo and Raphael, albeit fraught with tension, catalysed fresh impetus. In present life, synergy across skill sets can amplify outcomes. We see parallels in cross-functional corporate teams or community coalitions that blend varied talents to achieve breakthroughs. However, we also need to address the negative aspect, the eerie feeling of unrealised potential. Many of Leonardo's grand designs, such as the Sforza horse or the treatise on flight, remained incomplete. Some might interpret him as a cautionary tale about perfectionism. Indeed, he sometimes spent years layering glazes on a single painting or rewriting the same mechanical design. For busy modern adults, it can be a nudge to find closure. Not every idea demands indefinite polishing. Finishing and sharing can unlock new phases of growth. Still, Leonardo's incomplete wonders also remind us that partial efforts can spark future revolutions, even if we ourselves never see them fully bloom. His final years in the French court also highlight that one can remain relevant even in advanced age. By building a lifelong reputation for innovation, he found fresh patrons who treasured his wisdom. He might not have executed large public works then, but he contributed to strategic discussions and shaped cultural enrichment at the French court. Similarly, for those transitioning out of intense early career phases, there's a reminder that mentorship, idea sharing, or specialised consultancy can be equally impactful. Leonardo's twilight wasn't about retirement in a quiet sense, but about integrating decades of experience into a culminating sphere. Another essential angle is how Leonardo balanced religious sentiments with rational inquiry, deeply respectful of Christian doctrine. He never let dogma quell his questions about nature's mechanisms. He believed understanding creation's intricacies honoured the Creator. In an era where faith and science sometimes clashed, he navigated a personal path, for a modern audience frequently contending with polarised debates. Leonardo's outlook offers a model. Rational exploration can coexist with spiritual depth, each fueling gratitude for existence's marvels. Ultimately, the life of Leonardo da Vinci stands as an emblem of boundless curiosity, bridging disciplines that many treat as separate. He embraced incremental knowledge, acknowledging that each discovery planted the seeds for further mysteries. His notebook, though scattered and partial, reveal a mind enthralled by the interplay of form, motion, and cosmic design. 5 centuries on, we still glean from him the power of wonder, the value of dogged experimentation, and the humility to accept that mastery is a continual journey, never fully complete. In a world that yearns for innovation and empathy, he remains a shining example of what a single human can accomplish when guided by the persistent awe at the world's complexities. And that, perhaps, is Leonardo's ultimate gift, to remind us that even the simplest observation, like a swirl of water in a basin, can unravel entire universes of insight if we only dare to look closely enough.